Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 695, A Gift for Cornelia. Not long after the break, the rear army arrived. Before leaving, Yang Hui took a look at the defense line arranged by the Third Army, shook his head, and sighed that the commander of the Third Army, a member of the Pure Blood faction, interpreted the arrogance of the Bunitarians to the fullest. Is this the defense line you arranged? Yes, Your Highness. Is there any problem? The commander of the Third Army asked. Haha, there is no problem with what you should ask. Yang Hui sneered, his eyes full of disdain. I wouldn't be surprised if the Imperial Sister shot you directly. This, Your Highness, what do you mean? The commander asked Yang Hui with sweat dripping down his back. What do you mean? Haha. Yang Hui shook his head, pointed to the ground under his feet, and then pointed to the defense line he had arranged. My sister will definitely set up a new frontline command at the transit station, but have you ever thought about it? Once the EU launches a counterattack, because of your arrogance and negligence, the Lubuti base was taken back by the EU. What kind of situation will my sister face? This. The commander certainly knew that there was no news from other directions of the EU's entire defense line, so Lubuti was the only breakthrough point, but also the only way out, just like drawing a straight line vertically upwards from the center of a horizontal line, and then the center of the straight line was erased, leaving only a point above the horizontal line, with no way to escape. But, those cowardly idiots from EU should. Yang Hui glanced at the commander, his eyes brewing with murderous intent. So, you pin the safety of the heart and brain of the entire African battlefield on your arrogance and luck. No. Your Highness Yang Hui, I don't think so. Rearrange the defense line, advance the overall defense line 5 kilometers, set up observation posts 5 kilometers in front of the defense line at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 10 o'clock, respectively, and order the nearest friendly forces on both sides to extend the front line and connect it with the defense line of this base, and... Yang Hui paused halfway through his speech, glanced at the commander coldly, and continued, the war is not over yet, and your subordinates are so lazy, they really make the Imperial soldiers lose face. Always stay in a state of combat readiness, don't be naked when the enemy is in front of you. Yes, Your Highness. The commander fled in disgrace, and resolutely carried out Yang Hui's order. He could feel Yang Hui's murderous intention. If he disobeyed Yang Hui's order, he would definitely be killed. Although he was the commander of an army group and was born into a noble family, it was really because of his negligence that Cornelia's retreat was blocked and the African battlefield collapsed. 100 lives would not be enough for him to die. Yang Hui did not leave immediately, but watched the Third Army improve the defense line bit by bit. Your Highness Yang Hui, it's Your Highness Cornelia's call. Yes. After answering the phone, Yang Hui talked to Cornelia. Imperial Sister, we are improving Lubuti's defense line. It is expected to be completed in 10 minutes and arrive to meet you in 30 minutes. The support troops and the command team have set off and will arrive in 10 minutes. I know. Cornelia did not ask, but she also guessed something. Now is still in a state of war, and it is not the time to deal with these things. Wait until the war situation stabilizes before dealing with those who neglect their duties. 20 minutes, no more, no less, or in other words, the defense line was quickly rearranged, and the commander hurried over to report to Yang Hui. After confirming that the Pure Blood commander had done everything he had told him to do, Yang Hui got on the car with Rini Rajita and went to the transfer station to meet Cornelia. Seeing Yang Hui and Rini Rajita leave, the commander breathed a sigh of relief, and the hot sweat turned cold, soaking his clothes. In just 10 minutes, he felt that the balance beam between life and death had been swinging back and forth, until Yang Hui left, it completely fell to the side of life. Another 10 minutes later, Yang Hui arrived at the new temporary command center. Exactly 30 minutes, very punctual. Cornelia said when she saw Yang Hui arrive. Is the EU counterattack coming? When he arrived at the temporary command center, Yang Hui saw Cornelia starting to arrange a tight defense line, looking very urgent. Well, this was taken by the satellite. The EU has begun to gather troops on the back, and there are also unusual movements in the EU troops on the east and west. After taking a look at the photo, Yang Hui threw it on the table, Let the troops in other directions be prepared. As soon as the EU troops on the east and west sides move, launch a full-scale attack to capture the base, and then abandon the base and immediately pursue the EU troops that left. Why? The EU troops on the east and west sides must not move lightly, otherwise the EU's African defense line will collapse completely. Cornelia asked. She could no longer regard Yang Hui as a brother or a subordinate. His amazing driving skills, powerful combat capabilities, and keen insight made Cornelia feel like she was facing an experienced and victorious general. Because of you, Imperial Sister. Me. Capture the leader first. You are the heart of Africa. If we kill you, the Empire's attack on the EU will collapse. A very bold operation. Cornelia turned Yang Hui's suggestion over in her mind and outlined the whole picture of the operation. Use me as bait to attract the attention of the EU, lure the defenders in other directions to attack me, weaken the defense force of the defense line, and let our army easily defeat the EU's defense line. Not only that, let our army abandon the base and pursue the EU defenders who attack me, forming a two-sided pincer attack, counter-encirclement, and eliminate a large number of EU's living forces. Am I right? You are worthy of being the Imperial Sister. Yang Hui gave Cornelia a thumbs up. He really thought so. But there is a problem. How can we resist the attack of the EU army? Cornelia asked. The core of the entire operation is Cornelia. Once she fails to stop the attack of the EU army, everything will burst like a bubble, and even the entire African battlefield will be lost. It's better to strike first. Yang Hui pointed to the airport outside the window. Air raid. The main pressure comes from the north, but there is a large area of plains to the north of here, and there is no place to hide. The only threat is these 3 air defense positions. Send elite troops to take them out, and the sky will be our army's backyard. That's right, the nearest airport to this area is in Kabango, and the EU Air Force has no time to intercept it. Cornelia nodded and analyzed the feasibility of the Air Force's air raid. After getting rid of the enemy in the north, we can concentrate our forces to resist the enemy on the east and west sides. Sister, I wish you a great victory in advance. Haha, you guy. Cornelia laughed and shook her head. This is not just my credit, I will never forget you. No, I'm not talking about this battle. Yang Hui shook his head. Oh? What else? The defense line collapsed, the defenders suffered heavy losses, and more than half of the emergency reserve troops were wiped out. The war in Africa, are there still difficulties? This. Ha. Cornelia laughed, and laughed happily. Just as Yang Hui said, once this operation is successful, it will only be a matter of time before Africa is completely conquered by the Empire. The African battlefield has always been a tough nut to crack, but Yang Hui didn't expect that he would give her such a big gift not long after he came. Cornelia immediately calmed down and stared at Yang Hui. What do you want? Cornelia doesn't like intrigue, but it doesn't mean she won't. She won't believe that Yang Hui came to the African battlefield to give her a big gift, just her brother helping a sister. Don't worry, sister. Yang Hui raised his lips, full of meaning. I'm not interested in the chair under his buttocks. The only 2 people under your command that I like are Gilbert and Dalton, but you will definitely not give them to me, so, if it does not violate your principles, you owe me a request. Okay. Cornelia was really reluctant to give up Gilbert and Dalton. These 2 people were her right-hand men. Once lost, her power would be greatly weakened, and they would definitely not betray her. She believed that Yang Hui would not want 2 disloyal subordinates. And this request, to be honest, Cornelia really didn't want to agree. Everything is easy to repay, except for favors. Who knows what request Yang Hui will make at that time? Even if it does not violate her principles, it may not be easy to complete. But there is no way. The bait Yang Hui threw to her is too tempting. Taking over the African territory and winning this battle is a great honor, an honor that will make Cornelia's reputation and authority rise to a higher level. At the same time, it can also announce to the world the strength of the Empire, and even the EU, which is as famous as the Empire, can't resist it. Since you proposed this operation, you should also contribute, right? Cornelia smiled at Yang Hui with interest. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I will handle the air defense position in the northwest. Great. I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, it's just an air defense position. Take Gilbert with you. Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and looked at Cornelia in some confusion. Are you willing to do it? Ha. Of course I'm not willing to do it. But, if you have the ability to dig him away, that's your ability. Cornelia exuded unparalleled self-confidence and trusted her knight 100%. Forget it, a gentleman does not take away someone else's love. Yang Hui waved his hand and rejected Cornelia. He knew that Cornelia was going to let Yang Hui take care of Gilbert and train the still young and loyal knight. Okay. Being rejected was also expected. Cornelia was just a little disappointed and turned the page. But the battle will not start for a few days, you can ask him to come to me. Yang Hui said to Cornelia without turning his head. Hearing this, Cornelia smiled with satisfaction, a guy who says one thing but means another. Thank you for the compliment. Waving his hand, Yang Hui walked out of Cornelia's office. Chapter 696, Gilbert Can't Do It, additional update for Raffaello. After leaving Cornelia's office, Yang Hui brought Rini Rugetta to the hangar to select his new machine. The previous Glasgow used exclusively by the Knights was torn apart by Yang Hui. Although Rini Rugetta's machine was relatively intact, the report of the maintenance team said that it would either be recycled as scrap metal or used as an exhibit. However, after taking a quick look at all the machines in the hangar, Yang Hui shook his head. They were all garbage and there was not much difference. So he randomly selected 2 machines and gave a few instructions to the maintenance team. Follow the method I taught you to strengthen the skeleton, remove the excess outer armor, and prepare some explosive grenades. To be honest, in Yang Hui's opinion, the armor of Glasgow was better than nothing. In addition to reducing the mobility of the machine, it had no effect. It couldn't even block a few shots from the tank gun, and could only block the machine gun bullets of the infantry. Yes, Your Highness. By the way, have you made the little thing I asked you to make last time? Yang Hui asked the R&D department who were following him. The modification of the Knight's gun has been successful. 4 80mm machine guns have been added. However, the ammunition capacity of each gun can only hold 50 rounds, which is too little. There is no problem with the detachable shell and the built-in alloy saber. It doesn't matter. It just adds a means of long-range attack. It can also be used as a hidden killer. What else? The armor with retractable blades is also completed. Several units have been produced, but just what? The Knights think that this weapon is too insidious and violates the honor of the Knights, so, haha, forget it. Install it on my and Rugetta's bodies, and, Your Highness, please speak. Think divergently. In addition to the retractable blade, the external equipment on the arm can't be a machine gun component? A rocket launcher component? This. We know what to do, Your Highness Yang Hui. Nothing else. Only 2 have been completed so far, and the others are still in the process of development. The researchers were ashamed. They were embarrassed. A prince who was rumored to be mediocre not only had strong combat capabilities, but also had better design and research capabilities for weapons and equipment than them. This made them, as Cornelia's exclusive researchers, feel ashamed. Okay, I get it. You keep working hard. Yang Hui was helpless. He only proposed simple weapon modifications or plug-in components, but he didn't expect Cornelia's men to be unable to keep up with his speed, and even lacked the ability to think divergently. This also made Yang Hui more determined to poach people from Skniesel's men. The 2 most outstanding scientists in the world, one must be under Skniesel's command now, and as for the other, I don't know if he has left. Rugetta, tell the people below to help me find the whereabouts of these people, Lakshita Chara, Gino Benner-Bieberuk, Ania Wallstrom, Monica Kulusevsky, Jeremiah Godbold, Greta New, Orpheus Zevin, Audrin Zevin, and Joan Luo. Understood. After finding the whereabouts of the target, can we capture them directly? Rugetta asked. He knew that Yang Hui was planning to form his own team. Please come to my private residence outside the palace. We will return to the imperial capital in a month at the latest. Understood. Your Highness Yang Hui. At this time, as Yang Hui expected, Gilbert came, but he came a little too fast. You are here so early. Yes, Your Highness Yang Hui. Her Highness Cornelia ordered me to serve you before the start of the Iskander operation. Gilbert bowed respectfully. Yang Hui's strength had won his respect. I understand. You should stay with me for the next 2 days. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, what are you doing? Gilbert noticed that the maintenance team dismantled the armor of 2 Glasgows used by the Knights, processed the frames, and transported armor and different Knight guns that he had never seen before, and asked, It's obvious to modify the body. Yang Hui explained to Gilbert, Glasgow's armor can't even withstand 2 tank guns. It's better to dismantle it to improve mobility and strengthen the frame to prevent the body from falling apart again this time. Then I asked the scientific research department to make 2 small gadgets. Is it? Gilbert's mouth twitched. If others said this, Gilbert would sneer, but Yang Hui, when he heard the maintenance team say that Yang Hui's body was over limit operation and disintegrated by itself, his jaw was directly dislocated. Your Highness, what is the gadget? Gilbert asked, and Cornelia told him that coming to Yang Hui's side is to learn, and even the little things in life cannot be missed. One is a modified Knight's gun, with 4 machine guns added, which increases the long-range attack capability. The shell and the machine gun can be disassembled and separated, and an alloy saber is hidden inside to solve the embarrassing problem of the Knight's gun being too long to prevent the enemy from getting close behind. The other is an external armor with a retractable blade inside. If it weren't for the lack of time, I would also like to add a machine gun. Your Highness, did you design this? Gilbert was dumbfounded and asked stupidly. Yes. Yang Hui nodded as a matter of course. Your Highness, is there anything you don't know? Gilbert asked cautiously. Quite a lot. For example, I can't have children. Your Highness Cornelia, please forgive the incompetent Gilbert for not being able to meet your expectations. I really can't complete this hell-level task from Your Highness Yang Hui. But Your Highness, the retractable blade, isn't it too despicable? Gilbert asked. As a knight, he should be upright, even on the battlefield. This kind of weapon suitable for sneak attacks does not conform to the principles of knights. Ha ha ha. Yang Hui couldn't help but hold his stomach and laughed. Your Highness, what are you laughing at? Gilbert's face was a little ugly. He heard contempt and ridicule in his laughter. I'm laughing at your innocence and cuteness. This is a war, not a duel, Gilbert. It's not naive to talk meanly to your enemies on the battlefield. Your Highness Yang Hui, I am a glorious Bunitalian knight. So? Bring your glory with you. My sister asked you to learn from me, right? Yes, Your Highness. Then the first lesson is, on the battlefield, let glory go to hell. There are only 2 results between you and the enemy, either you die or I die. Do you want to die? No. Then do everything you can to survive, Gilbert. Yes, Your Highness. Gilbert answered insincerely. He had a firm belief in chivalry and disdained to use mean means, but due to Cornelia's order, he could only agree on the surface. Yang Hui smiled softly, and he didn't care that Gilbert didn't mean what he said. He admired people who could carry out their original intentions to the end. In the original plot, Lelouch played Zero in a duel with him, but was tricked by Lelouch. He could carry out his knightly loyalty to the end until he returned for revenge after being seriously injured. But it was just admiration. People like this usually die the fastest on the battlefield. The reason why they can still live is probably because Cornelia has focused on cultivating their abilities and luck. It's okay to stick to the chivalry, but it's not flexible at all. To put it nicely, it's too rigid and easy to break. To put it bluntly, it's a square head. Yang Hui said what he had to say, and as for whether Gilbert listened to it or not, that was his own business. In the next 3 days, Yang Hui and Regina worked with a maintenance team to debug their own machines, and trained casually to pass the time in their free time. However, Gilbert didn't think so, because Yang Hui and Regina's physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people, so their casual training was definitely hellish training for ordinary people. I say, you are too bad, right? This is just basic training. Looking at Gilbert, who was lying on the ground, like he was fished out of the water, Yang Hui couldn't hide his disgust. I'm very sorry, Your Highness Yang Hui. Please allow me to rest for 5 minutes. I will definitely complete today's training. Okay, go back and take a shower and have a good rest. I'm leaving tomorrow. You should also go to the northeast air defense position with the knights, right? Don't affect tomorrow's operations. Yang Hui patted Gilbert on the shoulder and said, No, don't worry. Your Highness Yang Hui. I can. No, you can't. Looking at Gilbert, who had broken through his limits countless times and even had difficulty moving his fingers, Yang Hui rolled his eyes. If you continue to practice, you won't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow, let alone participate in the battle. But this is an order. Yes, Your Highness. The next day, Yang Hui and Rini Regita set off to the northwest, still 2 modified Glasgows, leaving the base facing the rising sun. Compared with the knights on the other side, they were lonely and thin. Mr. Yang Hui, the people below sent a message. Rini Regita reported to Yang Hui after ensuring that the communication channel would not be monitored. What's the situation? Everything has been found. Lakshya Charwa is a former member of the Imperial Royal Research Institute. He planned to leave the Bunodal Empire because of a conflict with his colleagues. Gino Bainborough is a branch of the famous Bainborough family and is not valued by the family. Anya Alstrom, formerly known as Anya Mobe, was an apprentice maid in Mariana's bedroom. It has been confirmed that she was at the scene when Mariana was assassinated and was an eyewitness. She survived by chance, but her personality changed drastically. She became taciturn and showed an amazing talent for nightmare driving. She is now adopted by the Alstrom family and undergoing military training. Monika Kulusevsky is the emperor's illegitimate daughter. She now lives in the imperial capital, unattended and unattended. Jeremiah Godbald is the head of the Godbald family, a former squire knight of Mariana, and a member of the Pure Blood faction. Greta Nu and June Luo are both top students at the Imperial Military Academy. The former is a member of the Pure Blood faction, and the latter has no factional inclinations. Orpheus Zephin, Adelin Zephin and Joan Luo, a brother and sister, were born into the Zephin family of the Empire. However, because the Zephin family is a matriarchal family, Orpheus Zephin was abandoned in a poor civilian family, and Adelin Zephin was the first heir to the Zephin family. All done? Yes, I have all invited you to your residence and wait for your return. That's fine, as long as you don't leave, meet all their requirements. Understand, just what? The civilians who adopted Orpheus Zephin sold him for a few silver coins. Our people encountered a mysterious force when they took Orpheus Zephin away and almost clashed. Mysterious forces? Yes, it should be a religious force, but before the conflict broke out, the other party gave in. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the G scholar. Have the witch found the whereabouts? Not yet. Continue to search, be sure to find her. Understand. Thank you to Referral for your support of all rewards, and 2 updates will be presented. Wow. I just saved up this article, and I want to cry and laugh at the same time. Chapter 697 G-Sin Code, 2 chapters for Refilo. The G's cult is the world's largest force hidden in the dark. It is a mysterious organization that pursues the power of G's. It conducts various human experiments to study the power of G's. The power behind it is the Holy Bunatalia Empire. The current leader VV is the elder brother of Charles D.I. Bunatalia, the emperor of the Holy Bunatalia Empire. G's, the special ability given to people with G's qualifications by the code holder. The characteristic is that a red G's logo will appear in the eyes when G's is activated. The ability of G's varies from person to person. While using G's, the power of G's will gradually increase to the point where you can't control it. If this happens, people who can't overcome it may be swallowed by their own power. Although the characteristics of G's ability are very different, in general, it can be summarized in one sentence: G's is the power of melting with others. If you want to understand the heart of others, you can integrate into their thoughts and see their hearts. If you want to know what others are going to do, you can integrate into their thoughts and predict their behavior. If you want to get the love of others, you can integrate into their thoughts and make them give love to you. In reality, the thoughts, spirits and souls of others are heavily protected by solid copper walls and iron walls, and it is impossible for people other than the person to interfere. By contacting these, and then playing a certain role on them, and getting the effect, this is the ability of G's, and it is also the wish of mankind. I hope to touch someone's heart, although everyone's G's is different. But as long as you can reach the place in your heart that you want to reach. In short, G's can realize all the wishes of the operator. Yang Hui doesn't look down on the science and technology of this world. He doesn't need to bring others. He only needs to bring the Dawn Gundam to sweep the world with the whirlwind. But this world is defined as a low-level fantasy world, which is more difficult than most real worlds, and the reason is the special ability of G's. G's abilities are varied and none of them are the same. CC's ability to be loved by others, Mao's mind reading, Lelouch's absolute command, Charles D.I. Bunataria's memory manipulation, Mariana's soul infiltration, the first knight of the Round Table Bismarck Waldstein's ability to predict the short future. Every ability that has appeared, as long as it is used well, is a bug-level existence. Yang Hui is also very curious about what kind of ability he will have if he gets G's. His wish is to complete the mission of Promise Fortress with his companions. G's can only be given by people who have code. Currently, there are only 2 people who have code, CC and VV. The latter is the core secret of the Holy Bunitaria Empire. Yang Hui cannot find him now, so CC becomes Yang Hui's target. As for the contract that needs to be signed when giving G's, CC has lived too long, watching the people around him born and died, and her heart was killed by loneliness, so she wanted to die. But if she knew that there were a lot of immortal people like her in Promise Fortress, would she still want to die? As for the immortality, Yang Hui remembered that the reason why code could not die, even if it was hid in the vitals, was because the sea world would record the physical information of the code owner. When the code owner's body was damaged, the injured organs would be replaced with intact organs generated by the sea world. But in other worlds, there is no sea world, so the code owner will still die. Therefore, the reason why Yang Hui chose this world is because of the existence of G's. Otherwise he really would not be interested in this world. Mr. Yang Hui, we are about to arrive at a target location. Stand by. Putting aside the thoughts in their hearts, the 2 Glasgow modified models stopped and waited for Cornelia's instructions. There are a total of 3 air defense positions, which must be destroyed at the same time, and the time must be grasped to wait for the EU army in the north to enter the designated airstrike area. If one side attacks in advance or is eliminated too early, the EU commander is likely to guess the airstrike plan of the Bunidal army, so it must be just right so that the EU commander has no time to react. After waiting for a while, Cornelia's order came. The 2 Glasgows started up immediately, gliding on the planes and approaching the air defense position at the fastest speed. It must be said that the EU's radar detection system is still very good. The position of the 2 Glasgows was discovered from a long distance, and the garrison troops quickly took action. But unfortunately, they encountered a being called Demon in countless worlds. It dodged the dense barrage with an elegant posture, pounced into the prey group like a hungry wolf, and hunted the prey in front of it wantonly. Soon, the defense line was torn apart, and several explosive grenades were thrown in the direction of the ammunition depot and anti-aircraft firepower. The long-barreled explosive grenades stretched out in the air, and dense barrages erupted. The metal storm tore everything apart, and the anti-aircraft firepower turned into a pile of wreckage. The ammunition depot exploded with a loud bang, and the flames shot up into the sky. Evacuate. This time, Yang Hui did not kill all the survivors who managed to survive. After destroying the ammunition depot and all anti-aircraft firepower, he immediately turned around and left the anti-aircraft position, heading south, which was the direction of the Western EU army. Yet, it looks like we have to change the body again. Rini Regita laughed. It was just destroying an anti-aircraft position, which was not a big burden on the body. But Yang Hui planned to raid the large force of the EU army from the side. Even if the skeleton was strengthened, it would not be able to hold up. It was the difference between falling apart sooner or later. I also want to use the Dawn Gundam. Yet, if the Dawn Gundam is here, we won't have to make such a complicated layout. Let's go. Once we win this battle, we can focus on developing for a while. Yes, Your Highness. That's not your style. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Haha. At the frontline command center, Cornelia sat in the fuselage looking at the thick smoke rising in the distance. She knew that Yang Hui and the others had succeeded. In fact, she never thought of failing, so before the news arrived, she ordered the Air Force to take off. Your Highness, the reconnaissance unit reports that the enemy troops in the north have entered the designated area. The enemy troops in the west are 50 kilometers away from the headquarters, and are composed of tanks and artillery units. The enemy troops in the east are 60 kilometers away, and are also composed of tanks and artillery units. The entire army enters the fortifications. Nightmares retreat and hide. The enemy's artillery bombardment is coming. After hearing the report, Cornelia gave the order. Nightmares can indeed treat tanks and artillery as paper tigers, but they are also quite vulnerable to the saturation coverage of artillery. The defense pressure on the east and west sides must be very great, and limited troops cannot be wasted. Sure enough, after a while, countless sounds came from the sky, and dense black spots became larger and larger in people's sight, and shells fell to the ground like raindrops. Boom boom boom. For a while, the roar was deafening, taking away people's hearing, and mud and smoke flew everywhere, covering the people in the fortifications with heavy clothes, and the shaking of the earth made it impossible for people to stand steadily. Tisk, it's the same old tricks, EU's mediocre people. Cornelia looked at the EU's tactics and couldn't help but sneer. The EU has been deadlocked with Bunitalia for almost a year with this set of tactics. The EU studies Bunitalia, and Bunitalia also studies the EU. They have already figured out this set of tactics. The deadlock has not been broken, and the EU can still stalemate with Bunitalia with this set of tactics. But now that the deadlock has been broken, using the old tricks to deal with Bunitalia means losing in advance. The saturation fire attack lasted for half an hour, and the area where the defense line fortifications were located was plowed by fierce artillery fire. The ground sank about half a meter with the naked eye. It's almost done. The entire army is on the defensive. The Nightmare troops enter the fortifications. The enemy tank troops are coming. Yes, Your Highness. What about the situation in the north? Was the airstrike successful? Your Highness, the airstrike force has been successful. It is estimated that 70% of the EU troops have been destroyed. The ammunition has been exhausted. Request to return. Permission to return. Everything is going according to the combat plan. The north, which was originally the most stressful, no longer poses any threat. Now it depends on whether she can hold on until the arrival of the troops in the rear. Beep, beep, beep. Here they come. The whole army begins to attack. Yes, Your Highness. Mr. Yang Hui, I can see it. Well, how long has it been since the first wave of shelling? 27 minutes. 3 minutes, enough to take down their artillery. Understood. Half an hour, the time interval between artillery attacks. The EU's standard artillery barrels have a heating problem. After each half-hour saturation fire attack, there will be a half-hour window period for cooling the temperature of the barrels. If the assault troops cannot capture the enemy's position within this half-hour, then the assault troops will begin to retreat, and the artillery will be used again. This cycle repeats itself. This is the EU Army's conventional tactics. There are still 3 minutes before the next shelling begins. It's short, but it's enough for Yang Hui and Rini Regita to rush into the EU Army's artillery position. Once the artillery is approached by Nightmare, they can't run away or fight, and can only wait to die. At the beginning, the 2 Glasgows were discovered. The EU commander scoffed and ordered a small number of tanks to destroy them. As a result, in the horrified eyes, the friendly signs on the radar system disappeared in large numbers, and roars, pleas for mercy, and explosions continued to be heard in the communication. How could it be? How could it be possible? Could the rumor be true? At this time, he thought of the previous rumor that the 2 Glasgows destroyed several military fortresses and broke through the Lu Beauty base. Demon. It's a demon. Sir. The artillery unit suffered heavy losses. It can no longer support the next firepower strike. Enemy planes are attacking the headquarters at high speed, 1,000 away. Quickly retreat. Bang 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 bang. The EU officer turned around and fled outside the headquarters while still giving orders, but how could 2 legs escape the Nightmare? Escape the artillery shells? Chapter 698, The End of the War in Africa. What's going on? After the Western support troops captured the EU base at the fastest speed, they did not stop for a moment or rest, and immediately launched a pursuit in the direction of the EU army. But when they finally caught up with the EU army, they were stunned. As far as the eye could see, there were wreckage everywhere, and the fire and smoke blocked the warmth of the sun, leaving only blood and cruelty. Have the support troops arrived? The movements were stiff, and sparks and arcs were constantly jumping. It was the limit for Glasgow to be able to stand steadily. Who are you? Which unit are you from? The leading reinforcements looked at the tragic battlefield and became alert. Nightmare is now only available in the Batalia Empire. Yang Hui and Rini Regita's bodies look very similar to Glasgow, so they should be friendly forces. But they are not exactly the same. Whether it is the mass-produced Glasgow or Cornelia's night special machine, there are some differences, so they have to be careful. Yang Hui was not angry at the questioning and vigilance of his friendly forces. Instead, he was very satisfied with the other party's reaction. He opened the cockpit and let the other party see his face clearly. I am Hui Bunitalia, the 4th Prince of the Empire. Your Highness the 4th Prince. Everyone was shocked. Although Yang Hui was just an ordinary prince in the imperial capital, As knights they would definitely remember the appearance of all the princes and princesses, so they confirmed that the other party was him at the first sight. I have wiped out the artillery unit on the west side, and the command team, but the enemy's tank unit is still attacking the Imperial Sisters' defense line. Go to support them. Yes, Your Highness. The commander of the support unit saw that Yang Hui's machine did not need to be checked by the maintenance team. It can be seen with the naked eye that it has no combat capability, so some people were left to protect Yang Hui's safety. The second squadron will stay to protect His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, and the others will follow me to support His Royal Highness Cornelia. Yes, Your Highness. X and Alice, there are times when I need to be protected. Yang Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he did not refuse. His machine could not be used anymore. The battle was not over yet, and a stray bullet could take his life. So the research and development of a new generation nightmare and a better machine is urgent. Mr. Yang Hui, you don't want to scrap a machine every time you fight, do you? Rini Regita teased. That's for sure. The development of the machine must be accelerated. The driving experience of a rubbish machine like Glasgow is indeed very poor. But, no matter how good the machine is, it can only be used as it is. The nightmares in this world, even the top 7th generation nightmares in the future, are not good enough in Yang Hui's eyes. They are at most C+ level. Your Highness, please follow us. We will escort you back to the rear now. They were very curious whether Yang Hui had done all this, but the most important thing now was Yang Hui's safety. Without the protection of the nightmare, it was too dangerous to stand in the middle of the battlefield with his body. No need. Yang Hui sat on the shoulder of the machine and calculated the time. In 15 minutes, we will return to the headquarters. The airstrike force could be seen returning at this distance. Judging from the number and status, it should be a complete success. Then the EU's northern troops were already in ruins. The Western Army lost the fire suppression of the artillery and the command system. It was just a group of headless flies. 15 minutes was enough for Cornelia to kill them all. But this is an order. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Although Yang Hui's military rank was not high at this time, his status as a prince made everyone dare not disobey his orders. 15 minutes later, Yang Hui and Rini Regita jumped on the escorting Glasgow respectively and headed towards the direction of the headquarters. As for their bodies, just throw them away, they can't be repaired anyway. As expected by Yang Hui, in 15 minutes, the remnants of the EU in the west were scattered by Cornelia. Some died, some escaped, and some were captured. When Yang Hui stepped into the headquarters, the originally noisy headquarters fell into a mysterious silence, and the eyes looking at Yang Hui were full of awe, as if looking at a monster. Before, I only heard about it, but I didn't see it with my own eyes, but this time, the radar system showed clearly that the two modified Glasgows rushed into the rear of the enemy at an abnormal speed, and the enemy signs on the radar lost signals in large numbers. In less than 10 minutes, the artillery units and command systems in the rear were completely destroyed. What are you doing? Report the situation. Yes, yes, XN shouted, calling back everyone's soul. The enemy forces on the west have been defeated. After leaving behind the basic defense force, the rest of the combat force has gone to the eastern defense line. The reconnaissance unit reported that the EU's Northern Legion suffered 70% losses in the airstrike, and the remaining enemy forces began to retreat. The eastern reinforcements have arrived behind the enemy, and the enemy is surrounded by our legion. Her Highness Cornelia personally led the returning knights to launch a counterattack against the enemy. The overall situation has been decided. Knowing the current situation, Yang Hui did not need to command on behalf of Cornelia. An hour later, Cornelia led the army back with victory. This time, the Iskander operation was a great victory, successfully crippling the EU's main force in Africa. Congratulations, sister. Yang Hui congratulated Cornelia as soon as she came back. Well, it's just about to start. Cornelia nodded, but she didn't rest. As she said, Iskander operation is just the beginning. Next, she will start the road of conquest. Then I'll go and rest. Okay. Cornelia didn't object to Yang Hui's rest. His contribution was enough. He broke the deadlock not long after arriving at the African battlefield and won the opportunity for the Empire to fully occupy Africa. If Yang Hui took the initiative to ask to join the war, Cornelia would agree. After all, Yang Hui's ability can greatly speed up the pace of occupying Africa. But if Yang Hui didn't participate, she wouldn't object. Moreover, Yang Hui's current military exploits are already amazing. If he adds more, it would be a bit too much. If he shines more, he might hurt many people's eyes. They all understand the principle of too much. In a month, the army of the Holy Bunodal Empire was unstoppable, and the EU was beaten to panic. The direction that they had built with all their efforts was easily broken by the army of the Empire. In just 1 month, they lost 2/3 of the occupied area and were forced to bow to the Empire. Peace talks. Yes, the total defeat in the African battlefield not only caused the EU to lose the African occupied area, but also caused unrest in the homeland. Grand Duke Highlander led his 4 knights to launch a fierce attack and seized a large amount of territory. The EU's top leaders panicked. Grand Duke Highlander is worthy of his reputation. EU peace talks were expected, but Yang Hui did not expect the other party to bow to the Empire so quickly. If it was just a loss of Africa, the impact on the EU was not so great that they would admit defeat. The EU's local forces could still compete with the Empire. But if Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highlander, the Grand Duke of Europe, took action, that was another matter. He became a Grand Duke based on his military merits, and his current territory was conquered by him. The 4 knights under his command were also elite. The fleeting opportunity of the defeat in Africa and the turmoil in the EU was seized by Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highlander. Well, the Grand Dukes of the Empire should not be underestimated, but this is just right. This war has lasted for so long, it's time to end it. Cornelia said. Congratulations, sister. This should become your territory, right? Forget it. I'm not interested in territories. Being able to obtain your own territory is the supreme power and honor for anyone in the Empire. Having your own territory means you really have your own power. Even if you do nothing for the rest of your life, you can still be the king of your own territory. But Cornelia didn't care about being a lord. Her ambitions could not be satisfied by a lord of one place. But you have no choice but to accept it. Yang Hui spread his hands. Africa was conquered by you, and only you can rule it. No one else can take it over. Tisk. And sister, if you want to compete with Brother Skneasel, you must have your own strength. The army alone is not enough. Yang Hui said to Cornelia, the imperial capital is his world. Even if Brother Skneasel has conquered a large territory, that's what he thinks. The other occupied territories already have owners, and the families that have been rooted in those lands for more than 100 years are not easy to deal with. Only this new land has a chance. You want to continue fighting, but there is no war in the Empire now, and you have nowhere to go. Wouldn't it be a good opportunity for you to stay and learn how to govern the people? We can't keep fighting, can we? Tisk, matters like governing the people can be left to the people below. At most. I refuse. Seeing Cornelia looking at him with interest, Yang Hui knew what Cornelia was thinking without even thinking, and refused without waiting for her to say it. Really? It's not up to you. Don't forget, sister. I'm going back soon. Tisk, little fox. Same here. There was a sudden silence for about a minute, and Cornelia spoke again. Be careful when you return this time. Someone has already set their sights on you. Don't worry. No one in the imperial capital can do anything to me. Don't forget Princess Mariana. Of course I won't forget. When Mariana was mentioned, the playful look on Yang Hui's face disappeared without a trace. There were some people he didn't dare to touch, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to fight back when those people came to cause trouble for him. If those people dared to come, Yang Hui would let them know what it meant to be miserable. Well, it's enough for you to know. The imperial decree will come in 2 days, and you should leave. If there's anything unfinished, finish it quickly. Gilbert. Don't even think about it. Okay, then it's nothing. Yang Hui spread his hands, got up and left, but just as he was about to leave, Cornelia called him. Yang Hui, what is your purpose? After 2 seconds of silence, Yang Hui turned his head, revealing his profile, with a half-evil smile. Guess. Chapter 699 Returning to China, Yang Hui's Reward. After the plane landed, Yang Hui stepped on the land of the imperial capital again. Looking at the team in front of him to welcome him, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. He sent you to pick me up. He really thinks highly of me, Bismarck. That's right, the one who led the team to welcome Yang Hui was the first knight of the Knights of the Round Table, Bismarck Waldstein, Charles d'Ibun, Italia's die-hard fan and the strongest warrior under his command. Hearing Yang Hui's tone and address, Bismarck's face darkened and he whispered, "Fourth Prince, you should maintain due etiquette and respect for His Majesty." In fact, he had long been accustomed to the attitude of Yang Hui and Charles d'Ibunitalia. Even Charles d'Ibunitalia didn't care, and he could do nothing about it. It's still a public occasion now. As a prince, shouldn't you pay attention? Okay, I know. Yang Hui waved his hand casually, making Bismarck's face even darker. However, he didn't pursue it any further, but hurriedly welcomed Yang Hui into the car to prevent him from losing the face of the royal family in front of the servants. It was an extended sedan, and the only connection between the driver's seat and the back space was a small window. Bismarck closed the small window after getting in the car, and its meaning was self-evident. "What did he tell me?" Yang Hui asked straight to the point. "Alice, Your Highness." Yang Hui's attitude towards Charles d'Ibunitalia really made Bismarck tired. As the most loyal knight of His Majesty the Emperor, he couldn't bear to see anyone touch the majesty of His Majesty the Emperor, but the man in front of him made him helpless, especially after he shone brightly on the battlefield in Africa. "Don't always care about these little things. Tell me, what do you want to tell me?" Okay, Your Highness, before you return home, many people have been eyeing you. Please be vigilant. I'm not asking what you want to say, but what he wants you to tell me. Bismarck's concern was out of his own intention, but in the final analysis, it was only because Yang Hui's excellence could bring benefits to the empire, and he didn't really care about Yang Hui's safety, so Yang Hui didn't feel anything about it. His Majesty asked me to tell you that I did a good job. I know. Yang Hui's expression was calm, which surprised Bismarck. Charles d'Ibunitalia was the epitome of seriousness, the benchmark of the empire, and the embodiment of majesty. Even in private, Bismarck, who served Charles d'Ibunitalia, had never heard him praise anyone, not even Schniesel, the designated chancellor who managed state affairs in an orderly manner, or Cornelia, who became the youngest female general in history and made great contributions. Only Yang Hui received the unique honor. Shouldn't he be very excited? Why was it so ordinary? Your Highness Yang Hui. Anything else? Yang Hui interrupted Bismarck and asked. He didn't want to listen to someone's fanatical fans recommending his loyal object. Alice, just one sentence. How much time do I have? 10 minutes. Enough, Regita. It's already been arranged. After that, the whole car remained silent until the car drove into the palace. When getting off the car, Yang Hui said to Bismarck, "I'll go clean up." "Yes, Your Highness." This was also something that Regita had to prepare in advance. Although Yang Hui had no respect for Charles d'Ibunitalia in his heart and did not regard him as the father of this life, it was not the time to fall out with him yet. The superficial work should still be done. 10 minutes later, after a simple shower and a clean dress, Yang Hui followed Bismarck into the hall of the palace. It was very gorgeous, but there were not too many lights. Even in the daytime, it seemed dim and depressing. Only the throne high above was shrouded in the gathered light, the only high above, the only embodiment of light, the only guiding beacon. "You're back." "Yes, Father." "Well done. Thank you for the compliment. What reward do you want?" The conversation was concise and to the point. It didn't seem like a father welcoming his son back alive from the battlefield, nor like a son reuniting with his father after surviving the brink of death. There was no family affection at all. It was just charity from a superior to a subordinate, or even the manipulation of a sub-program by a main program in a program. Two people, subordinates of my brother Schniesel. Names: Lloyd Asplund, Cecil Cormie. Anything else? One privilege, to form my own special force, a force that belongs only to me. How dare you, Your Highness? Bismarck couldn't help it as soon as the second request came out. Everything in the empire belonged to His Majesty the Emperor. No matter how many nobles and politicians Schniesel secretly won over, no matter how high Cornelia's prestige in the military was, or how many lords and local emperors there were overseas, as long as the emperor wanted, he could take them back at any time, because although these were given to them, in the final analysis, they all belonged to the empire and the emperor. But Yang Hui's request was to divide the power in Charles d'Ibunitalia's hands. The privilege he wanted was something that even the emperor could not interfere with, and it was something that belonged completely to Yang Hui. "Silence, Bismarck." "But Your Majesty." "It's okay." Charles d'Ibunitalia waved his hand, letting Bismarck leave, then looked down at Yang Hui, his eyes fixed and heavy. It was obvious that Yang Hui would not let Yang Hui leave easily unless he gave him a satisfactory answer. Reason. The Empire needs the sharpest knife to kill all enemies that stand in the way of the Empire. I allow it. Yes, Your Majesty. After getting what he wanted, Yang Hui did not intend to continue kneeling to others, and stood up and left the hall. Your Majesty, if you need a knife, the Knights of the Round Table are the knife in Your Majesty's hand, and the fourth prince. After Yang Hui left, Bismarck still wanted to persuade Charles d'Ibunitalia. It's okay. The same answer, but this time there was an additional reason. Let him make a fuss, no matter how big the fuss is, it doesn't matter. Unparalleled self-confidence. This is the Emperor of the Holy Bunital Empire, the Emperor sitting on the throne. Yes, Your Majesty. Go and inform Schniesel to send the 2 people he wants to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Bismarck saluted and left, faithfully carrying out all the orders of Charles d'Ibunitalia. Charles d'Ibunitalia was left alone in the dark and depressing hall. Under the strong light, his majestic face remained expressionless. Go ahead, everything will be a bubble in the end, all fake, right? Mariana. Rini Regita had been guarding the door of the hall. After Yang Hui came out, he didn't say a word and followed him directly. He didn't return to his own bedroom, but went to the mansion outside the palace. Are they all here? All of them are here, but Mr. Yang Hui, most of them are still children. I don't think they can become our strength now. Rini Regita was actually very confused. Most of the people Yang Hui found were children of 8 or 9 years old. They were too young, even if they would achieve great things in the future. That was a matter of a few years later. Now, it doesn't make any sense at all. Just because you are small, you have a good chance to control it, right? I see. I'm glad to learn from you, Mr. Yang Hui. Remember, Regita, we are not looking for pawns, collaborators, or subordinates, but companions who can walk side by side with us. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui. Yang Hui's residence outside the palace was not far away, and it took only a few minutes to get there. The people who were invited in advance also gathered in the reception room when they learned that Yang Hui had returned from the battlefield in Africa. Oh, you're back, little prince. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a charming and seductive voice. The blonde and brown-skinned Lakshita sat elegantly on the sofa in an open white coat, spinning a smoking pipe in her hand. Lakshita? Am I small? Do you want to try it? Yang Hui jokingly hit back. Oh. Lakshita raised his eyebrows with a hint of provocation. Really? It seems that the fourth prince is very manly. Yang Hui slowly walked to Lakshita, leaned down so that his face was close to hers, blew a breath of hot air gently in her ear, and said, I said, do you want to try it? You. Ha ha ha. Yang Hui stood up and laughed at the panicked Lakshita. Yang Hui, who has several wives, can see at a glance that Lakshita is still a girl who can only talk big. If she really gets the upper hand, wouldn't she have to stay as far away from her as possible? As expected of His Highness Yang Hui, you are able to cure Dr. Lakshita. Gino stood up and bowed to Yang Hui. It's been a long time since we last met, His Highness Yang Hui. Well, long time no see, Gino. It looks like you've been doing well these days. Thanks to His Highness, yes. His Highness the Fourth Prince. Others also stood up and saluted Yang Hui. Just now, Lakshita took the initiative and confronted Yang Hui, which made them lose the opportunity. Now the confrontation ended with Lakshita's complete defeat, so they naturally would not forget etiquette. Don't be so restrained, everyone, you are all my guests, but I believe you are also confused. Why did I gather you together, right? Everyone present looked at each other and nodded. This was the answer they most wanted to get. There were children, students from the military academy, active knights, and doctors from the Academy of Sciences. With such a group of people gathered together, what exactly did Yang Hui want to do? I'm sure you've all heard that I won some merits in the African battlefield. Hearing this, Lakshita, Jeremiah, Violetta, and Joan Luo's mouths twitched. The children didn't know how significant Yang Hui's merits in Africa were, but they knew it very well. So this time I returned to the country, mainly to receive rewards, and I just came back from the palace, and the reward I got, the privilege of forming my own special force. What? Chapter 700, Each One's Choice. This is impossible. Lakshita's eyes widened. Jeremiah, Violetta, Joan Luo, Gino, and Audrey France stood up in shock. Only Anya, Monica, and Orpheus Font looked at the others in confusion, not knowing what the reward Yang Hui received meant. Do I dare to joke about such a thing? Yang Hui spread his hands and looked at them with a smile. And what good would it do me if I lied to you? But your Highness Yang Hui, you are dividing power with His Majesty, and His Majesty will never agree to it. As the only nobleman who inherited the title, Jeremiah knew the upper echelons of the empire the best. This was simply impossible. This only shows that you don't understand his confidence and arrogance. This is a fait accompli. The official order will come soon. It's meaningless to argue now. Yes, Your Highness. As for why I summoned you guys. Yang Hui looked around at everyone present, and raised his lips. This unit is my knights. Are you willing to become members of my knights? Yes, Your Highness. Without any thought or hesitation, Valletta and Joan Luo knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to Yang Hui. They were all excellent students of the Royal Military Academy, but they were all born in small families and were marginal figures in the aristocratic circle. If it was before, they would definitely look down on Nanny Prince Yang Hui, but after hearing about his glorious deeds in Africa, they could never refuse Yang Hui's recruitment. Moreover, now that they have obtained the privilege, it is equivalent to sharing a share of the Emperor's power. Now is still the beginning, and the future is definitely bright. Yes, Your Highness. Next came Gino, Orpheus Font and Monica Kulusevsky. They had no other choice. One was a branch of the family that was ignored, one was an orphan abandoned by the family, and one was the Emperor's illegitimate daughter that no one cared about. Their own thoughts were not important. Even if they didn't want to, they had no right to refuse. Then came Anya. She didn't answer with words, but bowed with the three of them. She was still in the stage where Mariana's soul had just penetrated her. Her brain consciousness was not very clear, and she didn't even have any memories of the past. She could only do as she was told. Your Highness, can I ask why you asked me to come here? You are looking for a knight, and I am just a doctor who is powerless. Lakshita asked. Of course it's Nightmare, Lakshita, I've read your thesis, it's excellent. If it weren't for your young age and seniority, you should have taken over the Empire's Nightmare Development Department by now. As the pace of war accelerates, a new round of military competition will begin. The fourth-generation Nightmare Glasgow can still maintain a certain leading position, but it's only a little bit. My knights will be the sharpest swords, facing the strongest enemies, performing the most difficult tasks, and heading to the harshest battlefields. But I don't want my people to die on the battlefield because of equipment problems, so a new generation of powerful nightmares must be put on the agenda. I can understand that. I am responsible for the knights' dedicated machines, right? Lakshita raised the corners of her mouth. She was a genius, so she naturally wouldn't ask stupid and useless questions. She guessed from the beginning why Yang Hui called her here. She just wanted to negotiate terms. You, and Lloyd aspirant. Hearing this, Lakshita's face darkened, and she stood up to leave. Before Yang Hui sent someone to find her, she had a conflict with Lloyd because of their different ideas and was ready to leave the Empire. Now there is a new choice in front of her, which is enough to support her to defeat her old rival, but she was told that she still had to work with Lloyd. She couldn't accept it. What? Are you trying to escape again? What did you say? When Lakshita was about to pass by Yang Hui's sarcasm made her furious. Isn't it? Yang Hui spread his hands, with a playful and disdainful smile on his face. The conflict between you and Sir Lloyd is just a disagreement in ideas. No one can convince the other, but you did not choose to defeat him with excellent results, but chose to leave. If this is not escape, what is it? You leave, continue to escape. It means that my vision is wrong. You are just a coward. Stay, compete with him, and prove that you are better than him with facts. Lakshita was so angry that she trembled all over, but Yang Hui's words echoed in her ears like the whisper of a devil. If she left because she was angry, it would be escape, that is, admitting that she is not as good as the other party. Stay, fight against the other party head-on, and prove her excellence with facts, but she doesn't want to see the other party's face. What to do? How to choose? The others held their breath, and Yang Hui waited for Lakshita's choice with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, Lakshita closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them and looked at Yang Hui. You will give me enough research space and treatment, right? The reason why Lakshita chose to leave was not only because of the conflict, but also because of her identity. She was not a native of Bonitalia, so she was excluded and discriminated against in the institute. Even if she was very capable, the Empire could not give her fair treatment, leaving her with nowhere to display her ambitions and no platform to compete with Lloyd. Of course. Yang Hui knew that it was done. I am not a group of idiots of the pure blood faction. Excellent talents are a treasure no matter where they are. You will get exactly the same treatment and support as him. This is the stage I provide for you. Of course, this is just the beginning. As you each produce results, I will adjust your respective status and treatment. There is only one position for the head of the R&D department. Haha. Lakshita sneered, but her eyes contained a confident glow. Really? Then I'll take this position. Then, what's your answer? Yang Hui did not ask Lakshita to surrender in a condescending manner, but extended his hand to her. Lakshita shook it and gave her answer, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lakshita was done. The only one left was Jeremiah, who had not given Yang Hui an answer. Yang Hui also knew what Jeremiah was struggling with. So, you go down first, Regita, arrange them. I will tell them what to do in 2 days. Jeremiah said, yes, Your Highness. The others left, leaving Yang Hui and Jeremiah alone in the living room. Your Highness Yang Hui, I'm sorry I can't accept your invitation. After everyone left, Jeremiah gave his answer, which was also to protect Yang Hui's face. After all, directly rejecting Yang Hui in front of others would be a slap in Yang Hui's face. Is it because of Princess Mariana? Yang Hui sat down and asked him directly. Yes. Jeremiah was once Mariana's knight and a very loyal person. After Mariana married Charles d'Ibunitalia and withdrew from the Knights of the Round Table, he was also Mariana's retainer and gave all his loyalty to Mariana. Now that Mariana is dead, his allegiance has become Lelouch and Nunnally. You know the relationship between Lelouch, Nunnally and me, right? Yes. You know the current situation of Lelouch and Nunnally, right? Yes, I know. But you still insist on your choice. Yes. Then. Sir Jeremiah, I am now ordering his way Ibunitalia. Hearing this, Jeremiah was startled and immediately knelt on one knee waiting for Yang Hui's order. If he was asking for his opinion before, then now he was ordering him as a royal family member, and he had to listen. Jeremiah Godbald, immediately become my apprentice knight and join my knights. After 3 years, if you meet my requirements, you will become Nunnally's exclusive knight and guard Nunnally. Your Highness Yang Hui. Jeremiah looked up in surprise and looked at Yang Hui in disbelief. Hearing the first half, his heart was cold, because Yang Hui did not intend to fulfill his loyalty and forced him to be loyal to Yang Hui as a royal family member. But the second half was to fulfill him and make him Yang Hui's apprentice knight, just because Yang Hui thought that his ability was not enough to protect Lelouch and Nunnally. Your loyalty is worthy of recognition, but your ability does not match your loyalty. Follow me for the next 3 years and I will make you a qualified guardian. May I ask, Your Highness, why is it Her Highness Nunnally's knight, but not Her Highness Lelouch's knight? I have other arrangements for Lelouch. He is different from Nunnally. He has his own way to go. Then Your Highness Lelouch and Her Highness Nunnally are. I have made all the arrangements. Don't worry about their safety. I see. I am sorry, Your Highness Yang Hui. It doesn't matter. Go down first. Have a good rest these 2 days. When the imperial order is officially issued and everything is ready, it will be difficult for you to rest again. I will live up to Your Highness's expectations. Well, go down. Yes, Your Highness. After Jeremiah left, Yang Hui did not stay for long, but came to the study and began to formulate a plan for the formation of the knights, as well as a training plan for them. Jeremiah, Villetta, and Joan Luo only needed to follow the previous routine, and no specific arrangements were needed, but the others had to think carefully. They were all still children, including going to school, training, etc., and a detailed training plan was needed. Well, their situations are different, and they can't follow the route I set for them. They need to think carefully, but I don't know how that girl is doing. It seems that I haven't contacted her for a while. Will she be scolded? Thinking of this, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was at this time that Regita came back. Mr. Yang Hui, everything has been arranged. Well, you should also take a rest these 2 days. Wait. I'm afraid it won't work, Mr. Yang Hui. What's wrong? Yang Hui's eyes became fixed, and his temperament became heavy. Clovis sent an invitation letter, inviting you to attend the art exhibition this afternoon and the dinner tonight. Clovis? This guy? Thinking of his cheat brother, Yang Hui shook his head in frustration. Okay, I get it. Reply to him, I will be there on time. Chapter 701 Clovis and Euphemia. This guy is still so ostentatious. Looking at the magnificent decoration of the exhibition hall, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was too gorgeous and high profile, but lacked a bit of elegance. It was a bit too impetuous. Yang Hui. You are finally here. A purple dress, a white scarf tied at the collar, a white cloak fixed on the shoulders with the golden shoulder ornaments, and golden hair that was groomed and scattered behind the head. Clovis la Bunitalia, the third prince of the Holy Bunitalia Empire, was not very outstanding in political and military abilities, but he loved painting very much and was very talented. Clovis and Yang Hui had a very good relationship. The age difference between the two of them was only 2 months, which was the same age. Clovis admired Mariana very much and often liked to go to Lelouch to play chess, but he never won. At that time, Yang Hui also often went to Lelouch and Nunnally, and after a few visits, they became familiar with each other. Clovis is actually a very simple person. He is very kind to the people he likes, but he doesn't care much about the people he doesn't like. In the original plot, the reason why he went to District 11 to serve as the governor was actually to find Lelouch and Nunnally. But the biggest tragedy was that he found Lelouch, but died in his hands. Clovis came over, patted Yang Hui's shoulder affectionately, looked him up and down, and touched him. Pa. Yang Hui slapped Clovis's hand away with disdain and pushed him away. What are you doing? See if you are injured. You just came back from the battlefield in Africa. I'm worried that you are injured. If those damned low-class people hurt you, I must tell them what cruelty is. Clovis can be regarded as the backbone of the pure blood faction, but this is not because his character is so bad, but because he has been educated like this since he was a child, especially his mother, who is a firm supporter of the blood theory. However, with Yang Hui, there are changes. Clovis. Sorry, Yang Hui, I'm just worried about you. Clovis apologized awkwardly. He knew that Yang Hui was not a pure-blooded person and was very opposed to the bloodline theory. Do you think I am you? So easily hurt? Yang Hui laughed jokingly. What? Are you looking down on me? After all, I am your brother. Clovis shouted. Only 2 months older. Puha. The invisible heavy punch hit Clovis' body, knocking him back 2 steps. Also, the theme of this exhibition is tranquility. Is it appropriate for you to make the decoration so gorgeous? Puchy puchy, the sharp sword pierced Clovis's little heart, and he continued to step back a few steps, covering his chest that was in unbearable pain. Also, you should also face reality, right? Don't think that wearing purple clothes makes you look mature. Puha. Clovis fell like a defeated dog. Mo brother Yang Hui is really something, don't always bully brother Clovis. At this time, a cute girl with pink hair came over gracefully and helped Clovis up from the ground. Sure enough, this guy also invited you, Euphemia. Looking at the newcomer, Yang Hui smiled gently. Euphemia la Bunitaria, the third princess of the empire, Cornelia's most beloved but strict sister, has a good relationship with Yang Hui, and Lelouch, you guy. I shouldn't have sent you to Sakura country, but directly sent Germany to see an orthopedic doctor. That's natural. Clovis wiped the sweat off his forehead in a pretentious and elegant manner. There were still traces of pain on his stiff face, as if he had endured unbearable torture before. Euphia's artistic attainments are second only to me. I asked her to come and learn. Forget it. Yang Hui didn't give Clovis any face and continued to cause critical damage to him. Euphemia is the real art, and yours is at most self-intoxication. Puha. Clovis almost fell down again. Haha, alright, brother Yang Hui, brother Clovis, there are others here. Please pay attention to the etiquette of the royal family. Euphemia covered her mouth and chuckled. She always liked the scene where Clovis was proud, and then was hit by Yang Hui and couldn't stand up, and turned into a loser, because she knew that this was proof of their good relationship. In the palace, all princes and princesses were required to learn and maintain the etiquette and elegance that the royal family should have. It was this etiquette that made Euphemia feel that even the closest people would maintain a layer of estrangement when they met, which made people very dislike it. It was precisely the mutual banter between Yang Hui and Clovis that made Euphemia feel the real family affection. However, like it is like, but also pay attention to the occasion. After all, this is not at home, There are many nobles around who are invited to visit the exhibition. If you don't pay attention, it will inevitably be gossiped about and spread to the palace, and you will be taught a lesson again. Is there anything wrong?" Yang Hui's tone was very gentle, but he looked around at all the onlookers, but his eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. "No, no. The three princes have such a good relationship. The three princes have such a close relationship, it's really lucky for the empire." Sure enough, under the threat of Yang Hui's murderous aura, the nobles who had looked down on and despised this way of getting along immediately changed their words and began to flatter him, and were secretly shocked by Yang Hui's terror. "Look, there's nothing wrong, right?" Yang Hui spread his hands and touched Yu Fei's head and said. Well. Yu Fei lowered her head shyly. "Yang Hui, you." Clovis also put away his playful look and looked at Yang Hui with a serious expression. Euphemia was still young and didn't notice it, but Clovis noticed the change in Yang Hui, which was not at all the gentleness he had now. "When you go to the battlefield, there will be some changes after all," Yang Hui said to Clovis with a smile. "Really? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. I'll show you my new work. You'll definitely like it." Clovis didn't ask any more questions. He was just innocent, but not stupid. He knew that this kind of topic was not something he should ask in this kind of situation, and he didn't have to get to the bottom of it. It must be said that Charles d'Ibunataria's genes were still very good. Among so many princes and princesses, there were only one or two mediocre ones. Even the prince who looked mediocre and incompetent now, was he really so unbearable? "Let's go and see what you've drawn." Yang Hui smiled, holding Euphemia's hand and following behind Clovis. "What do you mean by stuff? That's my masterpiece." Clovis was furious. Yes, a masterpiece, so great. Cool. Yang Hui. "One day, my works will leave you speechless." "Okay, I'll wait, haha." Clovis took Yang Hui and Euphemia to visit the exhibition. Although Yang Hui said that these paintings were useless, it was just a joke. Although they were not masterpieces, they were still worthy of praise. After visiting, the three of them simply dealt with the guests and left the exhibition hall and came to the prepared lounge. With Clovis's status, even if he held an exhibition, the nobles who came did not need him to personally receive them. The reason why he was at the exhibition was just to receive Yang Hui and Euphemia. Those nobles were not qualified to be received by Clovis in person. "Euphy, I recently received a great violin. Can I ask someone to take you to see it?" When they arrived at the lounge, Clovis said to Euphemia. "Okay, royal brother Clovis." Although Euphemia was still young, she was also very smart. She saw that Clovis wanted to talk to Yang Hui alone, so she agreed. After Euphemia left with the butler, Clovis looked at Yang Hui. "You really made a big fuss this time. Since you're out, you should have fun." Yang Hui shrugged. "Haha, the news that caused a big earthquake in the aristocratic circle is just a joke in your heart. It's you, Yang Hui. You know it, don't you?" "Of course, but Princess Cornelia must be very troubled, right?" Brother Skniesel's expression at that time was also very interesting. "You know the character of the princess. No matter how troubled she is, she will follow the rules. As for the brother, What happened?" Hearing Yang Hui's sneer, Clovis's face turned dark. "He didn't do anything, it's just that his men weren't very obedient." Yang Hui poured himself a cup of black tea and took a sip. "A bomb was found on the returning plane. Among the people who greeted me, there were several people who felt murderous intent. If Bismarck and I weren't in the same car, there would probably be murderous intent in the car as well. Oh, and there was also the driver. How ridiculous. It's so outrageous." Clovis was furious. If it was arranged by Skniesel himself, he could only swallow his anger, but he couldn't tolerate his men acting on their own initiative. Not only was he on good terms with Yang Hui, but the dignity of the royal family was also violated. Clovis stood up and was about to leave in anger, but was stopped by Yang Hui. "Sit down." Clovis, who had just stood up, sat down again. Yang Hui continued, "What are you going to do? Go arrest someone? Or go directly to Skniesel? Will it work? Dare to do something to me secretly without asking. Will Skniesel leave any clues? But, okay, Clovis, although there has been some progress, you should still control your temper. But Yang Hui, if something unexpected happens, you will die. There won't be that one. But those people violated the dignity of the royal family, which is absolutely unforgivable. Don't worry, Clovis, From childhood to adulthood, have you ever seen me suffer? What arrangements do you have? What arrangements can I have? Haha. Clovis was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled bitterly, and understood the implication of Yang Hui. Is there anything I can help with? Concentrate on painting your painting, and conquer me with your masterpiece as soon as possible. Stop it, I'm talking to you seriously. Not serious enough. You've had enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 702 Brothers and Sisters Relationship. Clovis knew that Yang Hui had seen through what he wanted to say and was deliberately trying to change the subject, but after seeing the changes in Yang Hui and hearing about his recent experiences, he felt that he had to make changes as well. Africa has been conquered, and the cabinet meeting has decided to rename Africa to 10. I am going to ask my father to let me go to 10 to serve as the governor. You? Forget it. Do you think I can't do it? Clovis asked Yang Hui in a depressed mood. I know you have been secretly learning how to handle the government and manage the fiefdom, but that is ultimately a theory from books. You are not capable of that right now. It's not that I look down on you. Among all the princes and princesses, except Sneasel, none of them can do it, including Sister Cornelia, who can only fight wars, not manage. What about you? Me? Haha, forget it, I'm not interested. Not interested means you can do it. Guess. Can you be serious? Okay, I can. Yang Hui admitted it directly. He did not hide it from Clovis, but I'm not interested. For the time being, I'm not interested in being bound to one place. The world is so big, I want to go and see it. Clovis was stunned for a moment, his whole body cold, because he felt the cold-bloodedness and cruelty from Yang Hui's plain tone, and understood that the C in Yang Hui's mouth was by no means as simple as seeing it. I know I'm not qualified yet, but I don't want to stay in the palace anymore. I also want to go out and gain some experience. Clovis said firmly. Have you decided? I have. It will be very hard. The world outside is not as beautiful as you imagined. So the canary always wants to fly out of the cage to find freedom. Yang Hui stared at Clovis' face, trying to confirm his determination. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Facing Yang Hui's momentum, Clovis clenched his teeth, but tried hard not to dodge his gaze. After 2 or 3 minutes, Yang Hui retracted his momentum and picked up the black tea again. Let your mother go to ask him as soon as possible, preferably before Queen Cornelia leaves Africa. I will send someone to go with you. Listen to him and learn from him for 5 years. Can you do it? Yes. Then go. My people are absolutely reliable. You can trust them without reservation. As for your knights, go find them yourself. Although 10 was occupied by the Empire, it is still quite dangerous. It is still unstable after being conquered. The EU will definitely not sit idly by and watch Bunitaria completely control 10. There will be constant small moves, and the rebels will definitely appear frequently. It is very dangerous. If Clovis goes to 10 to serve as governor, he will die without knowing how. Yang Hui will definitely not ignore Clovis. He will secretly arrange people to help him, and openly arrange people to assist and teach him until he becomes a qualified ruler. But he will never interfere with Clovis's knights, because the knights of each prince and princess are their most trusted people, their confidants, and they must find, recruit, and conquer them themselves. I understand. I will definitely take care of the knights' affairs. Look forward to it. The serious matters were said, and Yang Hui returned to his casual and lazy attitude. Haha, you, what did you want from the reward of the emperor? 2 people under Sneasel. Well, if they are the subordinates of Emperor Sneasel, then it's not surprising. He has many talented people under his command, but it shouldn't be just that, right? The privilege of establishing a force that belongs to me personally. Are you crazy? Clovis stood up in fear. This is seizing power from the emperor. He can't possibly agree to it. He agreed. The old man agreed. How is this possible? What is he thinking? What is he planning? Clovis also found that this matter was not simple, and touched his chin to analyze. Don't think too much. Yang Hui interrupted Clovis's thinking. It's not so easy to guess what the old man is thinking, and there's no need for me to guess. Why? Aren't you afraid that this is a trap set by your father? What are you afraid of? Even if it's a trap, before it's launched, this privilege is real, and the power I have built is absolutely mine. As long as the power in my hands is enough, what's the trap? Yang Hui said calmly. That's true, but I just can't figure it out. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. It's a waste of brain cells. Yang Hui, I'm worried about you. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Damn it. Yang Hui, I want to fight you. I can't beat you. It's so embarrassing to say it out. Damn it. Duel. Let you have one hand. Get out. After the business was over, Clovis couldn't continue to be serious even if he wanted to, because Yang Hui didn't allow it. When the two brothers were in a mess, Euphemia, who had left, finally came back, but her expression was a little anxious and flustered. Royal brother Clovis, royal brother Yang Hui. What's wrong? Euphy, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you deal with him. Yang Hui asked jokingly. No, it's royal sister Guinevere who's here. Hearing this, the smiles on Yang Hui and Clovis' faces completely disappeared. They touched Euphemia's head and walked out. Let me do it. Yang Hui said. Yes. Clovis nodded, because he was taught since childhood that even if he didn't like it, he couldn't be tough in front of his brothers and sisters. Yang Hui didn't have so many concerns. Even if Sknizel, the most powerful man in the imperial capital, provoked him, he dared to fight back. The relationship between the visitor and them has always been not very good, and Euphemia's expression also proved that the other party came with bad intentions, so Clovis knew it would be better to let Yang Hui deal with it. The three of them walked forward together and returned to the exhibition hall. The elegant music had stopped. The guests who were walking around stopped and bowed their heads. There was no sound of discussion. Only in the center of the nobles, a tall woman in a purple dress looked at the painting in front of her and muttered to herself. You spent so much time, but there's only this little progress. Are you really a waste? You know you have no ability, but you only waste time on such things. It's really a shame for the royal family. The voice was not loud, but the quiet environment magnified the self-talking evaluation infinitely, allowing Clovis to hear it clearly and burn with anger. Just when Clovis was about to step forward to argue with the woman, Yang Hui pressed his shoulder and then walked forward himself. All great achievements are accumulated by little progress. I don't think you are qualified to insult Guinevere. Guinevere de Bunitalia, the first princess of the empire. Oh? I heard that you are back. It seems that you are really back. Guinevere turned around and looked at Yang Hui, her eyes full of disgust and disgust. Have I disappointed you? You are still so uneducated, Yang Hui. Education. Yang Hui pretended to be confused and tilted his head. So-called manners mean cursing people behind their backs? Is it to wantonly trample on the fruits of other people's hard work? Sorry, I really don't have this kind of manners, and I don't want to have it. You are so sharp-tongued. Is that how you talk to your sister? Want to be a sister? That requires qualifications, Guinevere. Not everyone is qualified to be your sister. Is your qualification just because of the blood flowing in your body? Don't think that you are qualified to be disrespectful just because you have made some military achievements outside. Yang Hui, don't forget your identity. My identity is decided by him, and you are not qualified to comment. You are so disrespectful to my father. I want. What? Tell tales? Go ahead. Yang Hui. I'm not here to argue with you. What a coincidence. I don't want to waste my time on you. Clovis, Yuffie and I haven't seen each other for a while. If you know what's good for you, leave by yourself and don't disturb us reminiscing about the past. Take it. Guinevere threw an envelope to Yang Hui like alms, which was an invitation. Oh? It's for the banquet of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yang Hui looked at the signature on it, which was the signature of Odysseus v. Bunitalia. He was the only one invited, and it seemed that the other party had been keeping an eye on his whereabouts. It's an honor, Yang Hui. A barbarian like you is also qualified to attend the banquet hosted by the Emperor. What a coincidence. I don't have time today. I promised Clovis. Let him change it to tomorrow. Yang Hui waved the invitation and rejected Guinevere without a care. What did you say? You actually refused. Why? You can't refuse even if you don't have time. Yang Hui pretended to be puzzled, A man should keep his promise. Since he promised Clovis, he naturally can't stand him up. You. Very good, I will tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince exactly what he said. Guinevere was angry but didn't dare to get angry, because she saw the playful smile on Yang Hui's face and realized that she had just lost her composure. If she continued, the face of the royal family would be completely lost. Okay, please, Guinevere, the premises, you really tell him. Yang Hui knew very well that Guinevere would never tell these words to Odysseus. He was a kind person by nature. If he heard Yang Hui say I don't have time today, I'll do it tomorrow, he would only laugh and postpone the time of the banquet to tomorrow. Moreover, this sudden banquet must have been Guinevere's work. She either hosted it herself or instigated Odysseus to host it. HMPH. By the way, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. Just as Guinevere and Yang Hui passed by each other, Yang Hui suddenly whispered to her, your hair accessories are really ugly, so ugly that I can't help but want to pull them off for you, so, change them. Yang Hui controlled the volume to ensure that people around him couldn't hear it, and only Guinevere could hear it. But the coldness and cruelty made Guinevere, who maintained her elegance and superiority, shudder, and she quickened her pace and left the exhibition. Chapter 703 The Arrival of Odysseus. That night, Clovis hosted a banquet, which was not large in scale. Although Clovis liked splendor and ostentation, Yang Hui would be low-key in such matters. All the people he invited were nobles with whom he had a good relationship, and even painters from commoner backgrounds. A banquet should be a feast for like-minded people. This was Clovis's original words, so the banquet he hosted was more like a gathering with good friends from commoner backgrounds to chat, rather than a standard banquet for nobles. It's just that, his mother hated Clovis's preference, so she never attended Clovis banquets, and she didn't like Clovis who was unambitious. But after today, she changed, because Clovis took the initiative to tell her that he wanted to go to 10, to be the governor, which made his mother, who had a strong desire for power, almost jump up in excitement. Alice, I made a mistake. Yang Hui leaned against the wall and watched a group of people talking freely, and couldn't help shaking his head. What's wrong? Clovis asked. As the host of the banquet, it was natural that all the guests should enjoy themselves. I shouldn't have agreed to your request. Haha, what? Do you regret rejecting brother Odysseus? Clovis teased, but it was just a joke. He knew very well that Yang Hui was not the kind of person who would curry favor with the powerful. No, I should go back to sleep instead of listening to you guys bragging and talking nonsense here. Yang Hui said with a sidelong glance at Clovis. The people Clovis invited, the commoner painters, boasted that Clovis's works were masterpieces that would be handed down from generation to generation, and most of the noble friends he made good friends with were playboys. If he wanted to seduce girls, he would naturally have to learn some art to show off. Haha, yes, this is really boring. Clovis's smile was a bitter smile, because he himself felt that such a banquet was boring, but he had to hold it. Since you have already decided, there is no need to pretend. Yang Hui patted Clovis on the shoulder. I'm not brother Odysseus, not brother Sneasel, not sister Cornelia, and certainly not you, Yang Hui. Brother Odysseus has status, brother Sneasel, sister Cornelia, and you have abilities, and he, only have a mother who wants her son to be successful. Okay, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll be leaving in 2 days, so study hard. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but Yang Hui, Lelouchinunally. Don't worry, I've arranged everything, nothing will happen. That's all, I can go on my journey with peace of mind. Pa. Yang Hui's face darkened when he heard that, and he slapped Clovis on the back of his head in annoyance. If you can't speak, go back and learn again. What do you mean by going on your journey? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Haha, slip of the tongue, but. At this point, Clovis glanced at the other people attending the banquet. Seeing that they were indifferent to what happened here, they were still happily chatting about their own topics. How many people are your people? Or, who is not your person? Not bad, you have improved. Yang Hui couldn't help but look up to Clovis. He actually found the problem with such a small detail. Thank you. Why are you saying this, brother? Yang Hui patted Clovis's shoulder. Clovis's banquet, the people who participated in the banquet, were all Yang Hui's people. Even those who did not come to the banquet and were good friends with Clovis were also Yang Hui's people. Of course, it was not to monitor Clovis, but to protect him. Even if he was mediocre, the identity of the prince would bring a lot of trouble. Clovis was a simple person, so Yang Hui arranged so many people around Clovis in advance. With one exception. So, Alicia. When this name was mentioned, Clovis's expression became bitter, his eyes were red, and contained tears. Coincidentally, Alicia is the only exception. Alicia, a common girl, does not have a particularly beautiful appearance, and even lost her legs. She is just a disabled person, but she is extremely gentle and kind. She accepts all the malice around her and returns all the kindness of others. She also likes to paint. She is talented and full of love. Each work contains her heart and her kind return to the world. Are you serious? Clovis grabbed Yang Hui's shoulders excitedly, his eyes full of desire. Really? Yang Hui nodded seriously. She is not mine. Your meeting with her was completely an accident. After you met, I sent someone to investigate her. She is a good girl and worthy of your love. That's great, Alicia, it's really great. Clovis was crying, but Yang Hui did not think it was shameful. Instead, he was happy for him, but soon, he turned around and was about to leave. Yang Hui grabbed him and asked, "Are you going to go find her?" "Yes, I have to go find her. I want to see her now." "Don't forget your identity, Clovis, and don't forget your mother." Yang Hui's reminder made Clovis feel lost like a deflated ball. "Yes, my identity, my mother. Yang Hui, I have never hated myself for being a prince as much as I do now. Be patient, and when you go to 10, I will send her to see you." "Really? Fake? Ha ha ha. You are really my good brother, Yang Hui. Thank you. Don't say such sensational words, it's disgusting. Get out." "Well, this is normal. Ha ha ha." After saying everything, the two brothers raised their glasses and clinked them, especially Clovis. He was relieved and relaxed. He didn't blame Yang Hui for creating a false world for him, because he knew that Yang Hui was doing it for his own good, and in the false world, there was still a reality, his love, his most precious emotion. He also knew that his mother must have known about his love and would never agree to it. How could a prince marry a disabled commoner? In order to cut off all of Clovis's fantasies, she would do anything. Alicia could be safe and they could meet often, and Yang Hui must be among them. Now, he had to learn from Yang Hui to walk out of his cage. The false world was broken, and what was waiting for him might be cruel and painful, but it was a real world. Since the guests were all fake, there was no need to continue the banquet. The fake guests said goodbye to Clovis and left. Only Yang Hui and Clovis were left in the huge banquet hall. "Okay, I'm going back to sleep too. I'll be busy in a few days." Yang Hui put down his wine glass and stretched, and was ready to say goodbye. "Wait, didn't we agree not to leave until we were drunk?" Clovis hurriedly grabbed Yang Hui. "Don't go home until you're drunk? With your alcohol tolerance? You have the nerve to say that after just one glass." Ahem. Clovis was choked, thinking of the memories he didn't want to recall for the rest of his life, and awkwardly retorted, "As long as it's not white wine, I can still fight with you." That time, they also agreed not to go home until they were drunk, but Yang Hui didn't follow the rules of martial arts and took out a bottle of white wine called Malte. It smelled very fragrant, but Clovis was too naive and mistook white wine for wine, so he drank a glass in one gulp, and then, in the first second, he was choked. In the fifth second, his face was ruddy, he was confused, and he was talking nonsense. In the eighth second, he fell to the ground and snored loudly. "Forget it, I don't want to be troubled by your mother. I was almost annoyed to death last time." "Wait. Don't leave. Your Highness Clovis, Your Highness Yang Hui." Just as the two were arguing, Clovis's butler suddenly ran in, looking panicked. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to disturb us?" Clovis asked the butler with an unhappy expression. "Your Highness Clovis, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince is here," the butler reported. "Brother Odysseus." Clovis frowned. "Alone?" Yang Hui asked the butler. "Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince is alone," the butler answered truthfully. He knew that Yang Hui and Clovis had a close relationship, so he would not hide it. Yang Hui touched his chin. It was getting late now. It was intriguing that Odysseus came alone, and uninvited. "Please come in, brother," Clovis decided. "Yes, Your Highness." "Or No, I'll come. Seriously. This is what I should bear, and I must bear it. Okay. Soon, The butler brought Odysseus to the banquet hall. Sure enough, he was alone, and even the accompanying guard stayed outside. "You won't be unwelcome, will you?" Odysseus joked gently. "Of course not, my brother, but the guests have left, and only Yang Hui and I are left to greet you. It's impolite." Clovis faced Odysseus with a smile and etiquette that the royal family should have. "Haha, it's okay. It's enough to have you here. To be honest, I prefer gatherings between brothers to boring banquets." "Really? That's impolite, my brother, please come this way." Since it is a gathering between brothers, it is not suitable for an empty banquet hall, but a separate lounge. "Yang Hui, welcome back, and congratulations on your achievements. Father has a high opinion of you." "Thank you, my achievements are nothing compared to those of my sister Cornelia," Yang Hui said modestly. "Haha, it seems that you are still so vigilant." Yang Hui shrugged, looking indifferent, but thinking about Odysseus' intentions in his heart. What's the purpose of directly telling him such a thing? Lower his vigilance? Want to cooperate? Or, by the way, Clovis, Cornelia doesn't want to be the governor of 10. She hopes to continue to lead the army to fight for the empire, so I recommended you at the cabinet meeting, Odysseus said slowly. Hearing this, Yang Hui was shocked, and Clovis was so shocked that he stood up. Chapter 704, Still the Cute Cecil. Yang Hui and Clovis were really shocked by Odysseus. Clovis is going to 10 was the final conclusion they reached after a private conversation in the afternoon. Odysseus could not have known about this. Although his actions coincided with the two of them, his purpose was intriguing. "My father has told the cabinet meeting about your affairs, Yang Hui. The cabinet members have some complaints about this, but my father's orders cannot be violated. You just need to pay attention to your small actions in private." Odysseus first looked at Yang Hui and told him the cabinet meeting's attitude towards him. The governor of 10 was originally intended to be handed over to Cornelia. After all, it was the territory she conquered, but Cornelia decisively refused and asked my father to transfer her to another place to continue the war. My father agreed, so the position of governor of 10 is temporarily vacant, and the cabinet members are arguing. Hearing this, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. How could he not argue? The imperial capital is the base camp, the place closest to the core of the empire, and the overseas territories are the basic base. Even if the core loses power, you can return to the basic base to preserve yourself and your family, and even wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. Everyone's recommendation is different, and there is no unified result, so I recommend you, Clovis. As the prince of the empire, it is time for you to fulfill your duties as a prince. Why me? Even if Sister Cornelia refuses, wouldn't Sister Guinevere be more suitable? Clovis asked Odysseus. Because of your relationship with Yang Hui. As he said, Odysseus smiled and glanced at Yang Hui. Everyone knows Guinevere's ability. She will be the most dazzling flower at the banquet in the imperial capital, but she can't manage a territory. Then my brother thinks highly of me. I can't manage a territory either. I only like painting, and I don't have much talent. Clovis spread his hands and said, his posture was somewhat similar to Yang Hui. But you have a good relationship with Yang Hui, don't you? Hearing this, Clovis restrained himself and stared at Odysseus. The meaning of this sentence was very deep. The most important point was that Odysseus knew that Yang Hui had secretly established a strong force, and Yang Hui would let this force help Clovis. With the help of this force, Clovis would not have any problems in the management of 10, nor would he encounter any danger. Go, Clovis, you enjoy the treatment of the royal family, so you naturally have to bear the responsibilities of the royal family. Okay. Clovis's expression was tangled. After a long time, he exhaled a foul breath and agreed to Odysseus's request dejectedly. Well, and Yang Hui, forget it, you never need to be reminded. Looking at Yang Hui, who was sitting aside without saying a word, Odysseus wanted to say something, but swallowed it back, thinking that it was unnecessary and Yang Hui would not listen. Just after a pot of black tea, Odysseus left. Clovis and Yang Hui remained silent, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Yang Hui, royal brother Odysseus is no simple man. Clovis slumped on the sofa and smiled bitterly. He told me openly that he wanted to use me to draw out the power in your hands, and I had no way to refuse. Is the person who can be the crown prince really that mediocre? Yang Hui smiled and shook his head. If he was really that mediocre, would Guinevere stand by him so firmly? And Skneasel would have driven him out of office long ago. Yet, it's hard to survive in the palace without some trump cards. Clovis smiled bitterly. Okay, since he is willing to go with the flow, just go ahead. Of course, we have already made the decision, so we can't back down. Don't you have my back? That's right, so just be away quietly. Yang Hui. Only one person can leave this room today. On the other side, Odysseus took a car back to the palace. Clovis and Yang Hui could never have imagined that Guinevere, who had confronted them in the afternoon, was in the same car with Odysseus. It seemed that she had been there when she came. When Odysseus met Clovis and Yang Hui, she had been waiting in the car. Moreover, they could never have imagined that after listening to what Odysseus had said, Guinevere was not angry, but smiled gently. Don't worry about him now, right? Yes, my brother. You've worked hard for so many years. Not hard, my brother. They can grow up safely and be able to stand on their own. It's all worth it. Do you think Yang Hui has seen through it? Of course he has. No one can hide from his eyes, my brother. Ha, that's a problem for him. He's been acting with us all the time. Yes, but it's because of his existence that we can be like this now, isn't it? That's right. As they spoke, Odysseus and Guinevere subconsciously glanced at the driver's seat and the escort vehicles in front and behind. A few days later, the imperial order came down, and Yang Hui officially took the privilege in his hands and had the power to form his own troops. Oh, it seems that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince has great ambitions. Lloyd, who just reported in yesterday, sighed, but his hands did not slow down. Why, Mr. Lloyd? Cecil, as an assistant, asked in confusion. His Highness the Fourth Prince is going to take the rosters of all the troops in the Empire, including the secret special forces and the knights under the dukes. Only the members of the Royal Knights are excluded. Is His Highness the Fourth Prince going to recruit people from the entire army? But, will those people come? Who knows? Maybe His Highness has his own ideas. You can only fool Cecil with this kind of nonsense, Lloyd. At this time, Lakshita suddenly came, making Lloyd smile bitterly. Lakshita did not come alone. Her sister Shanti followed her. She was small and cute, but her face was more mature than that of an adult. Miss Lakshita, Shanti, why are you here? Cecil was surprised. Lloyd and Lakshita are now in charge of different projects and have independent research laboratories. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them makes it difficult for them to meet, let alone take the initiative to find each other. My work here is completed, Lloyd, you lose again. Lakshita said as she threw a storage device to Lloyd. Lloyd immediately caught it, and his bitter smile became even more intense. You are still so persistent, Lakshita. Nonsense. If he hadn't provided me with a platform to defeat you, I would have left long ago. But I've also completed my side, Lakshita. This round should be a draw. Lloyd teased with a naughty smile on his face. Tisk, fox. But it's really surprising that our highness is so good at designing nightmare. I always feel that I am useless. Lakshita couldn't refute Lloyd on this point. At first, Lakshita and Lloyd thought that Yang Hui was going to let them each design a next-generation nightmare, and then compare who developed the more powerful body to decide the winner between the two. As a result, Yang Hui didn't need them to design the body individually. Instead, he gave them a design drawing and asked them to be in charge of different projects, and the final quality and speed of completion would determine the winner. When they saw the design drawings, Lakshita and Lloyd were shocked. Many of the designs could become epic-making works, even though they had never thought of them. But, if this machine is completed, the researchers' group of old pedants will definitely be restless, right? Lloyd happily played with a storage device in his hand and laughed jokingly. Isn't this nonsense? Those old people who think they are invincible will definitely be slapped in the face this time. Speaking of this, Lakshita also smiled. After all, she had been suppressed and discriminated against before. The basic task is completed, and the next thing is, Lakshita. Tisk, do you think I am so unreasonable? 13 new design drawings appeared on the screen, and each nightmare was full of sharpness. Lloyd and Lakshita stood side by side. They all knew that they had to cooperate this time to complete the amazing work given to them by Yang Hui. By the way, Miss Lakshita. At this time, Cecil finally remembered what Lakshita said to her when she just came in. Why did you say Mr. Lloyd was lying to me? Lakshita stared at Lloyd with dead fish eyes, asking him with her eyes, is this the assistant you chose? Lloyd covered his face in depression. and suddenly felt that his choice was wrong. Sister Cecil. Shanti pulled Cecil's sleeve expressionlessly. Shanti. Your Highness would not so blatantly select people from other troops, especially the existing special forces and the Knights of the Grand Dukes. They are all covert, because His Highness will not give others the opportunity to insert snags in his own troops. Huh? With His Highness style, he should have selected the members long ago. These are all actions to confuse others, and then His Highness takes the opportunity to take away the people he wants. Cecil was speechless, pointing at himself with his mouth slightly open, and then looked at Lloyd with tears in his eyes. Mr. Lloyd. Adhoha. Lloyd scratched his hair. I just think Cecil is so cute, I want to tease you. Mr. Lloyd. Sorry, I won't do it next time. Being stared at by Cecil angrily, Lloyd clasped his hands together to apologize. He knew his assistant. Cecil was a very gentle person, very caring, and very cute, but, if she was really angry, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die. PFFT ho, you also have a day like this, Lloyd. The greatest fun in Lakshida's life is to see Lloyd get humiliated. Chapter 705, The Self-Aware Witch. Shanti was right. The reason why he went to various departments to get the roster of all the troops was just to confuse others, because most of the people he was interested in were people who had real abilities but were excluded and suppressed in various departments for various reasons, just like Lakshida. If it was in the past, Yang Hui's request for someone would make others suspicious. After all, Yang Hui was once a waste in the eyes of everyone. It is normal for waste to gather together, isn't it? But now Yang Hui, who would foolishly think that the person he is interested in is also a waste? If there are people who really think so, then he must be a waste. Therefore, if others knew in advance that Yang Hui wanted these seemingly insignificant people, they would definitely pay attention to them and even use this to negotiate with Yang Hui. Now that his side was confused, Yang Hui directly found those people and took them away. After taking them away, he sent the transfer order to their original superiors, leaving them staring helplessly. But now, who is this? Is this really basic training? I'm still too sloppy. After completing the daily basic training, Villetta and Joan Luo lay in the puddle of water on the ground, which was made up of their sweat. Jeremiah on the side was better and was able to stand up, but the word exhaustion was written on his face and his whole body was soaked. There is a reason why His Highness is so powerful. Jeremiah said to the two on the ground. Yet, I'm beginning to doubt, is His Highness really a human? And Rini Rujita, she's just a maid, but she can do it easily. Villetta and Joan Luo looked at Yang Hui and Rini Rujita, who were relaxed and comfortable on the side, with mixed feelings. They were originally top students of the Royal Military Academy, and their grades were among the best, including physical fitness tests. Many men couldn't compare to them, which was enough to make them proud. But after leaving the academy, they realized that there are always people better than you. They had thought that they, who had just graduated from the academy, would definitely not be as good as the frontline combat troops, but they were confident that as long as they were given enough time, they would definitely surpass others and rank among the best again. But now, their confidence was shattered, and in front of Yang Hui, they didn't even have the courage to catch up. Okay, if you recover, stand up and walk quickly. If you lie down right after training, today's training will be wasted. Well, the two women recovered a little strength after lying on the ground for a minute, struggled to stand up, and walked slowly around the training ground. Not bad. Looking at the three people, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Regina Rujita nodded in agreement. Now their training volume was not based on the physical fitness of ordinary people. Even if the intensity had been reduced, it would be very difficult to stand up and walk, not to mention it. But the three of them gritted their teeth and insisted on completing it. Even Jeremiah did not show any signs of exhaustion, which was amazing. But Mr. Yang Hui, they can't keep up with this training intensity, otherwise their bodies will suffer irreversible damage. Regina Rujita reminded Yang Hui. I know, today is just a survey. Starting tomorrow, the basic training will be reduced in intensity. Understood. After the three walked around the training ground, they returned to Yang Hui. It's 11 o'clock now, you can go to eat, and the study and training of squat tactics will begin at 1 p.m. Yes, Your Highness. The three answered excitedly. Although they were tired, their eyes were full of light. Although the training was hard, they could feel their growth, especially the various new knowledge. For example, The squad tactics that Yang Hui taught them had never appeared before, and were better than the squad tactics used by the Empire now. There were also basic mechanical knowledge, wilderness survival skills, etc. that they thought were useless at the beginning. Your Highness, do you need me to notify others? Jeremiah bowed and asked. In fact, there were not only 3 of them participating in the training. Yang Hui's Knights Templar was already full, with 45 nightmares and more than 100 people from all departments combined. However, those people could not hold on and fainted after reaching their limit. They were then carried to the infirmary. Only Jeremiah and the other 2 persisted. Well, notify them. At the same time, tell the maintenance squad to prepare all the machines for training. Don't let them down. Yes, Your Highness. After the 3 of them left, Yang Hui and Rini Regida returned to their office. Rini Regida reported to him, Clovis has taken over the political power of 10 in its entirety. He has indeed handed over all government affairs to Bader in accordance with the agreement with you, and will learn humbly. I am still at ease with Clovis' words. When Clovis just took over power from Cornelia, he wanted to destroy 10's refugee concentration camp at the first time, and was severely scolded by Bader. It's normal. The influence from childhood cannot be changed overnight, but have the people on his mother's side been dealt with cleanly? They have all been dealt with. A bunch of stupid people. They haven't even got power yet, but they are already showing off. They are simply clowns. Just deal with it cleanly. Since Clovis wants to do it, let him do it well. Don't let those people infect Clovis with stupidity. Understood? Beep, beep. Just then, the phone in the office rang. It's me. Your Highness, Her Highness Cornelia is here to visit. Let her in. Yes, Your Highness. After a while, Cornelia came with Dalton and Gilbert, her right-hand men. I'm really flattered by the concern of the royal sister. She came to visit me right after leaving the palace. Put away your face, Yang Hui, it's disgusting. Cornelia didn't treat herself as an outsider. She sat directly on the sofa and scolded Yang Hui unhappily. Okay. Yang Hui spread his hands and put away his bad face. You're very quick. I've been eyeing some of the people you want to leave for a long time, but you got them. Cornelia complained. Don't blame me, sister. It's better to strike first. Tisk, if you hadn't returned to the capital before me, why would I have given you a chance? You'll have to ask him about that. Stop talking nonsense. Where's my compensation? What compensation? Yang Hui opened his mouth slightly and was stunned. Nonsense, you poached the person I liked, and you want to let it go without giving me some compensation. Cornelia had a sinister smile on her face. Ahem. Yang Hui was robbed of his mouthful of food, and said to Cornelia speechlessly, Can you blame me for this? Who made you hesitant? The quicker the hand, the more money you get. Don't you understand such a simple truth? I understand, but you still have to compensate me. Why? No reason. Royal sister, can we be reasonable? No. Why? Because I am a woman. Puff. Ahem. Such a delicate reason made Yang Hui refute that he couldn't, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why didn't you think of being a woman when you were fighting? Why didn't you think of being a woman when you humiliated those male nobles? Rini Regida, Gilbert and Dalton all tried hard to hold back their laughter, especially Gilbert and Dalton. They had never seen Cornelia's unreasonable side like a woman, and then they confronted Yang Hui to tears. So, where's my compensation? No. Isn't it just willfulness? Who said that is a woman's patent? Men can do it too. Oh? Is that so? What do you want to do? Seeing Cornelia's strange smile, Yang Hui's hair stood on end, and his survival instinct sounded the alarm. Nothing, it's just... I also asked my father for a privilege, and I'm in need of an excellent adjutant. I am ashamed that I am incompetent and unable to assist Her Highness Cornelia. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Dalton is indeed a loyal knight. At this time, he cooperated with Cornelia tacitly. Ahem, I think. You don't need to think. Cornelia stood up, walked to the desk and looked down at Yang Hui. I only need my feeling. Cornelia told Yang Hui with her actions that your sister is still your sister. Alright. Yang Hui would never let Cornelia be his adjutant, he still wanted some freedom. The 5th generation nightmare will be mass-produced and equipped in a month at the latest, and I will let your knights get the first batch. That's not enough. I'll let Lakshita and Lloyd help you modify it to achieve the performance of the 6th generation, Is that enough? Well, that's good, but... Royal sister, this is the only way. Yang Hui wanted to cry but had no tears. Who the hell knew that the iron-blooded female general on the battlefield would transform into a cunning witch in order to control her brother? I'm not going too far. Let my knights and your knights conduct all the training together. Whatever your people practice and learn, my people will practice and learn. That's it. That's it. You should have said it earlier. You quoted the price yourself, so you are not allowed to bargain. Cornelia didn't care about the next generation machine or the genius transformation. She could always get the machine after it was mass-produced, and she also had her own channels for the transformation of the machine. Only Yang Hui's training method was what she wanted the most. She would never believe that the knights that Yang Hui wanted to form was just an ordinary special force. If Yang Hui wanted to do it, he would definitely do his best. The knights he established would definitely match his own strength. The biggest difficulty was how Yang Hui could turn other people into strong people who matched his strength. Yang Hui was depressed and wanted to slap himself. Fortunately, he didn't say the biggest trump card in his plan, otherwise he would be really distressed. The basic training in the morning has ended. At 1 p.m., it is the study and training of squad tactics. Will your night start today or tomorrow? Yang Hui asked. Haha, Dalton, Gilbert. Report, the Rose Witch Knights have assembled outside the Nightmare Knights base and are ready to carry out missions at any time. Well, not bad. Cornelia nodded with satisfaction and looked at Yang Hui jokingly. Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes. You really know yourself. Chapter 706 The Restless Sakura Man. Time flies, and 2 years have passed quietly. During these 2 years, the Empire did not launch any wars. After conquering 10, it rested and recuperated, preparing for the next conquest plan. Cornelia and Yang Hui, who had been staying in the imperial capital for 2 years, received an order from the cabinet meeting and immediately led the troops to the Sakura country to carry out joint military exercises. Finally, I have a chance to move around. If I continue to stay in the imperial capital, my body will rust. On the warship, Cornelia couldn't wait to move around. Haha, you've been abused for a long time, and you want to take revenge on others. How hypocritical. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and complained bluntly. When it comes to this, Cornelia's good mood is gone, and her face is so dark that ink is about to drip out. In the past 2 years, not only the members of the Knights participated in Yang Hui's training, but even Cornelia herself joined in. Yang Hui advocates the principle of competition. Outside of training, people compete with each other. Cornelia likes to spar with Yang Hui, not to mention once a day, at least 5 times a week. But the result is obvious, Cornelia has never won. Tisk, don't be too proud, Yang Hui, one day I will beat you. This has become Cornelia's obsession. Originally, what she despised most was personal heroism, and her desire for personal strength was far less than the level of macro-strategic command. But who let Yang Hui trample on Cornelia's pride? In the past 2 years, they have sparred countless times, and Cornelia has never even touched Yang Hui's edge. Every time she was defeated, she couldn't stand it. In this regard, Yang Hui shrugged and didn't care. For him, it's better to kill time than to spar. Unless he is at the same level as Graham, sparring will not be difficult for Yang Hui, nor will it bring any improvement. Coincidentally, there is no pilot of Graham's level in this world. I can see it. Everyone looked through the glass of the aircraft carrier bridge, and the welcoming stage of Sakura country has entered the side of the naked eye. Haha, the little devils are getting more and more restless. Yang Hui sneered. Who let them control 70% of the world's Sakura stone resources? Cornelia also sneered. The Sakura country thought that it could trample on the heads of the world's superpowers by controlling 70% of the Sakura stone resources. That was really too much? Even if they vigorously develop their military strength, so what? Even if they become an economic power, so what? The iron hoof of the empire will crush the false strength, and it will be done in the blink of an eye. By then, everything the little devils have will belong to the empire. Royal sister, there is a problem with the opponent's formation. They are not friendly. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Yang Hui saw at a glance the formation of the Sakura country's welcoming fleet. It was not a welcoming formation or a guarding formation, but an offensive formation. Even the 2 wing fleets were quietly surrounding them. Wow. Interesting, this is an encirclement formation for annihilation operations. The most interesting thing is that they didn't even hang the national flag. Yang Hui laughed. The fleet responsible for welcoming the foreign fleet in the joint military exercise didn't even have a national flag. Coupled with the opponent's formation, what it meant was self-evident. Humph, overestimating one's own capabilities, it's time to let them see the power of the Empire. Cornelia said in a cold tone, and issued an order. The fleet is deployed, and the members of the Knights are equipped with C-type equipment to attack. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing this, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. Cornelia had been silent for 2 years, and the iron-blooded female general came out again. Although he became a supporting role, the supporting role must also play his part well. As he stood up, he asked Rini Rujeta beside him, "Is the machine ready?" "Ready." "Then let's go." "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at his own special machine, Yang Hui raised his lips. "Although it is far inferior to the Dawn, you should be able to fight side by side with me for a while, right?" Athena. The smooth body, unlike Glasgow, is equipped with decorative wings, for future modification, a head wearing a golden helmet, and the sharp corners on both sides are high-performance antennas. The body is mainly white, and the angular armor outlines the golden group. 2 sharp high-frequency vibration particle swords are mounted on the waist. The golden armor on the arm can be unfolded to form an energy shield, which can be extended when attacking and used as an energy blade. In each hand, he holds a Varus variable ammunition anti-blaster, and on both sides of the sapphire on the chest are rotatable flying swallow claws. Yang Hui's special machine, Z00 Athena, the 6th-generation Nightmare, is a machine made by combining the technological crystallization of the entire Empire. There is more than one special machine like Athena in this hangar. There are 4 standing on both sides of Athena. One has a long tail like a shoe, and the tip of the tail shines with cold light. One looks like a quiet girl, with a slender body and a nozzle on the back showing the word speed. One has 2 sharp horns on its head and a mighty hammer in its hands. The last one holds a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, and the 2 high-frequency vibration scimitars on the back are like a pair of ram horns. Z01 Allies, Z02 Dorothy, Z06 Berg, and Z08 Scorpion are the special machines prepared by Yang Hui for Jeremiah, Vireta, Jun Luo, and Rini Rujeta. The machines around the 4 special machines are all composed of the improved version of the 5th-generation Nightmare Sunderland, and the Night Special Machine Gloucester, whose performance is infinitely close to the 6th-generation Nightmare. Compared with the simple armor of Glasgow, Gloucester's armor is obviously thicker, just like the armor of the Knight. The traditional sensor on the head is also cancelled, and replaced with a new built-in detection system. The weapons are still using standard equipment, a night gun, a submachine gun, flying swallow claws, armor retractable blades and installed machine guns, all of which have been redesigned and upgraded by Yang Hui. In addition, the C-type equipment in Cornelia's order is also what all the machines are replacing now. The huge pedals on the feet are used for floating movement on the water surface. The pulleys at the heel position are removed and auxiliary propulsion nozzles are installed. Jeremiah, Vireta, Joan. Your Highness. X3 After training for so long, the first mission is here. Are you excited? Yes, Your Highness. X3 Are you excited? Of course they are excited. After 2 years of hard training, learning all kinds of knowledge, and trying their best to become stronger, isn't it just waiting for this moment? Moreover, they have no achievements, but they can take over the special machine that only the Knights of the Round Table can have from Yang Hui. What an honor it is. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time, to show their training results and shine in front of everyone. Good answer. Order, all members of the Nightmare Knights, do not fire a single shot, and capture the Sakura country fleet. Yes, Your Highness. X3 This order is difficult for them. After all, annihilating the enemy and capturing the opponent alive are 2 different things, and they are not allowed to shoot, which is an additional restriction. But they are not afraid, but more and more excited. The Nightmare Knights are Yang Hui's knights alone. Even the Emperor cannot give them orders. They are the most special existence in the entire Empire. Special, but also attracts criticism. In the past 2 years without war, the entire Knight group is under heavy pressure. Now, it's time for their debut. The more difficult the task, the better they can prove their ability, prove that Yang Hui's vision was right, and prove that they are qualified to be the only special one. The hatch opened, and the sunlight entered the hangar. Athena was the first to leave the fixed frame and stepped on a pair of thin surfboards. Behind it was a knight with eyes emitting eerie green light. The Nightmare Knights, attack! The commander of the Sakura Kingdom greeted the fleet. Looking at the approaching Brutalia fleet, the commander of the Sakura Kingdom smiled sinisterly. The arrogant and conceited Brutalians were not prepared at all. It's a pity that we have to let you down. What the colonel said is right. The Brutalians have always looked down on us. This time, we must teach them a lesson. Yes, that's right. It's all thanks to the colonel's teaching. Order, the fleet will deploy slowly. Wait until they enter our encirclement, and then report. The Brunidal fleet has stopped advancing. Stopped advancing. The commander of the Sakura country frowned. The encirclement would be completed soon, but the other side stopped advancing. He couldn't help but worry that his intentions were exposed. Colonel, don't worry. It must be a routine communication. Yes, it's possible, then. Report. The Brunidal fleet released multiple small units, for comparison. It's a nightmare. Nightmare? How could it be a nightmare? Isn't that a land combat weapon? The commander was shocked. It's definitely a nightmares. They're so fast. What? Everyone in Sakura was stunned. Even with the naked eye, they could see that on the sea, dozens of nightmares were moving at high speed like people standing on surfboards, leaving long trails on the sea. How could this be? Damn Brunitalia. Deploy all fleets, sink them. Hey. The original purpose of the Sakura fleet was to destroy the entire Brunitalia fleet on the high seas. They were very confident this time. In order to prevent the Brunitalia Empire from finding evidence that they did it, they did not hang the national flag, the soldiers did not wear standard uniforms, and even gathered a large number of hackers at the land command post to attack the Brunitalia Empire's satellites. At that time, they only needed to blame pirates, terrorists, etc., because the other party would not be able to find any evidence anyway. This would not only show the Sakura's powerful military force, but also shake the Brunitalia Empire's status as a powerful country. If it can't even beat pirates or terrorists, what kind of powerful country is it? So, no matter why the Brunidal fleet sent out the nightmares, they only needed to attack and kill all the Brunitalians here. But at this distance, with the speed of the newly upgraded nightmares, before the battleship's guns could even turn to the right direction, the nightmares were already in their faces, with the dark muzzles against the windows of the bridge. Surrender, or die. Chapter 707, The Fat Meat I've been eyeing for a long time. What are you going to do? We are, the second fleet of Sakura country. We are responsible for welcoming you. Are you doing this, to declare war on our country? The dark muzzle of the gun against the bridge frightened the commander so much that his legs trembled and he even stuttered. Sakura country's fleet? Really? Yes. Since it is Sakura country's fleet, why don't you hang the national flag? Why don't the crew members wear military uniforms? And even deployed an attack formation? That's because, the Empire is not so easy to deceive. Pirates, as a world power, it is obliged to eliminate terrorists who endanger world peace. As soon as the voice fell, the people of Sakura country saw the dark muzzle of the gun shining with green light, full of the breath of destruction. No. We are not pirates. We are regular troops. Still want to quibble? Forget it, go to hell and lie to Satan. Stop it. The commander was so scared that he peed his pants, but his plea for mercy was answered, and the light from the muzzle began to weaken and move away from their faces. Hell, you're lucky to be alive. Yang Hui sneered, according to the order of the royal sister Cornelia, since this is the territorial waters of the Sakura country, even if you are pirates, we have no right to eliminate you by force. Disarm all your weapons, accept our military custody, and then hand you over to the Sakura country officials. You can't do this. We are the Sakura country officials. We are not pirates. If the threat of death made them wet their pants, the current threat is to make them fall into the abyss. They are indeed an official fleet, but their actions are black operations and must not be exposed. Once exposed, the Sakura country's plan to sneak attack the Brunitalia Empire fleet will be exposed, giving the Brunitalia Empire an excuse to declare war, and at the same time, its international status and reputation will fall to the bottom. The Sakura country officials will definitely not tolerate such a thing happening, so the solution is to publicly admit that they are pirates and throw them out as scapegoats. In this way, although the international status and reputation will also be affected by the existence of pirates in the country, it is much better than the former. But the abandoned fleet will never be able to clear their name. They were originally regular soldiers and will be executed with a stigma of pirates, and they will have to answer to the Bunodal Empire. This is the last warning. Disarm all your weapons and wait for our army to take over. Otherwise, our army will regard your continued resistance as a major threat and eliminate you by force. No. No, no, no. We surrender. We listen to your arrangements. They didn't know what it felt like to wait for death, but now, they didn't want to die immediately, and finally chose to surrender. The Bunodal Empire didn't give them a third choice. Tisk, boring, not even resisting. Another light-hearted remark came from the public communication channel, scaring the Sakura country's legs to shake again. Just when they were glad that they didn't have to die immediately, their hearts were immediately lifted. But seeing that the nightmare who threatened them had put away his gun and turned around, with his back to them, the flame of anger was burning in his chest. It was obvious that the previous words and the current posture were deliberately mocking them. Colonel. Let's do it. The passionate young man couldn't help it, so he asked the commander. Even if he died gloriously, it was better than to suffer this kind of humiliation. Wait for Bunodal to take over. The commander was also angry, but he no longer had the courage to attack. His fleet was captured by the opponent's nightmare troops without firing a single shot. And in terms of quantity, a warship has 1 or 2 nightmares. How many nightmares are there? Look at the size of the fleet of the Bunodal Empire on the opposite side. Can it only carry this number of nightmares? Of course, that is impossible. If they suddenly attack, they can destroy the nightmares in front of them, but what about the main force that is approaching? How should they deal with it? Moreover, what appeared in front of them was not the 4th-generation Nightmare Glasgow they were familiar with. Just by using the naked eye, you can see that the nightmare of the Bunodal Empire has been upgraded, and there is also a magical water movement technology. All of this made him terrified and he had no courage to attack. Colonel. Shut up. If you want to die, I can grant you that. Don't drag me down. The desperate commander directly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the young man's head. The cold touch of the dark muzzle quickly cooled the young man's blood and made him sweat. What they didn't know was that everything that happened just now did not escape Yang Hui's eyes. Sitting in the cockpit, Yang Hui smiled coldly and felt disappointed. He was looking forward to the other party's persistence in blood, so that he could legitimately destroy the entire fleet and even declare war on the Sakura Kingdom. Imperial sister. What's the matter? Be careful when boarding the ship. There are many passionate young people among the Japanese devils. Got it. Yang Hui's reminder was not without reason. The Bushido believed in by the Sakura Kingdom still has something. Some young people who have not experienced the beatings of society are unwilling to be captured without resistance. When they are passionate, they will not care about the orders of their superiors. Although it is definitely a small number of people, it is not a good deal for these small numbers of people to bring losses to the Empire's army. As expected, the Empire's army encountered resistance when it began to take over the fleet. If it weren't for Yang Hui's reminder at the beginning, the sudden sneak attack could really cause the Empire's army to suffer losses. After taking over the fleet of Sakura country without any danger, the fleet of the Bunodal Empire slowly sailed towards the imperial concession of Sakura Island with a fleet. Do you think this excuse is suitable for declaring war? Cornelia asked Yang Hui. Haha, this is a joke, sister. Yang Hui was amused by Cornelia. When did the Empire declare war on foreign countries? When did it use excuses? Haha, that's right, but this time we are going to be disappointed. Cornelia smiled self-deprecatingly. The Empire did not use excuses when it went to war abroad. All foreign wars were launched directly without declaration. But this time, she felt that the Empire would not declare war on Sakura country, because Sakura country's international status is very special now. It is just a weak country, but it has attracted the collective attention of the world's powers, because this country controls 70% of the world's Sakura stone resources. The world's powers covet the Sakura stones of the Sakura country and dream of swallowing this country in one gulp. They don't want other countries to get this country. So if the Empire wants to take action, if it cannot win a decisive battle in a short period of time and take down the Sakura country in a lightning speed, the pressure from other powers will come to the Empire, and they may even unite against the enemy and attack the Empire together, which is something the Empire does not want to see. It's a matter of time. Yang Hui shrugged. The people above have been eyeing this piece of fat for a long time, and they can't help it. It seems that you have other tasks. Cornelia asked Yang Hui with interest. The cabinet's secret order is that my knights and I will stay in the concession after the joint military exercise. Ha ha ha, the little devils are unlucky. Cornelia laughed happily. The gap between Yang Hui's knights and the strongest knights in the empire is only the actual combat experience. She trained with them and knew the combat effectiveness of this knight group. With only a few combat experiences, they can become the strongest knight group in the empire. The Knights of the Round Table are indeed powerful, but instead of being called a knight group, they are better called 12 powerful knights. The Knights of the Round Table have always fought on their own and have never fought together. The relationship between them is not very good. Even if they are powerful, they can only end up in the northwest under the siege of the tacit and powerful elite team. Not to mention Yang Hui, this monster. Cornelia has also sparred with the first knight of the Round Table, Bismarck, and she doesn't think Bismarck is Yang Hui's opponent. Therefore, the cabinet meeting left Yang Hui and his knights in Sakura country. The purpose is self-evident, but it's just that those old guys would never dream that all the arrangements were made for you. Cornelia said. Yang Hui spread his hands and did not deny it. Yang Hui did not like Sakura country and wanted to lead the team to destroy it personally, but the country's cherry stone resources were still very important, at least before he successfully replicated the Ahab reactor in this world. The most important point is that Lelouch and Nunnally are also in this country. He doesn't want Lelouch and Nunnally to go on the original path, so he wants to conquer this country and make the name of Lelouch Lamperouge no longer appear, so that he can live openly as Lelouch v Bunitaria. By the way, intelligence shows that the immortal witch is currently in this country. It will be easier to find her if we conquer it. So, what happens after we conquer it? Yang Hui's purpose of asking for privileges from Charles di Bunitalia was to get out of his control. Now that he has the privileges, he is not completely out of control, because the Knight's headquarters is still in the imperial capital, still under his nose. Yang Hui conquered this country, and he is also the most likely to become the owner of this territory. Although the size is not large, Yang Hui's forces have long been spread all over the world. The Knights only need elites, as for large-scale ordinary troops. Yang Hui believes that Cornelia and Clovis will not refuse him when he needs them, especially after revealing the plan of Charles di Bunitalia and Mariana. I just don't know if I can meet Lelouch and Nunnally this time, Cornelia said worriedly. Cornelia has always been concerned about this poor brother and sister. Of course, they are currently studying at the elementary school of Ashford Academy and live in the Ashford family on weekdays. That's good, the Ashford family is still very reliable. Let's go see them together when the time comes. Of course, I hope that Lelouch will take good care of Nunnally, otherwise, hee. Hiss. Chapter 708 Brothers and Sisters Becoming Invisible. At the port of the concession, officials of Bunitaria welcomed Cornelia and Yang Hui with the highest level of etiquette. They never dreamed that they, who thought they were just exiled to this tiny country, would one day be able to welcome two powerful princes and princesses at the same time. Among the current princes and princesses, the one with the highest status is the Crown Prince Odysseus v Bunitaria, and no one can question this. The second is Sneasel e Bunitaria, because he is the Chancellor of the Empire, has always been at the core of the Empire, has outstanding abilities, and is deep in his scheming. Next are Cornelia and Yang Hui. Cornelia always controls the Empire's army, and has made great military achievements. Although Yang Hui was once called the nanny prince and looked down upon, after his glorious deeds in Africa spread, no one looked down on him anymore. Moreover, he is now the only person who has actually taken away some power from Charles di Bunitaria. Even if it is only a little bit, it is unprecedented. This has to make others wonder whether the Emperor's favor is to support Yang Hui, and to support him to become the Emperor in the future. In addition, Guinevere, who has always been a royal socialite, has always been famous, but it is only a reputation and has no real power. There is also Clovis, a rising star. Although being sent abroad means demotion, he is also a prince who owns his own territory and should not be underestimated. After that, there were no princes and princesses worthy of attention from the foreign officials. When Lelouch and Nunnally arrived in Sakura country, the highest person in charge of the concession did not show up. He just arranged for his secretary to greet them and then sent them to Ashford's house without asking any more questions. So this time when Cornelia and Yang Hui arrived at the same time, the person in charge of the concession did not dare to neglect them and wanted to pull all the people in the concession to greet them. As the flagship aircraft carrier docked, Cornelia and Yang Hui walked down surrounded by their respective knights. Yang Hui and his knights lined up behind Cornelia and her knights, which also recognized Cornelia's dominant position in this trip. Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui, welcome to the Sakura concession. I have arranged a welcoming banquet for you two. Let's not talk about this for now. Cornelia hated this the most. No matter what the matter was, she would hold a banquet first and then talk about business after the banquet. We were intercepted by pirates near the territorial waters of the Sakura country. Pirates. These damn Sakura people actually allowed the pirates to block our fleet. They deserve to die. The anger on the face of the person in charge was as if the Sakura people had a hatred for him to kill his entire family, but in the eyes of Cornelia and Yang Hui, it was funny. Your Highnesses, please rest assured. Regarding the fact that your Highnesses were frightened, I will issue a protest statement to the Sakura government and ask them to give you a satisfactory answer. Puff. Yang Hui almost couldn't help laughing. Frightened? You can even think of such a weird flattery? Don't you think about who is standing in front of you? No need. Cornelia also tried to hold back her laughter, but the person in charge's eyes were full of coldness. Her first impression was that he was a flatterer with a slick tongue and was useless. Our army has captured the pirates, but according to international law, we captured the pirates in the territorial waters of another country, so we have no right to deal with them. Contact the Sakura government and ask them to send someone to receive them. Captured? As expected of Her Highness Cornelia. You are really. Enough, no more nonsense, go do what you should do. Cornelia interrupted the person in charge's flattery. 1 or 2 sentences could be regarded as a clown performance, but hearing too much would make people feel disgusted. Yes, Your Highness. The person in charge was sweating profusely, frightened by Cornelia's momentum. He didn't expect that his flattery would hit the horse's leg. He had to follow Cornelia's order and immediately found the person in charge of diplomacy to deal with this matter. He couldn't leave now. Cornelia and Yang Hui had not been received yet, and the fleet had not been settled. But he immediately regretted it and wished he could do it himself. By the way, where are Lelouch and Nunnally? Why didn't they come to greet us? Cornelia asked coldly. Logically speaking, with the arrival of the royal sister and brother, Lelouch and Nunnally, who are also princes and princesses, should be the leaders of the welcoming team. There are no people with a more noble status than them in the entire concession. That? The person in charge was sweating profusely. He had completely forgotten the existence of Lelouch and Nunnally. His greatest wish was to make friends with Cornelia and Yang Hui, find an opportunity to return to the mainland of the empire, and return to the core circle of the empire, instead of staying in the concession of this tiny country as an insignificant person in charge for the rest of his life. He was not on the mainland of the empire for many years, so he didn't know much about the situation of the royal family. He just took it for granted that the 2 princes would not care about Lelouch and Nunnally, who were abandoned by the empire, and would even hate Lelouch and Nunnally, so he didn't come to greet them at the same time. What's wrong? Not only Cornelia, but even Yang Hui's face turned ugly. He had always known about Lelouch and Nunnally's situation. Although they had no worries about food and clothing and had not encountered any danger, they had indeed become invisible people. But he wanted to curry favor with them, but he didn't know anything about them and only flattered them. This made Yang Hui want to kill him directly. No, nothing. Lord Lelouch and Lord Nunnally are both fine. They should be studying in the elementary school of Ashford Academy. Should. Cornelia raised her eyebrows, scaring the person in charge so much that he almost knelt down. The princes and princesses of the empire have left their homeland and lived in foreign countries for the sake of the empire, bearing the heavy burden of being a symbol of friendship. As the person in charge of the concession in this country, you don't even know their living conditions. Where do you put the dignity of the empire? Where do you put the dignity of the royal family? Mercy, mercy. Lord Cornelia, I was just negligent for a moment. Because of the arrival of the 2 princes, I have been busy with the reception matters, so any reason is an excuse. Since they were here to welcome us, why weren't my brothers and sisters there? I will report this matter truthfully to the cabinet meeting. You just wait for the trial of the empire. Even though Cornelia was a powerful general, she did not have the power to arbitrarily deal with the highest person in charge of the concession. Therefore, she could not dismiss or arrest him immediately. She had to report it to the cabinet meeting for the final decision. But even so, The fate of the person in charge is the difference between early death and late death. Cornelia's speech still has a great influence on the cabinet meeting. However, Cornelia can't do it, but Yang Hui can. He only needs to accuse him of some crimes and then produce evidence to directly arrest him. No need, sister, just order the military police to arrest him. Yang Hui said. Huh? What do you mean? Cornelia frowned and looked at Yang Hui. No. Your Highness Yang Hui. Even you can't do this. The person in charge shouted. The stay or departure of the highest person in charge of the concession must be decided by the Imperial Cabinet meeting. Even if you are a prince, you have no right to interfere. I really have no right to interfere. Yang Hui sneered. There are many ways to deal with such people. I really don't have the right to remove you from your position directly, but, when the royal family arrives at any concession, they are automatically given the power of supervision. In other words, I have the power to supervise whether you abide by the rules or violate the rules. You committed treason, right? This is impossible. I am a noble aristocrat of the Holy Bunodal Empire. How could I commit treason? Your Highness, you can't slander me. Really? Then can you tell me what the secret deal between you and Chisen is? What Chisen? I don't even know him. Hearing Chisen's name, the person in charge trembled all over, but soon forced himself to calm down and denied it. You don't know him? That's very strange. Yang Hui pretended to be confused, but the disdain on his lips never disappeared. As the highest person in charge of the Sakura country concession, you don't even know the most famous general of the young Sakura country. Is this a work error? So what? As a noble of the empire, there is nothing wrong with me not knowing the general of this tiny country. Anyway, if he didn't know him, it would be a dereliction of duty at most. He didn't dare to admit the crime of treason. Really? Regita. Your Highness, the intelligence personnel reported that at 10 o'clock 5 days ago, he accepted Akamatsu's invitation to go to Tokyo for a banquet. The location is. Regita told the intelligence in front of everyone, in great detail, even what dishes he ate that night, how much he ate, how much wine he drank, and which girls he found were all clearly stated. How is it possible? The person in charge knew that he was finished. Although he had not seen any substantial evidence, it was so clear and all true. There must be substantial evidence, so he couldn't quibble. Cornelia took a look at Yang Hui and realized that it was all true. She asked the military police to arrest him immediately and put him in custody pending interrogation. As for his work, it would be temporarily handed over to the deputy. Your Highnesses, do you need me to ask His Highness Lelouch and His Highness Nunnally? The deputy was also very scared at this time, afraid of following the old path of his superiors, but he also knew how to read people's expressions. Wasn't all this happening because they ignored the existence of Lelouch and Nunnally? Where are they? Cornelia asked. It has been confirmed that the two Highnesses are in school. Well, then go to Ashford College and notify them in advance. Everything in the college will remain the same. No reception ceremony needs to be arranged, especially the courses in the elementary school, which cannot be affected in any way. Cornelia thought of something and looked at Yang Hui. She found that Yang Hui's expression was exactly the same as hers, a little bit bad and a little expectant. Yes, Your Highness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 709 Parents Visit Day. When Cornelia and Yang Hui arrived at Ashford Academy, the dean and all the school directors stood at the gate to greet them, with excited expressions on their faces. If Cornelia hadn't told them in advance that they were not allowed to have a big scene and were not allowed to affect the normal order of classes, I'm afraid the whole academy would have to suspend classes and hold a big celebration ceremony. Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui, welcome to visit. You're welcome, Lord Ashford. Cornelia's attitude towards the Ashford family was still very good. First, they really took good care of Lelouch and Nunnally. Second, the Ashford family has been committed to the field of education for generations and has cultivated a lot of talents for the empire. Unlike the nobles in the imperial capital who like to flatter, they concentrate on doing their own things and are reliable in doing things. You two Highnesses, you came here to see the learning situation of Lord Lelouch and Lord Nunnally, right? Lord Lelouch is now in the 6th grade of elementary school and is taking a physical education class on the playground, while Lord Nunley is in the 2nd grade and is taking a history class in the classroom. Please follow me, lords. This is also the 3rd reason, being perceptive and having high emotional intelligence, knowing what you should and shouldn't do. Well, but Sir Ashford can just take us on a tour, and the others can go away. So many people will affect the order of the campus, Cornelia said to everyone. Hearing this, the school directors and school leaders were a little disappointed, and looked at the Dean of Ashford with envy. Who doesn't want to have more contact with the 2 popular royal families? But jealousy? Really not. The reason why Ashford College has been able to stand firm for so many years is that on the one hand, it has the strong support of the empire, and on the other hand, there is a harmonious relationship between the various families. The Ashford family, as the dean of the college for generations, has maintained a good relationship with each other and actively chose to give in to some interests. This is also the so-called only because he does not contend. No one in the world can contend with him. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone else left, and the officials of the concession also left and returned to their own jobs, leaving only the temporary person in charge and his secretary to follow. This kid, why is he still so green? The group came to the playground and saw Lelouch being abused while playing football. Yang Hui touched his chin with interest, with a very bad smile on his face. Well, Lelouch's physical fitness really needs to be improved. Cornelia also teased, having a good brain doesn't mean he can give up exercise. Doesn't he always say that? The ones who charge forward are the chess pieces, and he wants to be the king who commands behind the scenes. Huh? He said that before. Cornelia's expression was mixed with a bit of danger. She liked to lead by example, and leading the charge was normal. Lelouch meant that she was also a chess piece? So, sister, you know, hey. Just at this time, the football match in the physical education class ended. The team led by Lelouch was defeated by a large score, which made Lelouch's silver teeth almost broken. Ahoo, we lost again. Lelouch's classmate and good friend Lavar called him and comforted Lelouch until Lelouch was unwilling to accept it again. Isn't it because of you? Lelouch complained unhappily. If you hadn't been unable to keep up with my strategy, we would have won long ago. This, that? Lavar was embarrassed. He was a sincere and simple person with a warm and cheerful personality. He didn't care about Lelouch's complaints. Forget it, it was also my negligence. I didn't consider how to fill this loophole of yours. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. What's wrong with you? Lelouch also knew that he shouldn't blame his teammates. He was just arrogant, so he planned to ease it, but before he finished speaking, he saw Lavar staring at his back in amazement, and found that the whole playground had become quiet. What happened to you? Her Highness Cornelia and Her Highness Yang Hui. Laval pointed at Lelouch's back and shouted excitedly. Ah! Lelouch froze, and turned his head abruptly, and saw Cornelia and Yang Hui had already walked over, looking at him with a very meaningful smile. Cornelia. Yang Hui. Why are you here? Lelouch waited until the two walked in front of him before he spoke. He didn't even notice that his voice was choking, and his eyes were already red. The Empire is going to conduct a joint military exercise with the Sakura country, and they stopped by to see you and Nunnally. By the way, you should call me the Imperial Sister, right? Cornelia teased. Humph. When he heard that they were just stopping by to see him and Nunnally, the proud Lelouch's heart was instantly touched and he turned his head away without looking at them. Haha, you little brat, you really haven't made any progress at all. Yang Hui happily rubbed Lelouch's head, not caring that he called him by his name. The current Lelouch is not the grown-up version of himself. Although his emotional intelligence has always been online, he has always been suppressed by his tsundere. Don't joke. Lelouch slapped Yang Hui's hand away arrogantly. I'm not the same person I used to be. Yo. Yang Hui pretended to be surprised and took a step back, with an exaggerated expression. It's incredible, Lelouch has grown up. Sister. Look, this kid said he has grown up. PFFT. Even Cornelia couldn't hold back her seriousness and majesty at this moment, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Yang Hui. Haha, my sister and I saw your wonderful performance the whole time. Yang Hui had a playful smile on his face, which made Lelouch's little face turn red immediately. It's just that I'm not in a good state, and there's something wrong with the plan. Yo? You've really grown up, you've learned to make excuses. Yang Hui. Okay Yang Hui, don't tease Lelouch. As the elder sister of the two, Cornelia took the initiative to interrupt the conversation at the right time, and Lelouch, pay more attention to physical exercise, your physical fitness is really too poor. Tisk, you don't need to tell me, I just need to stay healthy, and the rest will be done by the chess pieces. Hearing this, Yang Hui and Cornelia fell silent, but the smiles on their faces disappeared. What's wrong? Lelouch saw that Cornelia and Yang Hui's expressions suddenly became serious, and shrank his neck. Lelouch, you forgot something very important. Yang Hui patted Lelouch on the shoulder and said. What is it? The king is also on the chessboard. This. Lelouch's IQ is also very high, but his age and experience are not enough, so he can only understand a little bit from Yang Hui's words, and his inherent thinking is not so easy to change. Yang Hui and Cornelia were not in a hurry. Seeing Lelouch lower his head and start thinking, it meant that he listened to them, which was enough. Okay, go with your friends. The next class is about to start, and we still have to go see Nunnally. Cornelia said to Lelouch. Huh? I still have to go to class. Lelouch looked up in surprise. Of course, you are a student now. Yang Hui smiled. But you guys are not. Lelouch thought Cornelia and Yang Hui were here to accompany him and Nunnally. Since they were here, he should not have to go to class today, but it seems, it is not that simple. What is the purpose of your coming to the academy today? This. Yang Hui and Cornelia looked at each other and laughed jokingly. Parents' teaching visit day. Lelouch, the two said goodbye to Lelouch and went to the second grade classroom to watch Nunnally's learning situation. Lelouch's next courses are all cultural courses. With Lelouch's IQ, you don't need to see to know that Lelouch will be very bored, and at most he will point out what the teacher said is wrong with a fart face. Compared with the arrogant and fart Lelouch, Nunnally is still cuter. Brother Yang Hui. Sister Cornelia. I miss you so much. After the class, Nunnally pushed her wheelchair and came to Yang Hui and Cornelia quickly. She was very excited and wanted to throw herself into their arms and act like a spoiled child, but she couldn't do so because of the royal family's upbringing and physical reasons. Nunnally is a very sensible child, but no matter how sensible she is still a child. She will feel lonely when she goes far away from home with her brother, even if the Ashford family treats them well. I feel relieved to see that you are happy, Nunnally. There is no doubt that Cornelia's favorite sister is Euphemia, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't like Nunnally. It's just that Nunnally was still young, and then she experienced a tragedy and was sent to the Sakura country, so she was not spoiled by Cornelia like Euphemia. Well, thank you for your concern, sister. I'm fine and have made a lot of friends. Nunnally said happily. Alice, I forgot my brother when I had a sister. Yang Hui pretended to be sad. No way. I miss my brother Yang Hui too. Nunnally said to Yang Hui with her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, but my brother is still as sinister as ever and likes to tease me. Haha, you are slandering me, Nunnally. Yang Hui laughed. I love Nunnally the most. When did you skip etiquette class before? I helped you cover up. Wow? You have skipped etiquette class before. Cornelia was also surprised. In her eyes, Nunnally was a good girl, not like to skip class like Euphemia. Brother. Did you promise not to mention this? Nunnally said embarrassedly. Oh no. I accidentally exposed it. My brother is still sinister, Ha ha. The one-day teaching visit passed quickly. After watching Lelouch and Nunnally's daily school life, Cornelia and Yang Hui also visited the entire academy under the leadership of Dean Zhu. It is indeed a famous academy in the empire. Even if it is established in the concession, it has the configuration of the top academy in the empire. As for Lelouch and Nunnally's academic performance, Cornelia and Yang Hui were not worried at all. The royal family's genes were still very strong, and they were not people who were not ambitious. Of course, this was only limited to their academic performance. Chapter 710 The only correct answer. After school, Cornelia and Yang Hui picked up Lelouch and Nunnally and went to the Ashford family together. They were accompanied by Lelouch and Nunnally's senior, the eldest daughter of the Ashford family, Myri Ashford, who is 1 year older than Lelouch. Your Highness Yang Hui, are you really as powerful as the rumors say? Myri asked excitedly. Although she was a little bit scornful when she grew up, she was still a lively girl when she was young, and she was not as restrained as others. Her parents were also scared at first, afraid of offending Yang Hui and Cornelia, But they were good at observing people's words and found that Cornelia and Yang Hui did not dislike Mayuri's liveliness, so they simply did not remind her and make them unhappy. Rumors? What rumors? Why don't I know about it myself? Yang Hui asked Mayuri in return. That's it. Mayuri tried hard to recall the rumors she had heard. His Highness Yang Hui turned into a Superman. He could do anything, and in Africa, he frightened the enemy into surrendering with just a shake of his tiger body. Puff. Ho ha ho ha. Cornelia laughed out loud, holding her stomach, and only laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, and even Lelouch, who pretended to be arrogant, couldn't help but turn his head to hold back his laughter. No, you believe such exaggerated rumors. Yang Hui felt it was ridiculous that Mayuri actually believed such an outrageous rumor. I believe it. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. Yang Hui spread his hands. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary person. However, when Cornelia heard Yang Hui say that he was an ordinary person, the corners of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. Although it was exaggerated, this exaggeration was also justified. After all, most of the credit for the victory in the African battlefield went to Yang Hui. Without Yang Hui, she didn't know how long she would have to stalemate with the EU in Africa. Moreover, Yang Hui not only has explosive personal combat power and outstanding military command ability, but also has the top design and development capabilities of Nightmare in the Empire. The replacement of the Empire's Nightmare is also due to Yang Hui. Extraordinary personal combat power, terrible military command ability, and top scientific research ability, the combination of these three makes it okay to be called a Superman. Anyway, it has absolutely nothing to do with the word ordinary people. Eh? So it's not? So disappointed. Yes, if I really am a Superman. If so. Mayuri's eyes were twinkling with little stars, and she was extremely looking forward to it. I will definitely kidnap the cute little Mayuri as soon as possible. Ah. Your Highness Yang Hui, how can you say such a thing to a lady? Mayuri covered her red face shyly. Seeing this scene, whether it was Cornelia, Lelouch or Nunnally, they all smiled at the same time. Yang Hui also faced his younger brothers and sisters in the palace with this image. Although he was a little black-bellied, he made the cold palace full of warmth. When they came to the Ashford family, they found that the house was not as gorgeous and exaggerated as the imperial nobles. Instead, it was quite simple, but full of knowledge. This feeling made Cornelia and Yang Hui feel very comfortable. There were not many members in the Ashford family. In addition to the dean and his wife and Mayuri, there were only Mayuri's uncle and his wife and their son. It was not a luxurious dinner, but it was very exquisite. During the meal, Cornelia and the elders of the Ashford family also asked about some issues in the field of education, and did not talk about anything related to the situation in the Empire. After dinner, Cornelia and Yang Hui should have left, but because of Nunnally's reluctance, Cornelia and Yang Hui decided to stay at the Ashford family tonight to accompany Lelouch and Nunnally. It's not that simple for you and Cornelia to come to Sakura country this time, right? Lelouch suddenly asked at night. He was not worried that Nunnally would hear it. At this time, Nunnally had been taken away by Mayuri to play, and Cornelia was there to accompany her. Why are you asking this? Yang Hui asked Lelouch, and he also sighed that he was worthy of being Lelouch. He had a glimpse of the future at such a young age. Is the Empire planning to take action against the Sakura country? When? Lelouch did not answer Yang Hui, and continued to ask his own questions. Why? Are you in such a hurry to go back? Yang Hui asked Lelouch jokingly. Well, I have to go back. Then go and make a scene in front of him, and implicate Nunnally and be exiled with you. Nunnally. When Nunnally was mentioned, the firmness and ruthlessness in Lelouch's eyes began to waver, but soon regained his firmness. I must find out who killed my mother. You? How do I find out? Yang Hui looked up at the starry sky outside the window and asked Lelouch. I will slowly cultivate my own power, and then start investigating from clues. And then be dealt with inexplicably. I won't. You are too arrogant, Lelouch. Yang Hui interrupted Lelouch and said. No matter how smart you are still a child. The Empire is not a child's game of playing house. You can't wade through the water to know how deep it is. I still have you. I won't be your pawn, Lelouch. We can cooperate. Cooperation requires equality between both parties. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? Lelouch opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He really didn't have the qualifications to be on an equal footing with Yang Hui. What could he offer Yang Hui? Nothing. Even his proud mind, Yang Hui still didn't take it seriously. Help me. Yang Hui retracted his gaze from looking up at the starry sky, looked at Lelouch, with a gentle smile on his face, and put his hand on Lelouch's head, finally found the right answer, Lelouch. Yang Hui is a person who values feelings, but Lelouch wanted Yang Hui to be his pawn at first. Yang Hui would never agree, he would not be anyone's pawn. Later he wanted to cooperate with Yang Hui, but he didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with Yang Hui at all. Now, Lelouch finally found the right answer, the only answer that Yang Hui was willing to help him with, that is, family affection. Lelouch is Yang Hui's younger brother, and he asked his brother as a younger brother, and Yang Hui could not refuse. I'm sorry, You have been like this since you were a child, Lelouch. Yang Hui rubbed Lelouch's head and said to him, the world can be seen as a chessboard, and everyone can be seen as a chess piece, but the world is not a chessboard, and not everyone will become a chess piece. The world in your eyes should not be a world composed of black and white grids and black and white chess pieces. I will help you investigate the truth of that incident, but before I find out the truth, don't worry about other things and study hard. Yang Hui took back his hand and said to Lelouch, I can help. That will wait until you graduate from school, and what can you do with your small body? Yang Hui started to be unserious again, looking at Lelouch with a playful look on his face. You. Humph. Lelouch still maintained his sundearness, but he remembered what Yang Hui said. His physical fitness was indeed too poor, and he would remember to exercise. Okay, let's go find Nunnally and the others. Yet, happy times always pass quickly. After being happy, reluctance replaces the theme of life. Cornelia and Yang Hui are not here to play. They have their own work to do. After sending Lelouch and Nunnally to school, they parted ways. Returning to the consulate in the concession, the temporary person in charge came to report without stopping. The people of Sakura country said that they wanted to see Cornelia and Yang Hui today. On the one hand, they apologized to Cornelia and Yang Hui, and at the same time received the pirates captured by Bunitaria. On the other hand, they were also eager to discuss the joint military exercise. To be honest, Sakura country was quite arrogant at the beginning, thinking that the army of the Bunitaria Empire was vulnerable. Who knew that the entire fleet sent to welcome was captured intact by the other side without firing a shot, which almost frightened the top leaders of Sakura country. People in Sakura country are like this, self-righteous, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, showing off their power in front of the weak, and trembling in front of the strong. To sum it up in one word, that is cheap. So the imperial fleet that frightened them was parked on the coastline of Sakura country, making them unable to sleep, and they quickly finished some joint military exercise and sent the people away. We are tired from the journey, and we are not used to the climate of this country. We need to rest for 2 days. Now the people of Sakura country are anxious, so Cornelia naturally doesn't need to be anxious. It's not bad to leave them alone for a few days and have a good rest. Yes, Your Highness. Although the people of Sakura country were very urgent, the newly appointed temporary person in charge still had a good eye. He saw that Cornelia was planning to lure Sakura country, and he didn't want to follow the old path of his former boss, so he obediently carried out Cornelia's orders without asking a word. Haha, a softy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Cornelia sneered. This country has always been like this, and even more shameless. Yang Hui spread his hands and said, So I like your name for them, the little devils, who are only fit to be slaves and can never become real demons. Sister, how many days do you plan to delay? 7 or 8 days, it's rare to have a rest, maybe I was influenced by you, it's really good to relax like this occasionally. Cornelia stretched comfortably. In the past, she only focused on the battlefield and didn't give herself any time to rest. After a battle, she returned home and went to the next battlefield within 2 or 3 days. But now she found that proper rest is still very comfortable, not like before when her shoulders were heavy. I won't take the blame, sister. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Although he knew that Cornelia was influenced by him, he would never admit it. Why? The Empire's nightmare dares to do it but not to take it. Cornelia asked jokingly. I'm not resting now. Yang Hui spread his hands. What? Although it is a small country, a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. I have asked people to collect intelligence. Is that so? Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Yes, this country, there are still a few people worth paying attention to. Chapter 711 is just fun. Sir, what do you mean? 5 days have passed, and Her Highness Cornelia is still unwilling to show up. The people of Sakura country asked the temporary person in charge anxiously and embarrassedly. Since the arrival of the fleet of Unitaria in Sakura country, they have come to ask every day when the formal negotiations will be held. As a result, they have been turned away all the time. Forget the first day. They know that Cornelia and Yang Hui went to Ashford College to meet their younger brothers and sisters. Although this embarrassed the 6 major families and Prime Minister Kyoruji Genbu, they can only swallow their anger because they are stronger than people. But in the next 4 days, Cornelia and Yang Hui did not leave the temporary residence. What excuses such as physical discomfort and acclimatization, even a fool can't fool, this is not just embarrassing for them, but completely tearing off their faces and throwing them on the ground and stepping on them a few times. Moreover, the longer Cornelia drags it out, the more worried they are, afraid that Unitaria's shells will fall on their heads at any time. Everyone, Her Highness Cornelia needs to rest due to acclimatization. She has been seen by the best doctor. She should be able to recover in 2 or 3 days, so please go back. QNMD acclimatization, Cornelia, the ever-victorious female general of the Bunitalia Empire, who has won battles in various battlefields overseas, would still be acclimatized? What kind of battles are she fighting? It just so happens that we have brought the best doctor in the country with us. I believe he will be able to help Her Highness Cornelia. Are you questioning my words, sir? I have already asked the doctor to see her and told you the conclusion. But, also, if you keep making trouble here, disturbing Her Highness Cornelia's recuperation and delaying her recovery, you can't afford it. The people of Sakura country also had no words to complain about. The other party had said so much. They would definitely not see Cornelia today, and it was obvious that the other party was threatening them. If they didn't leave, the time of the meeting would continue to be postponed. If they got angry, they would be accused of something. I don't know if their necks can bear the weight. Haha, coward. Cornelia, who had announced that she was not used to the local climate, was in her room at this time, watching everything that had just happened through the surveillance screen. It's only been 5 days and we haven't done anything yet. If we delay it for a few more days and let the people below move, the expressions of these people will definitely look better. Well, it's decided. Sister, can you lend me the military power? You guy. Looking at Yang Hui, who was afraid of chaos in the world, Cornelia smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forget it, let's meet them in 2 days. It's a waste of the Empire's resources to keep dragging it on. Isn't Sakura country responsible for all the consumption of the fleet? Where is the time? Where are the people? Cornelia glanced at Yang Hui. So many people are wasting their time here, they might as well follow me to fight in other areas. Okay. Yang Hui spread his hands. He knew that Cornelia was itching to fight and couldn't stand the loneliness. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. I just plan to prepare a small gift for them. Oh? Tell me about it and see. Nothing, I just called all major newspapers and sent a message. There will be major news at the prisoner handover ceremony. You are worthy of it, so cruel. The true identity of the captured Sakura fleet has been investigated. It is confirmed that it is a regular fleet of Sakura. The commander of the fleet is a direct descendant of one of the 6 major families. He is very famous in Sakura. Why is he touted as the supernova of Sakura? Or something else? Anyway, it is used to shoot a recruitment advertisement. When the prisoners are handed over, reporters will be invited to the scene. That will be a good scene. Apart from anything else, there will definitely be a big turmoil in Sakura. But I found something not so good. Cornelia said, throwing a stack of photos on the table and letting Yang Hui look at them himself. Are these Lelouch Nunley? And Suzaku Kyoruji? Do you know them? The Prime Minister of Sakura country is Genbu Kyoruji, and Suzaku Kyoruji is his son. Of course I know that. It's good that you know. This Suzaku Kyoruji has been getting close to Lelouch Nunley since they came to Sakura country. I heard that they have a good relationship. Genbu Kyoruji has been trying to use his connections to get Suzaku Kyoruji sent to Ashford Academy. Oh. That's it. Cornelia was surprised by Yang Hui's reaction. Wasn't it too bland? What else? Aren't you afraid that this is a conspiracy against Lelouch Nunley? The only things that can threaten us in Sakura country are the lives of Lelouch and Nunnally. What kind of conspiracy can a child have? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone is that kid Lelouch? That's impossible. It's just that Kyoruji Genbu is behind this. Then there's even less to worry about. Huh? Cornelia was stunned for a moment, then relieved. That's right, you can put people around me, let alone them. Don't worry, sister, I have arranged people to ensure the safety of Lelouch and Nunnally, and I guarantee that there will be no mistakes. I've also checked on the child, and Kyoruji Genbu does have some ideas, but it's not a big problem. The child is really interacting with them sincerely. Since you said so, I won't ask. During these 5 days, Yang Hui and Cornelia were not just playing around with the people of Sakura country for fun. In the past few days, they had already checked all the intelligence from top to bottom in Sakura country, including the top 6 families and the Kyoruji family, as well as the core members of the young generation, and their ancestors for 18 generations. So all the necessary preparations were completed, and it was 2 days later, without further delay. Hello, Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui, we have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Kyoruji Xuanwu led his team to start the first formal meeting with Cornelia and Yang Hui. Well, because of me, this joint military exercise has been delayed for so many days, which is really wrong, so let's get started and discuss the detailed plan of the joint military exercise. Before that, I think we should first accept the prisoners captured by your country. These prisoners who have committed heinous crimes should also be punished as they should be. It is really embarrassing for them to be guarded by your army all the time. Well, that's no problem. The prisoners can be handed over to you at any time. How about now? No problem. Kyoruji Genbu and the senior leaders of the 6 families came to the meeting. Naturally, it was impossible for them to come without anyone. The most basic guards can be called a private army, not to mention that they planned to take the captured people back as soon as possible, so they also brought a complete fleet to receive the prisoners. However, what they didn't expect was that at the moment this request was reached, a large number of journalists appeared at the handover site. This is, hurry up and drive these reporters away. Kyoruji Genbu and the senior leaders of the 6 Kyoto families were panicked. The number of prisoners was indeed not small, but the commander must be walking in the front row and must not be able to avoid the flash and camera of the reporters. Although the Sakura country announced that Bunetario had captured pirates in its territorial waters alive, it was impossible to tell them that the so-called pirates were disguised as their own people. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. I don't think it's necessary, Prime Minister Kyoruji. Her Highness Cornelia. Only by letting the people know the truth can we better unite the people, right? You. They knew that this was a vicious plan arranged by Cornelia, just to expose their plan. Why? Prime Minister Kyoruji, do you think it's inappropriate? Cornelia. Kyoruji Xuanwu suppressed the anger in his heart. The anger had spread all over the prairie, and only the last small part of his mind remained rational. Cornelia sneered as she watched all this happen. Sure enough, there was a commotion among the reporters. The reporters from the Sakura country looked at the first prisoner in disbelief. That was their military rising star and the future hero of the Sakura country. How could he be a pirate? But the shackles on his hands and feet undoubtedly proved that this was real, not a dream. How could it be? How could it be him? Big news. It's really big news. Quick. Take a picture. Make sure to take a picture. Promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. Some people are distraught, some are furious, and some are ecstatic, so people have different emotions, but Yang Hui and Cornelia are absolutely in the same mood at this moment. That is, it's fun. That's right, it's fun. They didn't expect the Sakura country to be hit hard by this incident at the beginning. The biggest goal is to appreciate the interesting expressions on the faces of Kyoruji Genbu and others. As for the others, it can cause a certain amount of turmoil by the way. Taking this opportunity, Yang Hui can also make some arrangements, especially the Itsukushima base, which is the basis for the Sakura country to dare to call itself the 4th largest military power in the world. Okay, the prisoners have been handed over. Prime Minister Kyoruji, everyone, can we discuss the details of the joint military exercise? Her Highness Cornelia is really a joke. Now only the prisoners have been handed over, and the pirates' weapons and equipment have not been handed over. Kyoruji Genbu reminded Cornelia with anger. Haha, Prime Minister Kyorugi is really good at joking. According to international law, since the prisoners were captured in your territorial waters, we have no right to deal with them without authorization, but this is limited to prisoners. The weapons and equipment you mentioned are the spoils of our army. There is no need to share them with you, right? Cornelia said jokingly. I know, so be it. What Cornelia said was completely in line with international law. Although she was heartbroken, Kyorugi Genbu had no choice. It was impossible to get the complete fleet back. Then please, Your Highness Cornelia. Please. Seeing Kyorugi Genbu quickly adjusted his attitude and mood, Cornelia had to raise her eyebrows in approval. Chapter 712, Open Duel, Fujito Kagemashiro. The specific matters of the joint military exercise were discussed for 3 hours. The military exercise area, participating troops, specific exercise content, etc. were all determined. The first formal meeting ended. However, before the end, Kyorugi Genbu proposed to hold an open real-person competition in order to show the friendly relationship between the two countries and deepen the understanding between the two armies. Cornelia immediately judged that the other party was trying to get back the ground and use this to undermine the prestige of Unitaria, so she planned to refuse. Yang Hui agreed immediately. Although he was puzzled, he still kept his doubts in his heart. It was not until everyone dispersed that Cornelia asked Yang Hui, "Why did you agree? The other party is obviously setting a trap for us. Take advantage of the situation. The pirate incident will definitely cause an uproar in Sakura country, but this fire is not enough. If you want to stir up chaos, you have to add a little more fuel. This public competition? Well, it's indeed possible. The military's supernova has become a pirate to be executed in the blink of an eye. The public will definitely question the strength and credibility of the Sakura army, but can they win?" Because she had obtained detailed intelligence in advance, Cornelia didn't have to think too much to guess who the other party was going to send. Fujito Kagashiro, who had defended the Sakura Kendo champion 3 times, was called a samurai born in the wrong era and a world-famous kendo master. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. No knight of the Empire is his match. Yang Hui shrugged and said to Cornelia, "The knights of the Empire are undoubtedly elite, but they are more excellent in military operations. Fujito Kagashiro can indeed be called a genius. Even Bismarck is not his match in pure kendo." "Then you still agree?" "So I plan to meet him." "Nonsense." Cornelia cursed loudly, "You are the noble prince of the Empire. What's the point of openly competing with the commoner? Are you planning to discredit the prince?" "Royal sister, can you calm down?" Yang Hui was speechless. It stands to reason that Cornelia did not value the royal bloodline as much as the royal family in the imperial capital. HMPH. How can I stay calm? The opponent is a world-famous martial arts master. Once you lose, have you ever thought about the consequences? I don't know what you are planning, but I can tell you clearly that your plan will end here, and your privileges, your subordinates, your knights, everything you have will be taken back, even your royal status. Yang Hui understood that Cornelia was worried about him. "Don't worry, sister, you have seen my strength. I admit that you are very powerful, Yang Hui, but this is a martial arts duel, not driving a nightmare. When we were young, we competed in swordsmanship, but that was also a childhood. How old are you? How can you compete with a master like Fujito Kagemashiro who has studied kendo for decades? Don't worry, sister, have you ever seen me do something that I am not sure of?" Yang Hui continued to calm Cornelia's excitement. Cornelia breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hui did not fight a battle that he was not sure of, but it was really hard for her to believe that Yang Hui could defeat Fujito Kagemashiro. "How about this, sister, let's make a bet." No bet. I haven't said anything yet. You've never lost a bet since you were a child, so I won't be fooled. And, I won't gamble with your future. If I lose, I'll be your adjutant, and all my people are yours, how about that? Cornelia looked at Yang Hui, her eyes full of scrutiny. To be honest, Cornelia was moved. Every member of Yang Hui's knights was an excellent talent, including the children who had not yet officially joined the knights and were sent by Yang Hui to study and train around the world. And Yang Hui being her adjutant was something Cornelia dreamed of. After knowing Yang Hui's excellence, Cornelia couldn't find anyone who could compare to him. Apart from Yang Hui, no one else was qualified to be her adjutant. What if you win? If I win? Yang Hui thought about it, and really couldn't think of what to win. Cornelia still owed him a request, and the rest, there was really nothing she wanted. Want someone? The only people he likes in Cornelia are her knights, but they are all Cornelia's die-hard fans, so it's useless to ask for them. Want money? Forget it, now he and Cornelia are definitely the poorest princes and princesses, all of which have been invested in the development of the new generation of nightmares and the manufacture of 13 special machines. Even Lelouch and Nunley can lead more royal salaries every month than them. Want power? The power in Cornelia's hands is the army, and it was given to her by Charles di Bunitalia, and she can take it back at any time. In total, it is not as great as the power in her own hands. If you win, no matter what you want to do in the future, I will support you unconditionally. Seeing that Yang Hui had been thinking hard for a long time and didn't give her an answer, Cornelia took the initiative to say, This confused Yang Hui. Are you sure? I am sure. Even if I want to overthrow the empire. Yes. Yang Hui was silent again, and asked Cornelia after a long time, why? No reason. Because you are a woman. Because I am a woman. Okay. No matter what reason and purpose Cornelia had, Yang Hui could not refuse this bet. The water in this world is not shallow, and it is quite chaotic. If you want to ensure the stability of this world, Cornelia is an indispensable link. As for Cornelia's breach of contract, Yang Hui believes that she is not that kind of person. After the bet was made, the two people's thoughts were either complicated or simple. No one knew except themselves, but one thing was certain, the two of them were not thinking in the same direction. The next day, the base training ground of the joint military exercise was crowded with people, and reporters were aiming their cameras at the center, waiting for the arrival of the two protagonists. It's the fourth prince. All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! Yang Hui and Fujito Kagashiro appeared at the same time, but compared to the uniform cheers of the Bunitalia Empire, the cheers of the Sakura Kingdom for Fujito Kagashiro were much weaker. It was not like a military at all. It was just like a normal concert or a ball game, where they only knew how to shout names, and there were even people standing on the bench waving flags. The first game between the Holy Bunitalia Empire and the Sakura Kingdom was decided. As the parties involved, Yang Hui and Fujito Kagashiro turned a deaf ear to the cheers around them. They only had eyes for each other. It's well deserved. It's well deserved. Whether it was Yang Hui or Fujito Kagashiro, they thought on their hearts that this was a meeting between masters, and they could tell the strengths and weaknesses of the other party at a glance. As expected of you, Fujita Kagashiro, you are the samurai born in the wrong era. It's just an empty title. His Highness Yang Hui is the real one. It's really scary that he has reached such a martial arts realm at such a young age. Haha, what if I tell you that I have never studied martial arts? Haha, then, same here. The deafening cheers at the scene did not affect the communication between the two, but it was just two short sentences. The rest of the words were either said during the fight or after it was over. With the host's speech, the scene became quiet, followed by Cornelia and Kyoruji Genbu's speeches. Kyoruji Genbu was indeed a politician, and his words were all official and polite, without any nutrition, but Cornelia was different. Every word she said was full of confidence in Yang Hui's victory and the honor of the Bunodal Empire, which made the Sakura people grit their teeth. Major Fujita, kill that arrogant Bunodal prince. There were many such angry people, and naturally, they also attracted the glares of the Bunodal side. Haha, Prime Minister Kyoruji, your country's remarks, tisk tisk tisk. Kyoruji Genbu and the people of the 6 families in Kyoto also hated these soldiers who made inappropriate remarks. Of course, they also had this idea. But dare to say it? Can you say it? The situation is stronger than the person. They definitely dare not say this, because the person sitting next to them is Cornelia. Based on their understanding of Cornelia, as long as they dare to say this, then this competition does not need to start, and the two countries will directly enter a state of war. As for the title of the 4th most powerful military country in the world, that's all self-proclaimed. The military strength of the Sakura country is indeed not weak, but it is far inferior to the traditional powerhouse, the Bunitalia Empire. Before this, there was still some confidence, but a naval fleet did not react, and was captured without firing a shot. How can it compete? Seeing that Kyoruji Genbu and others did not speak, Cornelia did not chase and fight, and smiled coldly, and then turned her attention back to the center of the venue. Unlike yesterday's worries, since Yang Hui was confident, she also chose to believe Yang Hui. The host calmed down the tense atmosphere for a while, and then prepared to announce the start of the duel. Everyone held their breath and stared, which was completely opposite to the previous noisy state. Your Highness Yang Hui, I will not show mercy. Fujito Kageshiro drew out the samurai sword from his waist, holding it with both hands and holding it upright in front of him. Of course, if you show mercy, I will be angry. Yang Hui also drew out the knight's sword from his waist, holding the sword with one hand, pointing it diagonally at the ground. Begin. The start command fell, and Yang Hui and Fujito Kageshiro moved at the same time, pushing off the ground with both feet, and rushed towards each other. It's better to strike first. Ha! With a roar, Fujito Kageshiro concentrated all his strength on his arms, and the samurai sword slashed at Yang Hui at a very fast speed. Interesting. Yang Hui raised his knight's sword and blocked the bushido at an oblique angle, letting the bushido slide to the side by inertia. But at this moment, something strange happened. The samurai sword that should have slipped to the side suddenly stopped moving, and turned from chopping to stabbing, heading straight towards Yang Hui's face. Chapter 713, The men in Sakura country are all cowardly. Seeing that the samurai sword was about to be placed on Yang Hui's neck, Fujito Kageshiro did not relax at all, because a considerable force came from the blade, which deviated the blade of the samurai sword. The knight's sword was close to the side of the samurai sword, and it circled around the force of the wrist rotation, easily resolving the crisis. Taichi. Fujito Kageshiro was shocked. His martial arts were not famous in the world just because of closed-door practice. He immediately determined what moves Yang Hui used. Knowing the terrible power of Taichi, Fujito Kageshiro immediately planned to withdraw, but the strange power had already entangled the samurai sword. No matter how hard he pulled back, he would return to the starting point in the inexplicable spiral. No matter how hard he tried to break free from this strange spiral, the night sword in Yang Hui's hand was stuck to it like a thorn in his flesh. There is no way. Fujito Kageshiro knew very well that if he could not get rid of the Taichi spiral, he would become Yang Hui's puppet and be manipulated at will, and he would not have any chance of winning this duel. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well cut off his arm, abandon the samurai sword, and rush up to fight in close combat. But the next second after he let go of the handle of the samurai sword, Fujito Kageshiro was shocked. The samurai sword that had already left his hand returned to his hand as if there was a gravitational attraction between his hand and his hand. This thing. A moment of daze can determine the outcome. This momentary flaw was seized by Yang Hui. The night sword slowly circled with his wrist. Yang Hui had come behind Fujito Kageshiro. His right hand holding the samurai sword was twisted behind his back by Yang Hui, and the night sword was pressed against his neck. The winner. The winner is decided. The winner is Hui Bunitaria. Oh. All hail Britannia. All hail Britannia. All hail Britannia. All hail Britannia. The people of Sakura country didn't react to what happened for a while. They guessed the beginning and the process, but they guessed the result wrong. In a flash, the duel was over. Just as they expected, one side had the upper hand throughout the whole process, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe, and ended with a crushing force. But the roles played by both sides were exactly the opposite of what they thought. How could that Fujito? Fake? Fujito, actually lost. Impossible. It must be fake. Fujito. That's right. Fujito must have lost on purpose. He is a traitor to the Sakura country. He is a sinner of the Sakura country. This game doesn't count. We must start over. Traitor. Go to hell. Soon, the cheers of Bunitaria like a tide were drowned out by the noisy insults of the Sakura country. It was not that the opponent's momentum changed the Bunitaria camp, but that the Bunitaria camp took the initiative to quiet down after seeing this, watching this scene with joking and disdain. Haha, the quality of your country really opened my eyes. Cornelia said disdainfully to Kyoruji Genbu and others around her. If anger has a shape, it must be a blazing flame. If anger has a color, it must be deep black. It is impossible to describe how ugly the faces of Kyoruji Genbu and others are. At this moment, they wish they could kill everyone, including Cornelia who mocked them, including Yang Hui who won, including Fujito Kageshiro who lost, and the audience in the audience who embarrassed themselves. The competition is over. So let it be. The joint military exercise will officially begin tomorrow. I hope your army can show a different performance. After saying that, Cornelia got up and left, no longer paying attention to Kyoruji Genbu and others who were about to make her angry to death. She had completely lost interest in the Sakura country. They don't even have this much magnanimity. The so-called fourth military power. It's just a self-proclaimed title. They still want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the empire. It's ridiculous. In the center of the arena, Yang Hui had already let go of Fujito Kagemashiro. What he admired very much was that Fujito Kagemashiro was not frustrated or discouraged because of the defeat, and still maintained the spirit of a warrior. Thank you for your advice, Your Highness Yang Hui. I didn't expect that the fourth prince of Buneteria actually had such profound attainments in Tai Chi. It's not unfair that I lost. Thank you. Your swordsmanship is also very powerful, but it's too rigid, which happened to be restrained by Tai Chi. No, I lost, I'm not the kind of person who won't admit defeat. Well, but speaking of that. Yang Hui paused, looking at the area where the audience of Sakura country was with a disdainful expression. Can you accept all this calmly? Fujito Kagemashiro was silent for a few seconds, and answered Yang Hui with a firm look. It's a fact that I lost, and I should bear the consequences of defeat. Fujito Kagemashiro knew what the outcome was about to be, and he was mentally prepared to bear it all. But unfortunately, the sadness that flashed across Fujito Kagemashiro's eyes in that 1 or 2 seconds did not escape Yang Hui's eyes. What? We are all ordinary people, why pretend to be masters from the world? Thinking of this, Yang Hui turned and walked towards the area where the audience of Sakura country was. Your Highness Yang Hui. What do you want to do? The loser should just shut up and wait. Fujito Kagemashiro was shocked by Yang Hui's sudden burst of courage. He didn't know what Yang Hui was going to do, and was even more worried that Yang Hui would attack innocent spectators, but his feet couldn't move a step. Also watching the scene were all the spectators present, all the journalists, and all the Sakura people in front of the TV. All the Bunetarians stood up, pounded their right fists heavily on their chests, waiting for Yang Hui's needs, and turned into warriors to rush towards the enemy. The Sakura people no longer insulted and shouted, and some of them even had the idea of escaping in their hearts. Tap tap tap. The sudden silence at the scene made the gentle and steady footsteps so clear, and each step was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Finally, Yang Hui stopped in front of the Sakura audience, his face solemn, and pointed the sword in one hand at the area where the Sakura audience was. You are a bunch of losers who only know how to bark. Even if Fujito Kagemashiro lost, he is still an excellent warrior recognized by me. He has the courage to stand in front of me and fight with me sword by sword. What about you? You claim to be a great country, but you don't even have the magnanimity to accept failure? Insulting the warriors who fight on your behalf, is this your attitude towards warriors? You, men present here, are you capable of hiding in the audience and talking nonsense, but you don't have the courage to come down and face me? If you have the courage, come down. Face me. Face the sword in my hand. Status, honor, and even life, gamble everything to challenge me. As long as any of you dare, I am willing to bet everything I have. Do you dare? Hell. Yang Hui smiled coldly, inserted the knight's sword straight in front of the audience, turned and left. It seems that this country has only one man, and you are not. Silence, silence, and silence. The Sakura countryside could no longer say anything. Yang Hui's momentum made them breathless, like a giant standing tall, overlooking them who were still children. Anger? Hatred? Jealousy? Reluctance? None, only fear, only terror. All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! All hail Britannia! The Bunetalian camp once again shouted in unison, different from the previous passionate crowd, this time, full of awe and sacredness. At this moment, Yang Hui became a flag. The flag of the empire was planted in a foreign land, standing tall and fluttering in the wind. This brat. Cornelia had not completely left, and saw Yang Hui's shocking move halfway through. She was also shocked by Yang Hui's mind, courage and temperament in an instant, the kind of spirit of going forward even if there were thousands of troops. The sword stuck on the ground was obviously just an ordinary knight's sword, but it was like a demon god that made people timid and afraid. This was a side of Cornelia that she had never seen before. She had to admit that she was conquered by this kind of spirit. She, who had always looked down on men, was conquered. Even if Yang Hui wanted to be the emperor and asked her to rebel together, she would not object. The empire should be in the hands of the strong. Yang Hui, who was off the field, returned to the exit from which he came, as relaxed as a leisurely walk. When he passed by Fujito Jingshiro, he said to him in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "As someone I recognize, I can give you a chance." Hearing this, Fujito Jingshiro was stunned for a moment, and turned around to make it clear, because he was a samurai and would never betray his country and nation. What Yang Hui said to him was an obvious recruitment. He had a clear conscience and could not agree to it, but he was not blindly loyal and knew what he should and should not do. Now he had attracted the anger of his compatriots, and the top leaders must be quite dissatisfied with him. If he did something that was easy to be misunderstood, then the white paper would turn black. He himself did not care. Whether he retired from the army or was sentenced to death, he could accept it. But he did not want this matter to affect his wife and children. But after he turned around, Yang Hui was already some distance away from him. If he chased after him at this time, it would cause misunderstanding. Fortunately, Yang Hui spoke to him in a very low voice, so other people could not hear it, which made him decide to keep this matter to himself and never let a third person know. But Fujito Kagashiro didn't know that since his defeat, the eyes of Kyoruji Genbu and others on the central stand had been on him and Yang Hui. When Yang Hui passed by him just now, the movement of his lips did not hide from their eyes at all. Although they didn't know what they said, it was enough to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. Did he really lose to Yang Hui on purpose? It's very suspicious. No matter how good Yang Hui is, he is much younger than Fujito. How could he be better than Fujito in martial arts? Well, investigate secretly first. The joint military exercise will start soon, and we still need his strength. Then let's do it, but we can arrange someone to control his family first. Okay. Chapter 714 Black Technology Helmet. The next day, the joint military exercise officially began. According to the agreed plan, the first phase was a joint coastal defense exercise, so neither Yang Hui nor Cornelia participated. Even their knights did not participate. Only a middle-level officer was assigned to command. It's so boring. Looking at the joint coastal defense exercise that was like playing house, Yang Hui yawned and complained, "Royal sister, why did you agree to them? Is there any meaning in this exercise? Coastal defense is also a very important part of defending the country. Exercises are actual combat. You should know this." Cornelia calmly drank a sip of red tea and educated Yang Hui. "No way. If it weren't for the fact that the crossed legs changed direction dozens of times in 2 minutes, I would really believe it. Exercises are actual combat, I agree with this, but this is carried out completely according to the script prepared in advance, without any surprises or surprises. Is it an exercise? It's almost like shooting a military blockbuster, right?" Yang Hui complained. Of course, he knew the importance of the coastal defense exercise. The mainland of the Bunodal Empire is an island country like the Sakura country, so the coastal defense is the first line of defense of the empire. The importance is self-evident. But since it is an exercise, the closer it is to actual combat, the more effective it is. You are following the script prepared in advance. How can it be called an exercise? It's more like acting. Be patient. The joint coastal defense exercise is only 3 days. It will be over in 3 days. There are still 3 days. No, it's already halfway through today. There are still 2.5 days. After 2.5 days, it will be a confrontation exercise. Tisk, why are there still 2.5 days? Why did I agree to them at that time? Well, Cornelia couldn't help it. Her calm and elegant demeanor disappeared, and the word irritable was clearly written on her face. Right? I really don't know what you were thinking at the time. Yang Hui spread his hands. Shut up. How do I know that they are following the script completely without any changes? They have already prepared the script, and you still expect changes. Well, I am stupid. Cornelia covered her face and was depressed. This group of incompetent little devils can only use this fake drama to find a sense of existence in the international community. Hearing this, Yang Hui glanced at the sky. Several civilian helicopters were hovering in the sky, and the helicopters were filled with reporters from news TV stations. After the regular army rebelled and became pirates and Fujito Kagashiro was defeated in the public duel, there has been turmoil in the country, especially towards the military of Sakura country, and there have been remarks of distrust of the military's combat capabilities. On the one hand, loyalty is questioned, Otherwise, why would the future military star become a pirate? A world-famous master like Fujito Kageshiro is suspected of defecting to another country and letting the opponent win in the public duel. On the other hand, the combat effectiveness was also questioned. A complete fleet was captured intact, and a martial arts master was defeated in an open duel by the prince of the Bunodal Empire, who was at least 10 years younger than Fujito Kageshiro. All of this made the citizens of Sakura country wonder where the high taxes they paid went. As a result, the military and the political circles were questioned by the public. Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families of Kyoto had to find ways to improve the positive image of the army, and this prearranged military exercise was the best opportunity. But, the more they wanted to do this, the more Yang Hui wanted to be a troublemaker. Imperial sister, I have an idea. What do you want to do? I tell you not to mess around. The reporters in the sky are not only from Sakura country, the whole world is watching this military exercise. Cornelia became interested when she heard Yang Hui say I have an idea, because she was too bored and wanted to find some fun to kill time. But reason allowed her to control her desire. The process of the military exercise was agreed upon in the negotiation the day before yesterday. If there was any trouble on the Bunodal side, it would still be the face of the empire that would be lost. Don't worry, sister, I won't do anything rash. I just want to be a pirate for once. Huh? Cornelia was stunned for a moment, looking at Yang Hui with a strange expression, her brain working rapidly. Did you take the wrong medicine and take the initiative to give those guys in the imperial capital a handle? No, I mean, I want to be a pirate in tomorrow's joint coastal defense. Yang Hui smiled sinisterly. Cornelia thought about it, and then smiled sinisterly. Not a bad idea. How about taking me with you? This isn't good. Yang Hui looked at Cornelia speechlessly. During this trip to Sakura country, his identity was just an officer under Cornelia, so he played a pirate in the exercise, and the impact was not that great. But Cornelia was different. She was the commander-in-chief of the Bunodal army. The commander-in-chief went to be a pirate. How much of a sensation would this cause? Even if it's an exercise, it's the same. What's wrong with that? At most, I can wear a mask and no one can recognize me. Are you sure? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at Cornelia's soft purple-red long hair, which, like Euphemia's pink long hair, was the most eye-catching mark. Tisk. Cornelia also noticed the color of her hair and turned her head away in frustration. How about, cut it? You dare? The sudden roar, like the roar of a lion in the east, scared Yang Hui. Women. Yang Hui complained in his heart. Cornelia is indeed iron-blooded and resolute, but she is also a woman. Is there any woman who doesn't love beauty? Cornelia's purple-red long hair is one of the most beautiful points on her body. If there is no choice, Cornelia will not hesitate. But on weekdays, if anyone dares to touch her hair, she will fight with him. It's not a joke. Wait, don't our soldiers have those full-face helmets and protective masks? Cornelia suddenly thought. Well, indeed, there are. The MKII individual combat helmet and the DK-03 gas mask are both newly developed equipment by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Yang Hui thought about it and realized that there are indeed such equipment, and it can indeed solve the problem of Cornelia's identity being easily exposed. Prepare a set, and we will set off together tomorrow. Cornelia did not give Yang Hui the opportunity to continue to refuse her, and directly gave him an order. There are still 2.5 days left. If she continues to sit here and drink tea and watch the show, she will go crazy. Okay, but let's make it clear first, all actions tomorrow will be under my command. Yang Hui said to Cornelia. Cornelia's command ability is indeed good, but Yang Hui is definitely better than her, and Cornelia's combat command ability is based on large-scale combat. She is not good at the tactics of small elite troops. Okay, as long as you can satisfy me. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Get out. Okay. Since Cornelia has agreed, Yang Hui will naturally go to gather people, otherwise Yang Hui and Cornelia will play the role of pirates in the exercise, just to deliver food. Your Highness, are we really going to do this? The people who were summoned included Rani Rujetta, Jeremiah, Villetta, and Joan Luo. Cornelia's knights included Gilbert, Dalton, and 5 captains. Together with Yang Hui and Cornelia, there were 13 people in total. Enough. Well, Your Highness is too bored and plans to have some fun. Yang Hui did not hesitate to blame him, but... Is this your idea, Your Highness? Gilbert questioned without hesitation. Cornelia's boredom was within his expectations, but Cornelia would never have thought of such a bad idea. It's also to meet the requirements of the Imperial Sister. Everyone stared at him with dead fish eyes. Don't think we don't know that you are also bored, so you want to make trouble. But Your Highness, your and Cornelia's identities. Except for Rini Rugetta, everyone else was worried about Yang Hui and Cornelia's identities, especially Cornelia. The commander-in-chief of an army went to be a pirate. No matter what the result was, it would definitely be criticized. Don't worry, the royal sister has already thought of a solution. Yang Hui said. What solution? Everyone was puzzled. Cornelia's distinctive long hair was not so easy to hide. The solution is... Before Yang Hui could finish his words, the door of the combat meeting room was opened and Cornelia walked in. But, royal sister, what is this new fashionable look? Yang Hui asked expressionlessly, and everyone else also lost their facial expressions. Cornelia was still wearing the burgundy clothes, but on her head she wore the MKII individual combat helmet and DK-03 gas mask of an ordinary soldier, covering her entire head. What the hell? I just tried whether the helmet and gas mask can conceal my identity. How is the effect? Cornelia said unhappily. Well, perfect. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Wearing this helmet and gas mask, as long as she changed into an ordinary soldier's combat uniform, no one would recognize that this was Cornelia. Well, that's fine. After confirming the effect, Cornelia naturally took off her helmet and gas mask, and her beautiful long hair was rolled into a big ball behind her head. Oh my god. This scared Yang Hui, and he snatched the helmet from Cornelia's hand and looked at it over and over again. What are you doing? Cornelia asked Yang Hui with a strange expression. I'm looking at what technology this is made of. What technology? Isn't it just a tactical helmet in Mandarin? The material is the latest alloy. No, it must have used some kind of space technology, otherwise how can it fit your hair? Yang Hui said, while gesturing with his hands to show the size of the helmet, the internal space, and the big ball behind Cornelia's head. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they all gathered around, looking at the tactical helmet that couldn't be more ordinary like Yang Hui, and then looked at Cornelia's hair. Well, there's indeed black technology. I say, enough of you. Cornelia roared with a dark face. Chapter 715, Attack Our Own People First. Damn you, Cornelia. She's acting on her own again. The content and process of the joint military exercise were discussed in advance. The military experts, such as Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families in Kyoto, only needed to instruct their subordinates to follow the process and ensure that there would be no unexpected results. The final acceptance was enough. But now, Cornelia actually informed them that tomorrow's joint coastal defense exercise would be temporarily adjusted and would not follow the agreed script, which made them feel uneasy. Moreover, Cornelia did not discuss it with them, but directly informed them, so that they could prepare in advance. Okay, is it useful for you to get angry here? Will Cornelia change her mind? The question is, how should we respond? This joint military exercise is the best opportunity to stabilize the domestic unrest. Once any accident happens, not only will our plan fail, but it will also aggravate the domestic unrest and even cause unrest. Be prepared, the eyes of the whole world are on our current country. Even Cornelia and Yang Hui dare not act recklessly. But how should we prepare? We don't even know what they are going to do. Everyone was silent. When it comes to business and politics, they are good at it, but when it comes to military affairs, they are not good at it. Well, let's notify Akamatsu. How can we do that? As soon as this proposal was made, it was strongly opposed. Akamatsu and his young faction have been looking for opportunities to kick us out and restore our former glory. If we notify Akamatsu, wouldn't we be handing our lives into his hands? Calm down, don't let anger and paranoia affect your judgment. Then tell me, am I wrong? Yes, but not right either. Kyoruji Genbu thought about it and found that this choice had pros and cons. The disadvantages were as mentioned just now. Once Akamatsu seized this opportunity to restore the glory of the young faction, they would be handing their lives into Akamatsu's hands. Moreover, based on Kyoruji Genbu's understanding of Akamatsu, he would not be merciful. But on the positive side, the joint military exercise has just begun, and Cornelia and Yang Hui are unwilling to be left out, and want to create some accidents. Once an accident happens, the Sakura country army will perform poorly in the joint military exercise, and there may be unrest in the country, so, before the accident happens, the command of the military exercise will be handed over to Akamatsu and the remaining young faction. Then, if any accident occurs, it will no longer be the business of Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families of Kyoto, and all responsibility will be borne by Akamatsu and the young faction. Well, if you put it that way, it's indeed possible. But, what if Akamatsu defeats Cornelia and Yang Hui? Akamatsu defeats Cornelia and Yang Hui. Kyoruji Genbu shook his head. Akamatsu has been staying on the island since the defeat in the last war. His mind is still stuck in the last war. How could he be a match for the witch and the nightmare? So, this is a gamble. No, it can't even be called a gamble. Our victory is already doomed. That's right. Then notify Akamatsu. Starting tomorrow, let him be fully responsible for this joint military exercise. By the way, how is the matter of Fujito handled? Fujito has been controlled, and the result of the interrogation was nothing. He insisted that he had no deal with Natalia, and that Yang Hui defeated him fairly. Do you believe it? Based on my understanding of Fujito, I believe it, but from the perspective of common sense, I don't believe it. No, I should say I can't believe it. Yes, a teenager defeated that Fujito in martial arts fairly. He continued to investigate his family. This is also the main reason why he was not allowed to participate in the military exercise. His wife and children are missing. Missing? Yes, they disappeared mysteriously. Our people didn't find any trace. It seems that Fujito has anticipated his own ending. Well, the only one who can do this is Akamatsu. If it's Akamatsu, it's okay. Fujito is Akamatsu's right-hand man. It's natural for him to protect his family. I'm just afraid. Investigate it. If that's the case, we know the future of Sakura country. At this time, Akamatsu, who was at Itsukushima base, showed excitement on his face after receiving the notice. Is this the day I've been waiting for? General, please give the order. Pass this message to all the troops participating in the exercise, and send people to supervise the participating naval fleets. These damn cowards actually took away my navy when I was out of power, but, I'll take it back the way you took it. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Army divisions to prepare. The joint coastal defense is just an appetizer. The real battle is still to come. By the way, have you found Fujito's wife and children? Akamatsu asked. I'm very sorry, General, they haven't been found yet. Really? Akamatsu's expression dimmed after receiving the bad news. Fujito Kagemashiro was his right-hand man, the most powerful force in his hands, and one of his most promising successors. He absolutely did not believe the rumors that Fujito Kagemashiro had colluded with the enemy and betrayed his country, and deliberately let the team lose. He knew Fujito Kagemashiro as a man who was upright and loyal to his country and compatriots, and would never betray his country and nation. He also watched the duel between Yang Hui and Fujito Kagemashiro through live broadcast. As a veteran, he could see that Fujito Kagemashiro had tried his best, and Yang Hui was indeed very powerful. After the duel, Akamatsu expected that Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families of Kyoto would take action against Fujito Kagemashiro. Regardless of whether Fujito Kagemashiro really betrayed or not, he would be sacrificed to give an explanation to the people. So Akamatsu immediately ordered his subordinates to protect Fujito Kagemashiro's family, so as not to implicate his family in this explanation. This was also the last thing Akamatsu could do for Fujito Kagemashiro. However, what made Akamatsu angry was that his subordinates were a step too late. When they arrived, Fujito Kageshiro's family had disappeared, and no traces were found to track them down. Get ready. After the military exercise, we will go to pick them up. Regarding this, General, I think it may not be the Kyoruji family and the 6 families of Kyoto who captured them. What did you say? Akamatsu's pupils shrank. What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. It's like this. The people below reported that the Kyoruji family and the 6 families of Kyoto are also investigating their whereabouts. After investigation, they judged that the other party was not deliberately making a gesture to confuse us, so So what you mean is that Fujito's family is not on their hands, but was taken away by an unknown force? Yes. Well, now in the scope of Sakura country, the only forces that can be so clean, besides us and the 6 families of Kyoto, are. Akamatsu did not finish, but he already had a guess and judgment. General, do you need me to contact someone? No, not for now. Although Akamatsu was anxious to confirm whether his guess was right or wrong, now was not the time to contact the other party. A new round of war between the young and conservative factions had already begun, and Fujito Kageshiro had already been involved. He could not give the conservative faction any more handles. However, with a guess, the investigation has a direction. Let's investigate first. Yes. By the way, if I remember correctly, does the Bunitalia Empire also have a prince and a princess in the Sakura country? Yes, Lelouch V. Bunitalia and Nunnally V. Bunitalia came to our country as a symbol of friendship 2 years ago. A symbol of friendship. It's really ironic. Send someone to keep an eye on the brother and sister, and when necessary. Yes, sir. The next day, all the soldiers participating in the joint coastal defense became nervous because they received news that the content of the exercise had been changed and would no longer be carried out according to the original script. As for what kind of changes, they did not know. Compared with the soldiers of the Bunodal Empire, the army of the Sakura Kingdom was more impetuous, because the legendary General Akamatsu of the Sakura Kingdom came back and took over the overall command of the joint military exercise. In response to this sudden change, the army of the Sakura Kingdom immediately split into 2 factions. One faction expressed distrust and rejection of Akamatsu's efforts, while the other faction was very supportive and arrogantly declared, under the leadership of General Akamatsu, we will definitely teach those arrogant Bunodal people a profound lesson. This news naturally reached the ears of Yang Hui, Cornelia and others. At this time, they were no longer spectators behind the Bunodal army, but more than a dozen people secretly sneaked into the uninhabited island near the coast of the Sakura Kingdom. Haha, the set of shirking responsibility has been played out by the group of people like Kyoruji Zuanwu. Yang Hui smiled calmly. Akamatsu, just a defeated general. Cornelia sneered confidently, then looked at Yang Hui. What is your battle plan? My ultimate goal is here. Eat Tsukushima. Cornelia's eyes widened. Not to mention that Eat Tsukushima base was not within the scope of the exercise area. Eat Tsukushima's defense was very tight, and it was not something that a dozen people without nightmares could break through. Well, the first step of the plan is that we attack our army's first fleet. What the hell? Attack our army? Cornelia and others were puzzled and surprised. Well, with only a dozen of us, we definitely can't take Eat Tsukushima, so I plan to borrow some equipment. Borrow equipment? Nightmare. That's right, and our machines are all on the flagship of the first fleet. Then why bother? Can't we just bring the machines? Cornelia asked. Come on, sister, we're pirates now, how can pirates get such advanced nightmares? Yang Hui complained. So you arranged it early in the morning? Aren't you afraid that your own people will cause trouble for you? Of course, I was planning to take this opportunity to give our army a warning. Too many victories have made them a little arrogant. Well, okay, I get it. If there's a problem, I will help you, and you can go ahead and do it. Cornelia actually noticed what Yang Hui said. As Nightmare entered the 5th generation, technological innovation brought powerful military power, making the empire's expansion easier. On the contrary, the ease of victory also affected the mentality of the soldiers, and they began to become arrogant and arrogant. If they were not warned, they would easily die on the battlefield. So Cornelia also supported Yang Hui's decision very much? Then I'll trouble you, sister. Yang Hui looked at his watch and raised the corner of his mouth. Okay, everyone, there are still 3 minutes, let's enjoy the pirate game. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 716, Bunitalia was robbed. Hey, buddy, what's going on over there? What could there be? Yesterday we were able to fire a few shots at the beacon set up in the sea, but today there's no beacon. No one above knows what to do now. Did they say that there would be temporary changes to the content of today's exercise? Yet, but no orders have come down yet, so we can only wait. That's right, but it's so boring. Yet, I really hope the order would come down sooner. Notify everyone that the content of the exercise has been confirmed. An elite team will play the role of pirates in the exercise area. Our task is to find the pirates and completely wipe them out. Repeat, find the pirates and wipe them out completely. For a moment, everyone who heard the order wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. It was okay to fire a beacon yesterday, but today they asked people to play pirates? What are the people above thinking? They sent people to play pirates. Didn't you listen to the order just now? The pirates are played by the elite team. Be careful. What is there to worry about? The elite team is still a team. And they didn't say where they came from. What if they are from Sakura country? Then I'm relieved. No matter how elite the people from Sakura country are, how elite can they be? That's right, and we are in the center of the army. Even if they are really elite, how can they break through the heavy defense lines and get to us? That's right. Then I'm really sorry to disappoint you. Who? The two soldiers on guard had their mouths covered and dragged into a dark corner. In their sight, more than a dozen people in diving suits were holding guns and alertly looking around. They never thought that the pirates they were discussing just now had appeared in front of them quietly. This was not the most shocking thing for them, but the other party's voice and the appearance revealed when he took off his clothes. Shut up. Yang Hui said in a low voice, quieting down the two struggling soldiers. It's the exercise period now. You have been declared dead. You can't talk. You can't reveal our information to anyone. Do you understand? The two looked at each other and nodded. Then Yang Hui ordered them to open their mouths. Your Highness Cornelia. Your Highness Yang Hui. How could it be you? They really couldn't believe that the elite team playing the role of pirates was actually led by Cornelia and Yang Hui, and each member was an elite member of their knights. GRD. Who the hell would have thought that the elite team in the order would be so elite? ? No way, watching the show is boring, let's have some fun. While changing clothes, Yang Hui also chatted with the two soldiers who were killed first. This reason. The soldier's mouth twitched. This reason made them unable to refute and felt extremely stupid. But, why did you attack us? The soldier asked again. Of course I'm going to teach you a lesson. Yang Hui said jokingly, didn't you think it was absolutely safe? Now that you're dead, does your face hurt? Okay, the Q&A session ends here. During the conversation, Yang Hui and the others had changed their clothes. Yang Hui put on a very realistic simulation mask and changed into the officer uniform of the Bunadal Navy. The others were all wearing combat uniforms of the Marine Corps, with their faces covered tightly, so that no one would recognize them. Remember your identity as dead people, otherwise. Yet, the two of them almost had after images in their heads after hearing the threat in Yang Hui's tone. Very good. After the group left, the two dead soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but for a moment they didn't know what to do. It was not right to leave, and it was not right not to leave, so they just squatted there stupidly. 20 minutes later, the person who came to change the guard hurriedly found them and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you not at your post? What are you doing here?" The two soldiers kept silent, just pointed at themselves, and then made a throat-cutting gesture. "Why don't you say, The person asking the question was stunned, but immediately realized that this gesture meant that they were killed. According to the rules of the exercise, dead people cannot talk or move casually. Thinking of this, the person asking the question immediately understood that the enemy had appeared on this ship. Post number 12 reports that 2 dead people have been found. The enemy has boarded the ship. Repeat, the enemy has boarded the ship. As soon as the soldier's report was passed out, the alarm of the entire battleship was sounded, and everyone panicked. Enemy found. In the hangar. At the same time, Yang Hui and others had successfully sat on their own bodies, opened the door of the hangar from the main control room, and stepped on the prepared C-type equipment, surfing skateboard. Tisk, that's so frustrating. Royal sister, stop complaining. Your identity really can't be exposed. Will a dedicated aircraft expose my identity? What do you think? Tisk, it's so troublesome. Well, let's go, take enough supplies and ammunition, and set off. There are still many enemies outside. Understood. Yes, my lord. Riding on surfboards, 13 nightmares with Athena, As the vanguard rushed out of the hangar door, Joan Luo and Dalton, who left last, also threw a few practice grenades. The explosion did not have much power, but the hangar was instantly filled with billowing smoke. This also meant that the entire hangar was declared destroyed, and no one on the scene survived, and all the machines were killed. Sir, the hangar was completely destroyed, with countless casualties, and no nightmares were spared. 13 nightmares, including Athena, Ares, Dorothy, Barugo, and Scorpion, were stolen. Whereas Lady Cornelia's private machine, it is also within the range of destruction. Well, the right-wing troops and the left-wing troops converge to the center, and all nightmares attack and pursue the pirates. Yes, Your Highness. XN everyone, be prepared to be scolded. Huh? XN originally, everyone was excited to launch a pursuit and revenge operation, but this time not only made them lose face, but among the stolen nightmares were Yang Hui and others' private machines, which were the crystallization of the Empire's technology. They didn't know the true identity of the pirates. What if they were from Sakura Country? Once the technology was leaked, Sakura Country would definitely be able to develop excellent nightmares in the shortest time, and even use these advanced technologies to deal with them. The crime of leaking secrets alone is enough to send them to the gallows. However, the temporary commander of the fleet seems to be unmotivated, with a splitting headache and a tearful expression, and they are also prepared to be scolded. What is going on? Do you think that the technical means of Sakura Country can crack the biological code lock designed by His Highness Yang Hui? Oh, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then cold sweat broke out. Besides, Cornelia's body did not move. Logically, although Her Highness Cornelia's special machine is not a special machine, it is not much different. Moreover, it is Her Highness Cornelia's face. Why not take it away? Oh, cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall. No matter how slow the reaction was, now they all figured it out. The so-called elite team and the so-called pirates must have Yang Hui among the actors. Do you understand? If you understand, go quickly, and then. Alice. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Wow. You are quite motivated. The pursuit and interception of the 13 nightmares was very strict, which aroused Yang Hui's interest for a while. To make up for the past, how can I not be motivated? Well, our acting talent is not very good. As he spoke, Yang Hui drove the Athena to destroy 2 Sunderlands and Gloucester. Your Highness, the enemies are getting more and more. If this continues, we may not be able to escape. Then break up into small pieces, break out separately, and meet at the designated location. Yes, my lord. XN Reni Regina and Cornelia followed behind Yang Hui. Jeremiah, Greta and Jun Luo chose a direction along the way. Gilbert, Dalton and one of the 5 captains chose a route. The remaining 4 captains chose another route and attacked the encirclement of the Bunadal army from 4 different directions. Since this was at sea and the encirclement was not completely completed, it was quickly chopped into pieces by 4 sharp blades. The warships suffered varying degrees of damage, and the intercepting nightmare troops suffered heavy losses. In desperation, they could only watch the 13 pirates leave. What did you say? The Bunatalian fleet was attacked by pirates? And 13 nightmares were stolen? Yes, sir. Ho ha ho ha. This group of arrogant Bunatalians has come to this day. Ho ha ho ha. Kyoruji Genbu and the people of the 6 Kyoto families now want to see Bunatalia suffer. The more uncomfortable Bunatalia suffers, the happier they will be. Are those pirates or people? Send them back quickly. Forget about the military exercise. Getting the nightmare technology is the most important thing. They are not our people. Are they from Bunatalia? But, this doesn't make sense. I don't know. I tried to contact Cornelia, but couldn't, so I can't find out the true identity of the pirates. We must ask clearly. Even if the other party is from Bunatalia, we must bribe them at all costs. Even if it's just one, it's enough. Yes. At the same time, Akamatsu, who was sitting at Itsukushima base, also received the news. He did not go to the exercise area to command, but sat firmly in the rear. First, the Navy had not been completely taken back by his people, and second, the joint coastal defense exercise did not require him to take action. But after receiving this news, Akamatsu was a little restless. He was not as excited as Kyoruji Genbu and the people of the 6 families in Kyoto. Instead, he frowned deeply and found something strange. General, what should we do now? Should we try to contact them? No, there is no point. It is impossible for Natalia to let someone take away 13 nightmares so easily, including several special machines. Do you think there will be no defensive measures against such machines? You are right. Well, wait for the other party to act first and find out their target first. Yes, sir. Chapter 717, The war has already begun. Now, the attention of the three forces is focused on finding the pirates, and even the whole world is looking for them together, but they disappeared without a trace after they broke out of the pursuit and blockade of Unitaria. The Unitaria side showed an indifferent attitude at that time. They still searched for what they should search, but they did not do their best, especially after their top-level specialized machine was stolen. They still did not show too anxious attitude, which puzzled the whole world. Even in Unitaria, the cabinet meeting was noisy. On the one hand, they rebuked the Unitarian military for dereliction of duty, and rebuked Cornelia and Yang Hui for negligence. Some people even proposed to remove them from their posts and investigate them. Audience sat quietly aside and watched their performance. The General Cabinet Meeting of State Affairs has the right to make decisions directly, but to remove two favored princes and princesses and investigate such a major matter, even if it is a unified result of the cabinet meeting, it must be approved by Charles di Unitaria. So Odysseus didn't care what the final result of their quarrel would be. Even he could see some clues from it, not to mention his wise father. As expected by Odysseus, Charles di Unitaria just smiled after hearing about this matter and nothing happened. This move puzzled the members of the cabinet meeting, thinking that Charles di Unitaria had acquiesced to their decision and smiled to appreciate them. Just as they were happily preparing to implement their plan and immediately sent people to Sakura country to take Cornelia and Yang Hui back to the country, Bismarck read out Charles di Unitaria's order. All affairs of Sakura country shall be decided by Cornelia and Yang Hui themselves, and no one is allowed to interfere. This order made the cabinet meeting extremely happy and sad, and the expression almost made Odysseus, who was watching the show, laugh out loud. Where did you go? Akamatsu had already arrived at the designated area of the exercise to conduct temporary command, and he was worthy of the title of legendary veteran. Because the pirates had not reappeared, and there was no trace of them, Akamatsu decided to do the opposite, starting from the details. First find out their identities, then find their intelligence information, and find out the rules of action. This time, Chaco scared Akamatsu. Cornelia and Yang Hui could not be contacted, as if they had disappeared. Moreover, Akamatsu had always regarded Unitaria as the imaginary enemy of Sakura country. He had studied all the information he could find about Unitaria's foreign wars, especially Nightmare. From the records of the Nightmare being robbed and then attacking, to their disappearance, that level of operation technology can be said to be rare. At least it must be the existence of the Cornelia Knights to be able to do it. Combining other factors, Akamatsu made a bold guess that Yang Hui and Cornelia were definitely one of the actors of this pirate. With a direction, Akamatsu felt that the next thing would be easy to handle. He had studied Cornelia more than once, and he had carefully studied all the records of the large and small battles that Cornelia participated in. But, as the analysis deepened, he discovered something wrong, because their approach did not conform to Cornelia's usual style. Cornelia's strategic style was always to face the enemy head-on, to charge forward with great momentum, and to break all crooked ways with force. Could it be that Cornelia would actually be inferior to others? It really opened my eyes. Since it was judged that the probability of Cornelia's style suddenly changing greatly was very small, then another guess was that Cornelia was not the leader of this team. The only possibility that Cornelia could be inferior to others was Yang Hui. There is not much information about Yang Hui. It is mainly about a period when he first arrived at the African battlefield. That is, he participated in a few battles during that period, and then he did not appear again. Let me see. Wow. This is incredible. It was the first time that Akamatsu carefully studied Yang Hui. He was shocked when he saw that two fourth-generation nightmares dared to go deep behind enemy lines to carry out destruction, and also captured several military fortresses and a large base, opening a breakthrough for the Bunidal Empire and leading to the complete defeat of the EU in the African battlefield. Going deep behind enemy lines alone to carry out destruction. Well, this makes sense. It seems that the leader of this team is undoubtedly Yang Hui. Then according to your style, the final target should be me, but you can't do it. Nightmares are not like humans who can sneak through water, or you have other ways. Wait. Behind enemy lines. Behind enemy lines. A brilliant light flashed in Akamatsu's mind. He suddenly thought of something very important. He hurried to the map and saw the place that was extremely important to him and the entire Sakura country. His target is not me, but Hitsukushima. Someone, come here. General, what are your instructions? The person outside the door heard the shout and immediately entered Akamatsu's office, waiting for orders. Call Hitsukushima immediately. The entire army will enter the first-level combat configuration, strengthen the vigilance of the surrounding area, double the patrol team, and require 24-hour uninterrupted patrols. The entire fleet will turn around and move towards Itsukushima as quickly as possible. Itsukushima. General, do you mean that they plan to attack Itsukushima? But Itsukushima's location is beyond the designated area for the exercise. Do as I say. Otherwise it will be too late. Do you need me to explain to you the meaning of the phrase exercise is actual combat? No. I dare not. I will convey the order immediately. Yes. Akamatsu nodded, and without waiting for them to leave, he picked up the phone on the table and called Kyoruji Genbu and the Kyoto Rakyuk who were far away in Kyoto. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, this is Akamatsu. Akamatsu, you contacted us at this time. It seems like there is good news. Not bad news, but definitely not good. I have figured out their target. Okay, very good. You are worthy of being General Akamatsu. Now that you have figured it out, let's destroy them. I need your help. My help. Yes, announce to the public that the exercise area has been expanded to include the Itsukushima base. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, he immediately questioned Akamatsu. The size of the exercise area had been determined long ago. How could they explain the sudden expansion to countless eyes around the world? Moreover, Itsukushima was the most sensitive place in Sakura country and the most powerful military base in Sakura country, but it was the base camp of Akamatsu or the Young Turks, and it was a place that the conservatives dreamed of winning. When it came to the Itsukushima base, they had to be extremely cautious. Because their target is Itsukushima base. What did you say? Itsukushima base? Haha, this joke is not funny, General Akamatsu. Itsukushima base is outside the exercise area. What they are doing is violating the rules of the exercise. Since the pirates appeared, there have been no so-called rules in this exercise. Akamatsu told Kyoruji Genbu as reasons. Although the two factions do not get along on weekdays, they will work hard for the Sakura country in major events. Itsukushima base is one of the lifelines of the Sakura country. Its importance is equal to that of the Sakurite mine. It is our country's strongest reliance for deterring other countries. We must not let Bunitalia find out the truth. Are you exaggerating? General Akamatsu, this is just an exercise. Prime Minister, have you ever thought about what consequences will be caused if Bunitalia finds out the specific situation of Itsukushima base? I think it is better to believe it than not. The rules and victory or defeat of the exercise are not as important as the confidentiality of Itsukushima base. You convinced me. Kyoruji Genbu and the others exchanged glances, and after reaching a consensus, he replied to Akamatsu, I will announce the expansion of the exercise area according to your request. You have the power to mobilize all the troops participating in the exercise, all the troops at Itsukushima base, and even the troops across the country. Our request is, General Akamatsu, to ensure the safety and confidentiality of Itsukushima base. Hi. After hanging up the phone, Akamatsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Kyoruji Genbu and the 6 families of Kyoto did not realize the seriousness of the situation and thought it was a factional struggle. The biggest trouble has been solved, so. Akamatsu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was so excited that he seemed to have returned to the cruel battlefield filled with gunpowder smoke. Let's start, Bunitalia, our war. Yang Hui and others, who were being looked for by the whole world, have now exceeded everyone's expectations. While everyone was still looking for them in the vast ocean, they have landed from the coastline and walked onto the land. Is the machine hidden? All are. We are now 10 kilometers away from Itsukushima base. There is a small town to our east. It is the only connection point between Itsukushima base and ordinary society. To enter Itsukushima base, we must pass through this town. Our next task is to sneak into this town and collect intelligence. Imperial Sister, Regetta, Gilbert, You follow me to sneak into the town. Jeremiah, Villetta, and Joan Luo, the three of you will dress up as backpackers. With the current location as the origin, set up sensors with a radius of 5 kilometers and patrol with a radius of 1 kilometer. Dalton, you and the rest of the people will stay at the base. Understood? Yes, Your Highness. After receiving the order, everyone took action. Dalton led the 5 team leaders to begin to set up the base. Regetta, Jeremiah, Villetta, and Joan Luo all found places to change clothes and put on makeup, especially Yang Hui and Cornelia. They are now the most conspicuous targets. In order not to be exposed, they must become someone else. Royal sister, please don't move. How can I help you put on makeup if you keep moving? I'll try my best. Cornelia blushed. First of all, Yang Hui's handsome face was almost touching hers. Even if he was her brother, she couldn't get used to it. And, this was the first time another man put on makeup for Cornelia. He's my brother. It's all for the mission. He's my brother. It's all for the mission. He's my brother. It's all for the mission. Chapter 718, continue, I like to listen. Yang Hui brought Cornelia and Rini Rugetta to the town outside Itsukushima base. After putting on makeup, no one could recognize them. The young and beautiful Cornelia and Rini Rugetta were now transformed into elegant ladies in their 50s, and Yang Hui and Gilbert also looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. This town is problematic. They hurried into the town. Whether it was Yang Hui or Cornelia, or even Rini Rugetta and Gilbert, they all found something wrong. On the surface, it looked no different from a peaceful remote town, but from the moment they entered the town, they clearly felt that their eyes weren't always on them, and the residents of the town seemed a little too enthusiastic. If an outsider suddenly came to an ordinary remote town, generally speaking, they would not appear too enthusiastic, and might even feel worried and repulsive. After all, it took several generations to maintain their current lives, and the sudden intrusion of outsiders might break everything they have now. It is normal to feel worried and xenophobic. Even if this town is not too remote and has always maintained contact with the outside world, it is unreasonable to be too enthusiastic. If it is a tourist attraction, forget it. The key is that this is not. How can the only exit connecting to Itsukushima base be a tourist attraction? As expected, the people in this town are either spies arranged by the army or family members of soldiers. Yang Hui said. Even Cornelia did not understand the aura of soldiers as well as Yang Hui. He has been in the army for more than 200 years and can pick out well-trained soldiers from ordinary people with just one look. Are we exposed? Cornelia frowned. Unlikely. Yang Hui shook his head. We may have been exposed, but the possibility is very small. This is the only connection point between Itsukushima base and the outside world. It is normal for Akamatsu to arrange spies or settle military families. Yes, that's true. And if we were exposed, why didn't Akamatsu send people to arrest us directly? So the biggest possibility is that they will monitor and test all outsiders. In this case, how can we get intelligence? Cornelia asked. The situation in this town is very tricky. Both the spies arranged by the army and the military families are very sensitive. Once there is a slight flaw in their behavior, their identities will be exposed. Admiring the beautiful scenery of the town through the window of the hotel, Yang Hui actually secretly selected the target of intelligence. First, exclude the elderly. The elderly military families who have experienced the last war are the most sensitive. Then we can't find children. Should we give priority to finding children? Cornelia and Rini Rugetta were puzzled. It stands to reason that children are more innocent than adults and don't have so many ideas. They are the best candidates for investigation. We understand this principle, so how could the other party not understand it? Besides, children may not know much information. Children are indeed the best targets for spying on intelligence, but they know this, and the spy who is following them naturally knows this too. If they take the initiative to contact children too frequently, it will definitely arouse the other party's suspicion, and young children will not know too much valuable information. I see, so our target is ordinary adult men and women. Yes, and it is best to be local shop owners and vendors. In theory, local shop owners and vendors are most likely to be spies. Yes, they have the information we need most, so, Sister Wang, Rugetta, and Gilbert, leave the work of spying on intelligence to me, and you just treat yourself as real tourists. Okay. After determining the action plan and goal, Yang Hui and the other two did not continue to stay in the hotel. They walked to the country road to enjoy the beautiful scenery here. Should they take a few photos as a souvenir? Boss, what is this? It smells delicious. Hey, brother, you have good taste. This is my ancestral craft. How about it? Do you want to try it? Okay, then give me one portion to try. Thank you for your patronage. By the way, boss, I see there are not many out-of-town tourists here. Can so many stores make money? Yes, don't look at how deserted it is now. There are usually many out-of-town tourists. Really? But now should be the peak tourist season, right? Why is it so deserted? There's nothing we can do. Isn't that Bunitalia coming recently? It is said that there will be some joint military exercise. Everyone is paying attention to the joint military exercise, so naturally there are fewer tourists. I see. I also went to watch the joint military exercise, but it was very boring. Not only could I not see anything, but I heard that it was just hitting the set beacons or something. It's not as interesting as walking around. Haha, brother, you are a smart person, but I watched the TV. The princess was very hot. Oh, so we are in the same boat. Let me tell you, I have had close contact with Princess Cornelia through connections. Her figure and beauty are so hot. Really? Tell me more. I'll tell you. As the protagonist of the conversation, Cornelia tried to restrain her anger and maintain an elegant smile of enjoying food and travel. She smoothed her hair to cover the bulging veins. Brother-in-law, it's not appropriate for you to discuss other women with others in front of your sister, right? Regina and Gilbert's faces were distorted. They couldn't help but remind Yang Hui. Ahoha, Mom, I'm not, ahoha. Yang Hui turned around and saw Cornelia's increasingly kind smile. He immediately stopped the discussion between LSPs and hunched over to admit his mistake to Cornelia. It doesn't matter. I'm old and ugly anyway. How can I be as pretty as a princess? Do you want me to use my connections to make it possible for you to have a wonderful encounter? How can that be? Madam, you will always be the most beautiful in my heart. Princesses can never compare to you. Really? Yes. Ha. It seems that you two are very happy. It's really enviable. The owner laughed. Of course not. If you are envious, then find one right away. It's not that easy, brother. Then it all depends on fate. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to the next place. Well, the taste is really good. Let's come back later to eat again. Okay, welcome back again. After saying goodbye to the shop owner, Yang Hui and his 4 companions continued to play, but when they turned around, the shop owner stopped them. By the way, brother, since we had a good chat, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the east of the town. There's nothing fun there, and it's easy to get into trouble. Okay, I'll remember that. Thanks. It's nothing. Yang Hui and his 4 companions left the shop and wandered around like real tourists. They didn't return to the hotel until it was getting dark. Nothing gained. Cornelia sighed. Yang Hui took them around the town today, but it was just a tour. They didn't get any useful information at all. Who said there is no more? Yang Hui expressed a different opinion. Have you forgotten the advice of the snack bar owner? The east side of the town? Itsukushima base is nearby. It is normal to have a military restricted area, right? And we couldn't see what was inside. The so-called advice was just a reminder in the ears of Yang Hui and others, so they would definitely patronize this area in the east, but after they got there, they found that it was a military restricted area surrounded by high barbed wire and electrified. They could not break in, so they left before the station's soldiers arrived. Well, Itsukushima base is on the west side of the town. Generally speaking, the restricted area of the town should also be on the west side. Why is it in the completely opposite direction? This. Regetta, Gilbert, send a message to Jeremiah and the others to conduct an exploratory reconnaissance of that area. Understood. Regetta and Gilbert got up and left. They couldn't use their mobile phones to make calls, send text messages or even send telegrams now. Since there were spies in this town, there must be detection equipment. Electronic flashlights could easily be intercepted. To be on the safe side, Regetta could only transmit information in the way agreed in advance. After Regetta and Gilbert left the room, Cornelia's mouth curled up in a playful and dangerous arc. Speaking of that snack bar, you and the boss get along well. Oh. Yang Hui was stunned, and stood up stiffly, ready to leave the room. I'll go find something to eat. No hurry, I'm not hungry. I'm hungry. I just ate so much outside, so you're not hungry. I still. Sit down. As the tone of voice rose, Yang Hui's obedience naturally reached the threshold, sitting down like a good baby, waiting for the upcoming trial. Is the princess very hot? Is the princess so hot? She has a strong butt and a long waist. She has fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. She has clear eyes and cherry lips. Faced with a woman's nonsense, Yang Hui decided to give up thinking and praise Cornelia hard, praising her until Cornelia was dizzy and her mind was blurred. That was success. Haha, why did I find you so slick before? Cornelia gently lifted Yang Hui's chin, showing the queen's attitude. I'm not smooth talking. Oh? What was that just now? That was sweet talk. Sweet talk? I'm your sister. Because I'm your sister, I have to speak sweet words. The whole world can't stop me from praising me as the most beautiful, gentle, elegant, powerful, coolest, and most outstanding sister. Yet, you know how to talk. Cornelia nodded with satisfaction, then sat back down opposite Yang Hui and ordered with a joking look on her face, keep talking, I like to hear it. Oh. Yang Hui was at a loss. Cornelia didn't follow the script. He didn't know how to respond. What's wrong? Are you at a loss for words? Or, were all you said just now lies? Cornelia's expression became dangerous again. No. I'm absolutely sincere. Then keep going. Royal sister, I'm at a loss for words. It's okay, you can get richer. Woo woo woo. Chapter 719 Exposed. This is it. After receiving the message, Jeremiah and his two friends, disguised as backpackers, came to the periphery of the designated area and looked at the surrounding environment. The barbed wire is electrified, and professional equipment is needed to deal with it. And judging from the footprints on the ground, the patrol frequency is not low, and it is easy to be discovered. Then give up the infiltration plan and retreat first. Understood. The three decisively gave up the plan to sneak through the barbed wire directly, retreated about 5 kilometers away and set up camp. It's time for the equipment specially prepared by His Highness to be unveiled. While speaking, Valletta and Joan Luo took out a metal box from their backpacks. When they opened it, they saw 2 drones and the corresponding control system. Valletta, Joan, it's up to you. Jeremiah said to the two while guarding the surroundings. Leave it to us. We have been training for a long time for this day. Learning the nightmare nights. The training content is numerous and complex, including the most advanced single-soldier unmanned reconnaissance aircraft operation. Valletta and Joan Luo are also among the best in this subject. Under the cover of night, 2 small drones took off and blended into the night. They were indistinguishable to the human eye. The operating system is normal, the signal reception is normal, the night vision function is normal. We have reached a safe altitude and are entering the investigation area. Following the operation of the 2 drones, the 2 drones entered the designated investigation area and immediately separated to explore the entire restricted area from 2 directions. Is this a warehouse? From the surface, there is nothing abnormal. It's just an ordinary warehouse. But Your Highness won't care so much about ordinary warehouses. Switch the thermal detection lens and see what's going on inside the warehouse. Understood. The night vision screen on the monitor turned into a blue, green, and red screen. There's a problem. Why are there so many heat sources in these warehouses? In the monitor screen, there are a lot of red representing heat sources in the warehouse. If you look closely, you can find that they are all separate individuals and are still moving. This is people. How can there be so many people in the warehouse? Could it be a dormitory? But it can't be all dormitories. Damn it, if the ground micro-robots are developed, we can find out what's going on in the warehouse. Don't even think about that. The people in the development department said it would take at least 5 years to succeed. The technical content of the micro-robots is not high, but it is definitely not low. With the current technical reserves of the Bunitalia Empire, it is difficult to achieve. Well, record it first, and then report it to His Highness. Okay. The investigation has ended at this point. The investigation of the entire area has been completed, and all the situations that can be found have been found out. This also meets the requirements of tentative investigation. As for finding out what the situation is, they don't have the conditions now, and they won't be so arrogant as to have to find out clearly. If it was before, they would indeed do so, because they are proud and conceited enough. But after working under Yang Hui, their pride and conceit were shattered, and they really learned what it means to obey orders. Yang Hui did not ask them to be puppets without their own thoughts, but he also told them clearly that it was okay to change the orders of their superiors, but they also had the ability to make things develop in a better direction. Jeremiah, Valletta, and Joan Luo were also proud of being members of the Nightmare Knights, but this pride would not make them foolishly think that their abilities were stronger than Yang Hui. Your Highness, we have received the intelligence. Rini, Regina and Gilbert had been walking outside until Jeremiah and the other two handed over the investigation to them. Are there any tales? They have all been shaken off, which should arouse suspicion. Yes. Yang Hui did not blame Rini, Regina and Gilbert for this. They had limited time and conditions, and they did not have time to stay here for a long time to fight. It was natural that Rini, Regina and Gilbert aroused the suspicion of the secret agents. Let's take a look at their gains first. Inserting the data chip into the terminal they carried with them, the four read the intelligence together. After reading it, the three of them frowned. This warehouse, why does it feel like it's not a warehouse, but more like a barracks? Said Regina Regetta. Barracks. X2. As soon as this was said, Yang Hui and Cornelia's minds flashed with a brilliant light at the same time. They reopened the information and read it again, not only looking at the heat source, but also the distribution of buildings and roads in the entire restricted area. Finally, they came to a conclusion that this was not a warehouse at all, but a barracks. Haha, it seems that General Akamatsu is really capable. He repaired the plank road in the open and crossed Chenkang in secret. If it is a barracks, it will form a double-sided situation with Itsukushima base, which is not good news for us. Well, in this way, our retreat route is completely blocked. C-type equipment, surfboard, cannot be used on land, so after landing, find a hidden place to hide. Although Itsukushima base is surrounded by the sea on three sides, it is also because of this that the defense force against the sea is very strong, and there is no breakthrough at all. It is okay if a large-scale force cooperates with a fleet, but a team of more than a dozen people will not have any chance, so if they want to break through Itsukushima base, they only have one choice, which is a frontal assault. If the frontal assault is successful, it's fine. If they encounter obstacles and need to retreat, they must return to the beach and use the C-type equipment, surfboard, to rely on the mobility on the sea surface to evacuate safely. But now a barracks is blocking their way, blocking their best evacuation route. Tick 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 tick. Yang Hui tapped the armrest of the chair, thinking about how to change the battle plan. He didn't just want to capture the Itsukushima base, but to capture the Itsukushima base with all the members alive. How about making a feint to the east and letting Dalton and the others launch a feint attack? Cornelia suggested. Not enough, Akamatsu is not a fool. A simple feint attack can't draw out the troops of Itsukushima base. Then increase the intensity of the attack. If the people of Itsukushima base don't move, we will take down the entire base. Yes, but there is a problem, sister, have you forgotten? We are carrying only exercise ammunition, while the other side is carrying all live ammunition. This. Cornelia suddenly remembered that they have not officially started a war with Sakura country. Although they violated the rules of the play and planned to raid the Itsukushima base outside the exercise area, because it was not a formal war, they did not carry live ammunition, but exercise ammunition. If it goes well, it's okay. If it doesn't go well, people will really die, and it's in vain. At this time, the TV suddenly started broadcasting a live news broadcast, and Kyoruji Genbu stood on the podium and made an official statement. Due to the needs of the exercise area has been expanded to the entire Sakura country. The entire army of Sakura country will participate in the joint military exercise and replace the live ammunition with exercise ammunition. This. The four of X4 turned their heads at the same time and looked at the TV in surprise. This, what does Kyoruji Genbu mean? Even Cornelia didn't react for a moment. She was just worried about the other party using live ammunition, but now someone helped her solve it, and it was the enemy who helped her solve it. But Yang Hui figured out the key after a little thought. Pack up your things, we'll leave here immediately. Yang Hui. Our intentions have been guessed by that old guy Akamatsu, let's go. Cornelia, Regina Regetta and Gilbert were shocked, but seeing Yang Hui's serious expression, they didn't dare to ask more questions. They immediately packed up and prepared to leave with Yang Hui. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. Yang Hui pressed his palm, signaling everyone to be quiet, and walked to the door alone. With his right hand behind his back, he touched the pistol on his waist. Who? Excuse me, do you need room service? There is room service at this time. Yes, this is the latest service launched by this hotel, including special snacks, back rubbing, massage. If it was Sakura country, there might really be such room service. If it was at another time, Yang Hui and the others would not doubt it, but this timing was obviously problematic. Oh? Really? That's really thoughtful. Whether it was true or not, Yang Hui would know it after a quick check. He opened the door and saw a young and beautiful woman from Sakura standing in front of the door with a trolley. There were indeed snacks, towels, essential oils and other things on the trolley, which was indeed consistent with her words. This is what we should do to better entertain guests. Come in. When you travel, you naturally have to experience the local characteristics. Thank you very much. The woman pushed the trolley into the room. When she heard the door close, her hand reached out to the middle of the trolley covered by the white cloth like lightning. She was fast, but Yang Hui was even faster. He used his fingers to form a knife and chopped the woman's back hard, knocking her unconscious. At the same time, he lifted the white cloth and saw the pistol covered under it, as well as a device similar to a gas releaser. This Yang Hui's judgment had been confirmed. They had indeed been exposed. This was not room service at all, but they were here to arrest them. Yang Hui distributed towels to the three people, made a gesture of covering their mouths, then pointed in the direction of the curtains and windows, and pointed to several places that were easy to hide, and told them what to do next. The three looked at each other, not daring to hesitate, and immediately took off the quilt and sheets, tied them together, and threw them out through the window. The height of the second floor was enough to touch the ground, and then took the towels and wet them with water to cover their mouths and noses, and then hid in their respective positions, and then Yang Hui also covered his mouth and nose, activated the gas releaser on the trolley, and at the moment when the tear gas sprayed out, he picked up the TV remote control nearby and smashed it against the window glass, and hid in the nearest hiding place. Bang! Sure enough, the next second, a team of fully armed soldiers broke in, and with the help of goggles, they could vaguely see the situation inside the house. Where are the people? Gone. Our people fainted. The window is open. This is. They ran away from the window. Chase them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.